Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto was in the DC universe. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. A groan was heard from a young man as he awoke on a single-sized bed. His hazel eyes opened slowly while he slowly took the room he was in into focus. He raised his hand and rubbed his head with a small hiss of pain. His body was sore and he felt as if he had been ripped apart and sewn back together. He raised his upper body and leaned it on the headboard of the bed as he tried to block out the pain he was feeling. "So, Sleeping Beauty finally wakes up," commented another male voice, though this one had a faint guttural undertone to it. The man turned to see that the speaker had red hair that was swept back, red eyes with black slit pupils, and pronounced canines and nails making them appear to be fangs and claws. He wore a red shirt with a black business coat, black slacks, and maroon boots. However, what really stood out were 2 fox ears on his head and whisker-like markings on his cheeks. "It's about time you did, brat," he said with a smirk. "I was beginning to wonder whether you'd ever wake up." The man groaned again and held the side of his head with his eyes clenched shut. Where am I? Really? That's the first thing you ask? Kurama, what did I tell you about bothering him when he wakes up? Yelled an elderly female voice. The hazel-eyed man strained to see a woman with graying blonde hair and honey eyes step in. She wore a black shirt that seemed to be straining from her bust size, blue jeans, dark blue shoes, and a white coat. Her hair was pulled back into 2 tails behind her and she held a cup of coffee in her hand. "All lighten up, Doc," Kurama said in a careless tone. "He's dealt with worse than a headache. From what you've told me, I don't doubt it. However, he still needs to get himself reoriented from his coma. He was out for over 2 weeks after all," admonished the woman. "Ba-chan?" asked the man, making the 2 turn to him. Kurama smirked as she sighed and answered, "Sorry kid, but I'm not who you think I am." "What are you talking about? You're Tsunade, right?" he asked in confusion. "She looks just like her. How can she not be Ba-chan?" "Could you give us a moment, Doc?" asked Kurama, though it obviously wasn't a request. She gave him a look of annoyance before she left the room. As soon as she left, he turned to the man and said, "Let's get one thing straight here, brat. We're not in the elemental nations anymore." "What?" gasped out the man. But we were just." "Naruto," yelled the redhead, making the now named man freeze. "Get it through your head. You and I were caught in a rift because of your clash with that damned no-named bastard. Don't you remember?" Naruto tried to remember, but his head was still throbbing. Kurama saw this and sighed in annoyance before he smacked his ex-cantainer's head hard. As soon as the blow hit, hazel eyes widened as a vision of the past entered his thoughts. Flashback. He was in the conjoined mindscape of himself and the Jinchuriki of the 2 seven-tailed Biju, along with the Biju themselves. His eyes looked up to the Biju as their forelimbs rested on top of one another before he bumped his fist against them all, taking in the power that they offered to him. As he came to from his vision, having learned their names and engraving them in both his heart and his memory, he entered his chakra mode once again while a clone was made to take in some nature energy. He and Kurabi then took on the reanimated Jinchuriki before the clone gathered enough and dispelled, making Naruto's orange eyes gain cross-shaped pupils. In a spur of the moment, he shot past his fellow Jinchuriki with a Senjutsu Kyuubi chakra-enhanced Rasengan. The false Madara acted fast and used his Kamui to intercept the attack. However, the resulting clash of 3 different energies caused a rip in space-time to open between them. And since Naruto was rushing at Tobi, who had stood stationary, he was unable to stop himself from falling into the rip before the lack of energy sustaining it made it close. As soon as he fell in, his body was assaulted with swirling masses of various energies and lights that stabbed into him at various points. The largest ones were at his stomach where the seal rested and his heart. The seal shattered like glass while a large 9-tailed fox was pulled out of his body before the energies made it turn into what looked to be a man with fox ears, claws, and pronounced fangs. As for Naruto, his features changed as well. His blonde hair turned a silvery gray, his eyes changed from blue with black pupils to violet with amber pupils, and lastly a blue human-shaped mass was ripped from his heart before a grayish-colored energy shot into his heart, taking its place. Another rip in the stream of energy and light opened up before he and Kurama were shot out and landed in a park in the middle of a very large and dark city. Luckily for them, a blonde-haired woman came across them during her jog, and that was the last thing Naruto saw before everything went black. End flashback. He gasped as the vision ended as his hands quickly pulled some of his bangs into his vision, showing his eyes that they were indeed gray. He then tried to feel his chakra, only to feel nothing. Kurama saw the flurry of emotions in the eyes of the Uzumaki before he saw Naruto's hand slowly stray to where the seal used to be. "That stream we went through ripped me out of your body, along with your chakra. Everyone in this city has chakra, even the barest minimum, but I can't sense anything from you. It's almost like you don't exist, that you're nobody." The hand on his stomach clenched the skin as the Uzumaki absorbed the words the ex-Biju told him. In a low tone, he asked, "So what now?" "Well, you can think of it this way. This world we landed in has no one out to get you or me, there aren't any threats that will force you into any life or death situations, and you're somehow able to live without chakra. Maybe now you can actually have a life outside of war and pain." Naruto gave Kurama a wary look and asked, "And why does it seem like you actually care? You always wanted nothing more than to kill me, so why haven't you?" "Because there's no reason to. I only wanted to kill you because I couldn't stand being sealed into you and because I wanted to kill that bastard who ruined our lives. However, since we're no longer in our own world, there's no point to it anymore. It'd just be a waste of my time, and I figured I'd take back my threats and promises of your death since you actually wanted to help us beat you out. You've proven to me that you're better than most of the people back home," explained the redhead. "So, don't question why I decided to help you and just accept it." The silver-haired ex-Jinchuriki processed his words while Kurama made to leave. Before he stepped out, he turned back to the Uzumaki, red eyes meeting violet. "By the way, you should know that there will be some people in this world that will look almost exactly like people from ours. They're known as alternate selves, and they can be similar to how they are in our world, are entirely opposite." "What's your point?" asked Naruto. "What I'm saying is this. Don't judge them based on the actions of their alternate selves. For all you know, they could be innocent people in this world." He then pointed to the nightstand next to Naruto's bed and said, "Your pack was destroyed, but you still have a kunai and those old books your teacher wrote. What are you gonna do now, Kurama?" He shrugged at the question and asked, "I don't really know, but I'll figure something out." With a lazy wave, he left the room and said, "Good luck, brat." Naruto wouldn't see or hear from him for many years. 10 years later. A 26-year-old man sighed as he sat in his office. His spiky silver hair fell to his shoulders with some tied into a single ponytail. He wore clothes similar to what he saw Kurama wore when he woke up, except that his shirt was a dark orange and his shoes were all black. "Mr. Uzumaki, there's a package for you," informed a woman from the intercom speaker on his desk. Holding a button down, he replied, "Thanks, Jillian. Be sure to send it up to me, please." "Right away, sir," the secretary responded. Over the years of Naruto's stay in the city of Gotham, he had sent his old master, Jiraiya's book, Tale of the Gutsy Ninja, to a publisher and had the book made. A countless number of copies were sold while the Uzumaki continued making a new life for himself as both a novelist and a publisher, eventually founding Spiral Publishing, one of the most prestigious publication companies in the state. What made him smile every time was knowing that he honored his old life by having the symbol of the company be the mark of the Uzumaki clan from his old world. So far, he had about 5 books that he had written published. The first was Jiraiya's old book, 3 of them were Ika Ika series books, and the last was a story of his life under an alias name of Arashi Razan. His books were a hit and he had become one of the most well-known men of the literary world in Gotham. He had even made an investment in Wayne Industries, owned by the orphaned child Bruce Wayne. Wayne was a charismatic man and a good friend to the Uzumaki, thought the Silverette had a feeling that Bruce was hiding something from everyone. He was brought out of his thoughts on his new life by Jillian stepping into his office. She was quite pretty with hazel hair styled in an oriental bun, green eyes, an average figure, and slender legs. She wore black heels, a brown skirt that fell past her knees, a black shirt, and a brown coat that was buttoned closed. She set a small package on his desk and he smiled to her and said, "Thanks, Jillian." "You're welcome, sir," she replied with a smile in return before she left his office. "Let's see what we got then," he murmured to himself as he opened the small box. Inside was a letter and lanyard that had the word, "Guest," on it. Curious about it, he opened the letter and skimmed through it before sighing in slight annoyance. The letter was an invitation to a gala in honor of James Gordon becoming the commissioner of the Gotham PD. Apparently Bruce had deemed it fit to invite him so that he could offer words of encouragement to the new commissioner. "Great," he groaned out sarcastically. "Just what I need. A night surrounded by rich people who care only about appearances in some single building." Behind the invitation was what Naruto knew Bruce would call assurance that he'd come. A photo of Naruto being seen talking with some random woman who wanted her copy of his book signed. And it wasn't just any book, it was the Ika Ika Paradise, Orange Edition. That was one of the rarest ones out there with only 50 out of the thousands of copies being so. He knew Bruce would spread rumors if he didn't come. Of course, he knew it'd be in good fun, but he couldn't refuse when he was at risk for being pranked by a multimillionaire. And besides, this just made Bruce fair game for the prank master from hell. Resigning himself to his fate, Naruto left his office and headed home to get ready for the gala. He just hoped that it wouldn't be too boring. That evening, gala. He was wrong. Oh, so very wrong. It wasn't just boring. No, it was beyond boring. So many uptight people in one place with soothing music and a cultural atmosphere. He had to bite back a scoff at that. Cammy, he hated these kinds of things. He was once a warrior who lived for battle and thrills. Now, he's stuck at some ritzy party in honor of someone taking charge of the police. He felt constricted in that ballroom-sized area, so he snuck out to the outside garden. The cool night air was a godsend to him as well as the sight of plant life. The city was so overrun with buildings and construction that it amazed him that it still had a park. He sighed as he turned to go back inside. Bruce was probably looking for him. However, he was stopped when he literally bumped into someone, a woman with red hair and green eyes in a stunning forest green dress. He was quick to notice that he had accidentally knocked her over and immediately offered her his hand. I'm so sorry about that. He apologized. I wasn't aware of my surroundings. No, it's all right, she replied as he helped her to her feet. I wasn't aware that anyone else would be out here. Yay, I couldn't take being surrounded by so many people of the upper class society. I hope I didn't ruin your dress or hurt you. No, I'm fine. She gave him a reassuring smile and stuck out her hand. Why don't we start over? My name is Pamela Isley. I'm a botanist at Star Labs here in Gotham. He shook her hand with his own smile and returned. Naruto Uzumaki, founder of Spiral Publishing. And writer of Ninja Storm, right? She asked. At his nod, she got a small gleam in her eye and said, I love that one the best out of your works. The storyline, the characters, the unique additions, everything. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Isley. It's always nice to meet a fan, and I'm honestly surprised with your choice of study. Why's that, Mr. Uzumaki? Just call me Naruto, please. And it's just surprising that anyone would study plants in a place like this. That's the very reason why I chose that field, Naruto. You see, I'm trying to come up with a serum that will help promote plant growth on an exponential scale, which will hopefully bring back some natural life to this city. Just one park in the middle of this metropolis isn't enough for me. I've always loved plant life and it is unnerving being in a city almost completely devoid of it. Nodding, the publisher commented, yes, I completely agree. I once lived in a little town surrounded by trees and forests before I was forced to move here. It'd be a godsend to see your serum be successful, Ms. Isley. Pamela. Please, just Pamela. It feels strange being referred to so formally. The Uzumaki chuckled and replied, indeed it is. I always hated formalities, especially now that I am forced to hear them every day from my employees and from fans of my work. His gaze turned to the silvery moon and he smiled at its glow while Pamela could have sworn that he was bathed in it. The light made his hair shine like the lunar sphere itself and his eyes became yellow embers to her. When he looked back to her, she had to force down a blush at how handsome he looked. Pamela, are you looking for anyone to invest in your work? Oh, of course I am. She answered anxiously. Naruto was a successful publisher, so it was obvious that he had some wealth above average society. He smiled and exclaimed, wonderful. I'd be thrilled to put down an investment of my own to further your research. Taking out a checkbook, he wrote down his amount while he asked, how does $25,000 sound to you? She felt a lump in her throat at the offer. It was far more than she was hoping, and she immediately answered, that's more than enough, mister. She stopped short when he gave her a raised brow. Clearing her throat, she revised, that would be perfect, Naruto. Excellent, he said jovially while he handed her the check. I hope you'll be able to go much farther with this. I will. Thank you so much, she exclaimed before she hugged him in the spur of the moment. She immediately blushed when she realized what she was doing before she quickly let him go with her gaze averted. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Pamela, he interrupted, making her stop and look to him. To her surprise, he looked slightly nervous and had his own gaze averted as he asked, Would you like to get some coffee sometime? There's a nice cafe about 2 blocks from my office. The surprises kept coming for the botanist. First she meets a man as adamant about nature as she is, then he gives her an incredible investment for her research, and now he was asking her on a date. Well, there's no denying that he is very attractive, she mused. And I don't think I'd ever meet another guy like him anytime soon. Why not? Might as well give this a shot. She nodded at her thoughts and inner question before she answered, I'd love to, Naruto. How's tomorrow at 10 a.m. sound? He chuckled at her acceptance and nodded. That'd be perfect. Wonderful, she replied softly. I'll see you then. With that, she put the check he gave her into her purse and bid him good evening before she headed back inside. The Silverette smiled at her retreating form, happy that she accepted. Well, I never thought you'd actually have the balls to score a date with a vixen like that, commented a smart-ass voice, making Naruto smirk. How long were you watching, Kurama? He asked as he turned to see said human-fox hybrid leaning against the wall of the building. He still wore his old attire except for the added black tie and gothic red 9 on the left breast of his jacket. Long enough to see her gush about your life story, he answered before smirking. Hey, who would have guessed that? Shy guy, Naruto would actually be the one to ask for a date. I guess you're all grown up now, huh? Shut up, playfully admonished the Uzumaki before his face turned blank. I doubt you came to see me just to check up on me and tease me. You're right. I didn't. I found something. Or rather, I found two people that were connected to you. Who? Pressed Naruto with narrowed eyes. The alternate forms of your parents, and I don't think you're gonna like what you hear. Why's that? Because the alternate form of your father is a metahuman criminal who killed the previous commissioner of Gotham. From what my network heard in rumors, he calls himself the Thunder God. Naruto scowled angrily at that before he queried, and my mother's alternate self. She's a vigilante who kills criminals instead of locking them up like the Batman does. She calls herself Riptide, and at every scene where one of her dead victims is found, there's blood and water soaking the ground. But she's still good, right? Asked an anxious Uzumaki. Yay, though most of the public doesn't think so, answered the redhead. Damn it, why tell me this? To warn you, answered the hybrid as he tossed his X-container a photo of himself with a cross mark on it. He's marked you. He then held up a slightly soaking copy of Ninja Storm, with a straight face. She's interested in you as well, though I doubt it's to kill you. The Uzumaki growled in anger at the info. Why would he be a target? It didn't make sense. He was so lost in his confusion that he didn't notice his right fist clenching hard enough to draw blood, or notice the blood fade into nothingness as soon as it dripped from his hand. Kurama did, and his eyes narrowed at the sight. He still couldn't sense any chakra at all from Naruto, but he did sense something. It was like it was alive, and at the same time not alive. Curious, he mused. What the hell am I supposed to do then? I don't have any power and I can't just go to the police with something like this. I don't know, but you better think of something soon. I only came to warn you. Anything beyond that is not my problem, Kurama answered carelessly before he left in a swirl of fire. Thanks a lot, asshole, muttered the silverette sarcastically before he headed back inside. Hopefully the answer would come to him. It has been a few days since Naruto had his coffee date with the red-headed botanist and it had turned out pretty well. The two enjoyed each other's company and had a very nice conversation which consisted of small talk of recent events which soon developed to a discussion about what Pamela's further plans are with the investment she got in the previous night. They didn't get deep into their get-together as Ms. Isley had to head over to work to get further into her testing and research. Before she left though she had asked if they could do this again soon and Naruto complied as he would contact her for any availability or vice versa. Currently Naruto was in his office going over several things on his list for the day on the basic day-to-day happenings at his company. This was mostly consisting of heading over to the art and advertising department to check up on current projects, going to check on the journalists under his employ to see what should be put into the next issue of their magazine, and lastly there were several books he had to go over before contacting the authors if he would sign them on or ask for specific fixes before sending the work to the editors. The life of being the editor-in-chief and head of a publishing company. Everybody. The publisher was about to go over the first book for the day when he ended up getting a call on his intercom speaker. Mr. Uzumaki, there is a Lois Lane on line 1 for you. Jillian said on the other line, getting Naruto to gain a questioning look. Wonder why she is contacting me after all this time, he thought before pressing a button. Thank you, Jillian. He cleared his throat before answering the reporter. Hello Lois, long time no hear. How have things treated you since we last spoke? Naruto said with a smile. Oh, doing well on my end. Just working in what I enjoy doing in life. Lois said with a smug tone. I bet. With you being Perry's star, award-winning reporter I might add. The former shinobi added. Speaking of, how is he? Haven't spoken to him in like 4-5 years I believe. Around that amount of time, and yeah, Perry is doing well. Still grouchy as ever, he said, getting a little laugh from Lois. As always, Whiskers. So don't mind me asking, but why are you calling me all of a sudden? Naruto said as he turned his chair around to look outside of the window. It's been years since we last spoke, with me finishing up my time as an intern at the Daily Planet. Well, I had nothing going on at the moment with things being quite slow and I was browsing through old photos on my computer. When I ended up seeing pictures of us together I wanted to call and see if we could catch up for old time's sake. Lois replied, making Naruto turn around to his computer and ended up pulling up photos from his time at the Daily Planet. There were several photos of him when he was around 20 years old being with a younger Lois who was around her early 20s. He scrolled over a few till showing another set of photos of the two being with a shoulder-length blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman who was the same age as Lois. Soon various memories started coming back around, making him smile. Yeah, that would sound fun. You, me and Kat together again, right? Naruto suggested. I mean, I know that Kat no longer works there being Perry's assistant last time I heard, especially with her leading Katko, but it would be good to see you two again. Yeah, it could be. Fun. Lois dryly said, getting Naruto to frown. Lois, what's wrong? The moment I mentioned Kat, you sounded bitter all of a sudden. He said, hearing a sigh in response. It's just that. When you were over here at Metropolis and was interning at the planet, you became our good friend, and despite Kat and I arguing, you would be our mediator to keep things settled. When you left though, things didn't go all that well. We argued more and things lead to us no longer being friends. The reporter explained, getting the editor to sigh. Lois, if things were going on like that, then either one of you could have called me. You know me that I would have done anything to help those that were precious to me. He said. Yeah, I know. So why didn't you? I don't know, Naruto. I think it was a mix between too many deadlines at the time to you writing and starting up your company. I can't really remember at the moment. Lois said, feeling slightly frustrated on thinking on the reasons back then. Hey, don't worry, Lois. I don't blame you or Kat at all. I just wished I would have known sooner to help your friendship with her. Hey, typical Whiskers. Always helping others when needed. Lois said with a little laugh. Hey, I saved your butt more times than one, especially when dealing with your general of a dad. I can't remember how many times I pulled you and your sister, Lucy, out of that particular fire pit. Don't remind me, she said on the other end. Hey, I gotta get off now. Seems Perry needs me for something. Well, it's been good talking to you, Lois. We should do this again sometime. Maybe I could stop on by Metropolis sometime when I'm there on business so we can make up for lost time. That would be great, she happily said in a higher tone before coughing to compose herself. I mean, we definitely should. You got a handful of things to make up for, Mr., and I won't take no for an answer. Oh, don't worry. I don't plan on refusing, Lois. Maybe to help sweeten the pot, I could sign your copies of what books you have of mine. He added in before he heard her stammer. Why, you mean? All of them. Wait, you mean you? Oh, Perry is yelling now. Gotta go, bye, Lois said as she quickly hung up. The former shinobi looked at his phone before guessing that she had his Ika works and didn't want to say it out loud at the workplace. He shook his head and hung up his phone before glancing over to his computer screen, seeing the photo of his two Metropolis friends. Naruto was gonna go back to his work but had the nagging feeling for him to check on Kat. Going through his computer to find the contact information for Katko Worldwide Media before calling their office building. After hearing a few rings on the line, the Silverette heard someone answer. Hello, this is Katko Worldwide Media. Tori speaking. Hello, I was wondering if you could redirect me to Ms. Grant's office. Naruto said. And why would you want to chat with Ms. Grant? She has been pretty busy as of late. Tori said on the other end. Just tell her that an old friend is calling, would you please? Okay. Hold please. After holding for a minute, Naruto heard a stern, feminine voice on the other end. Hello, this is Kat Grant speaking. You better not be wasting my time on this since I'm a very busy woman. Man, what crawled up your butt and died? You sound really pissed for some reason. Was it your mom? Naruto said with a little chuckle in his voice. Seriously, was it your mom, since she is probably the only person to make you that cranky? Quote. Who is this? Well, sorry if we haven't had the chance to talk since I left the planet, Kitty Cat, but you would remember your old friend Whiskers, right? He said with a smile before he heard her gasp. Naruto. Kat said in shock before Naruto heard something drop on the other end as some fumbling around took place. Hey, you there? Why, yes. It's just that you surprised me there, Whiskers. Kat said as she tried to compose herself there. Well, yeah, since it's been roughly 4 to 5 years since we last saw and spoke to each other. He said with a melancholic smile. That sounds about right. So why did you call me all of a sudden? Well, Lois called me earlier and we got into a chat before having to get back to work. Got me to remember the good times together back at the planet and wanted to try and catch up. Really? You talked to her? She said as she went back to her stern tone. Well, yeah. Sigh. Look, I heard from Lois on what happened after I left and I'm sorry on what went on. I wish I could have been there to help you guys out. Don't know what exactly went on with your arguments, but I wished you guys would have called me to help settle things. Quote. I see. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Naruto. You were always considerate in our friendship and wanting the best out of us. Good to know. So I was wondering how things are going on your end leading a media company as editor-in-chief. Must be tough, he said as he wanted to shift the conversation to something else. Well, things are doing well on my end. Just busy every day to be sure the public is satisfied on the news, and not just here in National City but other parts of the world. As for the difficulty, I might as well be honest, but it was actually tough at first. Eventually I was able to handle all that and more. Well, both of us now know more on how Perry was, and currently is, like at the planet. You and me being in similar shoes, working as heads and founders of our respective companies. Naruto said, getting her to chuckle on the other end. Oh, definitely. A lot of times I end up realizing the same thing. From the mixture of frustrations, the deadlines, the possible yelling and death glares. The possible yelling and death glares. They both said at the same time before laughing a little. Well, the yelling and death glares on my end weren't that often with my employees, but yeah, we sometimes pick up habits from our employers, right? Definitely, she said in a lighter tone as nostalgia started to kick in. How's Adam, by the way? You two doing well? Yes, very much so. He turned 6 a few weeks ago. Really? Well, it seems I'll be needing to catch up on some delayed birthday presents then. I'll be sure to send over whatever books you don't have for the little guy. Whiskers, you don't have to, but I want a kitty cat. Naruto interrupted her. I need to make the little joy of your life happy, and if I can make him happy just as I'll make you happy in turn. Sigh. Only you, Naruto. Only you would go above and beyond for those you care for. You know, I still can't help but keep thanking you every day on helping me keep Adam from him. I honestly wouldn't know what I would be like without my little bundle of joy. You're welcome, cat. Naruto said before seeing a light go on and off at his intercom and could tell someone is trying to call him. Hey, someone is trying to reach me over here. So I was wondering if I could stop on by National City sometime so we can hang out to make up for lost time. You do, she happily said in a higher tone before coughing to compose herself, but Naruto could tell she, like Lois, seems really excited in wanting to see him. Well, yeah, I do. Maybe while over there, we could maybe partner up like the good old days. But instead of helping each other out on assignments, that we could become joint companies or partners. Don't know, but you get the gist. Well, I look forward to it, Whiskers. Hope to see you soon. Kat said before hanging up. Man, having phone calls one after another. If this keeps up, I'll never get into my reading, he thought before hitting the button to answer the next call. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki speaking. Naruto, it's Pamela. Oh, hey Pamela, what's up? Nothing much. I got off work early today and I was wondering if you had any plans this evening. Not that I can think of. Why? Well, call me silly, but I was wondering if you would like to go to dinner tonight, she said as he could pick up her nervous tone. Well, you're not silly at all, Pamela, and yeah, think I can be fine going to dinner tonight. Really? That's great. So how about picking me up around 7:30 sound? Sounds good. Just let me get a pen so I can write your address down, he said as she told him her address. Alrighty then, I'll be seeing you then. Same here. Later, he said as he ended the call. Well, that one was actually shorter than the previous two. Once all that was taken care of, Naruto decided to get back into business and get his work list taken care of, so hopefully he can get off on time. Hours later, Pam's apartment complex. It was quite easy for the Uzumaki to find her apartment complex and was walking towards her door. On the entire time getting over there, Naruto was feeling a bit fidgety on the whole thing, since this is honestly his first date with her and doesn't want to screw things up. Once he found her apartment, he looked at himself to straighten out his clothes to seem presentable. He wore a black button-up shirt with the first button undone underneath his jacket along with khaki pants and black shoes. Naruto knocked before hearing Pam yell, "Just a second," on the other side of the door. After a few moments the door opened, causing the silverette male to drop his jaw. She wore a strapless red dress that hugged her figure nicely, that ended past her knees and showed some of her cleavage, but he didn't mind. Her hair was loose unlike the previous times they met, with it tied back, and it made her even more stunning with her only having very little makeup of just the subtle eyeshadow and the rose red lip gloss. Naruto ended up staring at her for a bit, causing her to laugh a little on the reaction. Well, it seems I literally took the words out of your mouth, Pamela said with a smirk. Getting out of his trance, he shook his head and pulled his hand from behind to show her an assortment of flowers. Red camellia, pink camellia, white camellia, red carnation, white carnation, some daffodils around the edges, gloxinia, and in the center of it all was a red rose. With Pamela being very knowledgeable in flora, her mind already translated what he was saying. You're a flame in my heart. I long for you. I think you're adorable. My heart aches for you. Pure love. The sun always shines when I'm with you. Love at first sight. And finally, I love you. So sweet, she thought with a small blush and took a whiff, enjoying the pleasant smell. Well, I didn't know which ones you would have liked, so I asked my secretary for what would seem appropriate, Naruto said as he tried to keep eye contact but kept looking away as he tried to calm himself down. I'll need to thank that secretary of his when I get the chance, she thought with a smile. They are Naruto. I'll be right back. I want to put these in a vase so they won't dry out. In less than a minute she came back out and locked her apartment's door before taking his held out arm. I'm glad you came on time, Pamela said as Naruto led her towards his car outside. I felt as though you might come late due to your workload. Well, I hate to make first impressions look bad, the former shinobi said, that and I could finish up my assigned reading tomorrow, since on most days it takes all night to get that done and over with. They approached his car and he opened up the passenger door for her before getting in himself. So where would you like to go, Pamela? I'm all ears. If you don't have a preference, I know this one restaurant that would work well for you. I don't know any at the moment, so let's try out where you were thinking of. Naruto nodded as he drove off as the occupants sat in silence. It was bugging her a little, so she ended up breaking the ice. I'm guessing you don't go out quite often. You seem rusty on dating. Guessed the botanist. I'm going to be honest with you, Pam, but I've never went on a date before. She recoiled at the man next to her in surprise. She actually thought that a man like him must have had a few relationships. Not believing for a moment, she asked one simple question. Are you telling me the truth? The car slowly came to a stop at a red light before the former shinobi sighed and looked directly into her emerald eyes. Yes, I am Pam. To tell you the truth, I never had the chance to go out when growing up, and I tried before I left my previous home. Ever since, I never bothered going out until tonight. The two lapsed in silence as the car started moving again before Pam decided to ask again on what was going on in her mind. Why? Why didn't you have the chance to go out when you were younger? Surely you could have gotten at least one date, Pamela said in a slightly demanding tone. This got him to think a little before filtering and changing a little from his childhood so he won't reveal his whole past. Well, as you know, I was born an orphan and my parents died the day I was born, he said as he could tell she was nodding. What I didn't tell you was what went on in my childhood before I left that home. You see that I was picked on and was ignored for several years. I tried to get the attention of others through pulling pranks and wearing a Kill Me orange jumpsuit. Sorry, but you wore a Kill Me orange jumpsuit? Pam questioned as she ended up interrupting him. Yeah, I did. It was one of the only forms of clothing I could get. Pam wanted to say something but didn't want to interrupt his explanation. I was practically an outcast because of my combination of hair and eye colors along with my birthmarks. Was considered a freak for a while by a lot of kids my age till I turned 12 to 13 years old, and that caused me to be self-conscious and not become confident enough to try to ask others out. Even people older than me considered me an outcast. Pam got pretty drawn into the conversation and was wondering what the hell was going on at his home that made him like that. There was one girl I tried asking out time and time again, but she was interested in this duck-butt-haired asshole we were classmates with because he was so cool and emo and whatnot that it drove me insane. Didn't help that a lot of the other girls my age was interested in the same guy and he just outright ignored them. Most of the time, me and a few other guys I eventually became friends with called him gay behind his back for not being interested in girls. Naruto said with a slight chuckle in remembrance of Kiba, Choji and Shikamaru. So I ended up wanting to go out with not only her but others. Surprise, surprise, it didn't work out and eventually I decided to no longer be interested in dating. Besides, I didn't have to date that young, I could have been at fault for that bit. Pam, feeling slightly depressed on what she heard, couldn't help but simply respond. I'm sorry to hear that, Naruto. I didn't know. Hey, it's okay. It's all in the past. Let's just try to focus on the present, shall we? But there is one question that is now bugging me. Which is, he said, drawing out for the response. If you haven't gone out on even one date, then what is up with you writing the Ika books? It's just that you had a lot of great descriptions and details put into them, and I thought. Pam said, trying to think of what to say. That I had done the deed is what you're implying. She nodded at his response. Well, to simply put it, no. I never done it with anyone before. With those books, they were actually written by my godfather. Same with my Gutsy Ninja story. The Arashi Rasen story was all me. And before you ask, my godfather gave me the rights for his books since he died before getting them out there. So I had them published so I can honor his memory. Naruto said with some half-truths. It was true in most aspects that after Jiraiya died back in Naruto's home reality, he had given Naruto full rights to his works and in turn the earnings. So when he got into this world, he decided to use those rights to get the old super pervert's works out there for the world to enjoy. I see. It is good to know of that, and you have done such a thing. Thanks. It means a lot hearing on that. After a few more minutes of driving, Naruto pulled up in front of one of the fanciest restaurants in Gotham that was a few stories high. Well, I must admit, Naruto, this is certainly a great place to go to on a first date, she said, examining the quality of the mere entrance of the restaurant. Well, I'm glad this is going good so far, the former shinobi said as he got out the car and went around to Pamela's side to open her door and offered his hand. Once she got out, he laced his arm with hers as the silverette handed the cabbie his keys. Even though you said you haven't gone out on a date, you sure know what to do so far, the botanist said in a teasing tone, making it sound to him that he was lying about before. Sometimes when I come on by here for business dinners, I end up seeing other couples do this, so I had to mimic honestly. They soon made it to the podium and Naruto told the man of their reservation spot. From there they made their way to their table for the evening right by the window, seeing a lot of Gotham with their surroundings very lavishly set up around them. If I haven't said this before, I might say it now that I'm most impressed. The red-haired beauty stated, admiring the mixing colors with the floral decorations. You're welcome, Pamela. I wouldn't want to do anything less at the moment. His date chuckled a little as a waiter approached the two, giving them 2 menus. Hello, sir. Madam. I shall be your waiter this evening. May I start you off with some refreshments? Of course, Naruto said as he looked over to the drink section of his menu. Mind giving us some red and white wine? I would also like some water with lemon and lime for the both of us. The silverette said, getting the waiter to nod on the selection. Right away, sir. I shall bring you some bread to start you off. The waiter said before heading off to get the drinks. It didn't take long for the waiter to come back with the 2 wines in an ice bucket and with 2 glasses. He set the glasses both down and poured their glasses full before setting the bottles down in the ice bucket. He went back to grab the requested waters, and once he returned, the waiter pulled out a notepad. Are you ready to order yet? I think so. Naruto glanced at the menu. I'll have a chicken Caesar salad with a Cajun chicken Alfredo pasta. And you, my lady? I shall have a Greek salad with a vegetarian platter. Very well. The waiter retrieved the 2 menus and left the 2 once more. The 2 were silent as both of them were sipping their drinks and eating some bread. Meanwhile, as the 2 were chatting before their dinner arrived, they were unaware that at the moment, they were being spied upon by a very wanted, murderous male. Minato Namikaze. And as to why that was so, easy. Recognition, of course. Now, it's rather simple really why he would want his image to be recognized. He wants work. What? A man can't want some good references for some honest Takami work. Granted bloody work, but work all the same, not like he was adverse to a little murder anyway. But it couldn't just be any murder. Oh no, it had to be someone special. Someone influential. Someone powerful. Someone larger than your average Joe, ladies and gents. Someone that has become quite the celebrity in the past few years. Hence his current target, Naruto Uzumaki. And all he has to do is die. Hee. Let the spectacle commence. White teeth flashed manically as a glowing hand slowly aimed its way to its oh-so-lucky target. The air snapped and hissed as energy warped and gathered around the black and gold-clad limb. Arcing and twisting ever so archaically around him, the man's smile widened as the show of power pulsed in anticipation, reveling in the concept of release from his body to a more vulnerable fleshy conductor. Well, who was he to let it stay longer than it wanted? Back with the date. So he looks to me and asks, well, guess she didn't like the present. Naruto smiled to his date, sending her into a fit of giggles. What? But how did you get the pony inside of her office? I can be very persuasive, Pam. Persuasive enough to get a pony. In a small one-person office room. On the 5th floor of the building. Without her or anyone noticing. He smiled. Yep. By this point her giggles couldn't be contained as she laughed unabated, tears beginning to gather in the corners of her eyes as she shook in mirth. That is he either the most funny thing someone has done to someone or the most well-told lie I have ever heard. Ha, you doubt me? He gasped. In shock. Well, Ms. Isley, I will have you know that when it comes to pranks I never lie. Embellish a little, most certainly, but never lie. Though before he could continue, however, all the lights in the restaurant suddenly went off, causing a brief scream of panic from some frightened guests, and though he and Pamela weren't as frightened as some, they were a tiny bit concerned, until at least the restaurant's manager eased the gathered customers with a few choice words. Unfortunately, their reliefs were short-lived, however, because the moment the manager left, the darkened room was suddenly filled with a wave of killing intent. In response, the majority of the entire restaurant started to quiver in fear, while the minority, which was just Naruto, Pam and a handful of dinner groups, were able to not be affected. It didn't take long for the conscious people to know where the source came from, as one of the windows inwardly broke with a shadowy figure coming through it. Rising from a crouch, people assumed it was Batman, but they were wrong as yellow electricity started to emanate from the man to reveal his form that only Naruto could guess to recognize. This reality's doppelganger of his birth father, the Thunder God Assassin. From the assassin's attire was a black leather jacket, with the hood pulled back, and pants with belts wrapping through various parts of his body with yellow lightning designs put on there. Seems that he should have prepared a bit better to Kurama's warning, and now it's gonna be biting him in the ass. Well, hello good sirs and madams, I am this night's entertainment for you all. For my main trick for you to witness the murder of Naruto Uzumaki before your very eyes. Minato yelled out in odd glee as he channeled electricity into his hands and started blasting randomly all over the place, causing panic for the patrons. Naruto reacting fast, he pulled Pam down to the ground from an incoming shot. Pam, I'm going to draw his attention. While I'm doing that, I want you to try to get others out of here. Naruto said in a stern voice, causing Pam's eyes to widen. Are you crazy? He'll kill you. She barely yelled out due to other people causing a lot of the noise. He's here for me and I don't want anyone else to get caught in the crossfire. He said as he tried to get up, but a firm grip on his wrist tried to make him stay. You can't, Naruto. Please. The botanist said as tears started to pool in her eyes. I can't, Pam. I'm sorry. Please, for this one time, do as I say. At this, she hesitantly nodded despite not wanting her date to get killed. As I give the signal, I want you to start getting people out of here as best as you can. Will you do that? He said as a few other bolts of electricity zoomed past them. Why, yes. The publicist looked on the ground and saw various silverware lying around due to the commotion, and acting swiftly he sped towards them and gathered what he can before taking precise aim at the electrical-themed assassin. As Minato was being distracted of laughing his ass off while throwing various blasts, he didn't notice a kitchen knife stabbing him in the knee and another one cutting deeply into his cheek. Gah! He grunted loudly as he held his face and pulled the knife out of his leg. Who the fuck did that? He didn't get a response as the silverette threw more silverware at his assailant, trying to get some hits, but because of the assassin being alert now, it would be a little harder. So he would need to use the dark to his advantage as best as he can. While this was going on, Pam was getting a lot of the patrons out of the restaurant and kept on looking back in worry. Naruto was ducking through various electrical blasts and kept throwing silverware but was running out of ammunition. He knew he couldn't keep doing this forever and was wishing he still had his chakra so that the fight could have been easier. For now he had to try to be smart in his coming approaches. Looking around in the barely lit room, he saw some fallen chairs and smiled a little on a little improved weapon idea. Minato was getting sick and tired on this little game of hide-and-go shock, as he wanted to get his kill done and over with so he can get recognition of killing yet another celebrity. Now where the fuck are you, kiddo? All I want is to have some fun as I roast your body from the inside out. He said in frustration before having his face be assaulted by a chair. Not giving the thunder-themed assassin a second to breathe, the former shinobi jumped out of his hiding spot with broken chair legs on hand to smack his father's counterpart in rapid succession. There you are. I was wondering where. Minato was quickly interrupted as his nose was soon broken by the rough end of a broken chair leg before another chair leg roughly hit his stabbed leg. You fucker. The blonde-haired man yelled as he staggered before throwing a bolt of electricity at Naruto. The silverette barely dodged before throwing one of the chair legs straight at Minato, who soon caught it. You're starting to test my patience here, you bastard. I thought that this was going to be a simple, quick and easy kill, but this is getting too cumbersome for my liking. He snarled as he electrified his hand, vaporizing the chair leg to ash in the effort. Using the same hand, he threw arcing bolts of electricity at his desired target. You know, for an assassin, you do talk a lot and not move that much. Did you fail Assassin Academy or something since you're doing such a piss-poor job trying to kill me? Taunted Naruto as he tried to, and continued to, get onto the Thunder God's nerves. I mean seriously, you are literally being a human target, punching bag just for little old me. Shut up and die already. I think you should go by the name, Turtle God, instead of Thunder God, as you are just so slow in the uptake. The former shinobi said as he tossed another chair that soon got blasted into pieces. Maybe you're compensating for being a little quick in your electrocutions. Don't worry, I hear it's quite common with men in your age bracket. Shut up, shut up, shut up, the assassin yelled in blind rage. If not, then that might explain why you can't get a date. That did it. Now Minato was literally exploding in anger. Will you just fucking die already? He was frantically looking around for his target when said target's date came into the room looking for her boy toy. Naruto. Everyone's out. Where are you? She called out, causing Minato to look at her in sadistic glee. Perfect. The blonde assassin yelled in his head and threw bolt of lightning at the red-headed woman. Pam. Naruto yelled out and ran from his cover towards his date to block the blast. As he soon reached her, he put his back towards her with his body spread out. Pam, noticing what was gonna happen, she closed her eyes as she screamed. Naruto saw the bolt of lightning come towards him with deadly accuracy, but when it almost hit him, it fizzled out like it was nothing. What? Was the shared thought between Minato and Naruto, and before anyone else could realize what happened, a pair of boots slammed against Minato's head, making him tumble to the floor and hitting the far wall. Minato was going to respond. He was soon showered with dust. Hey, cough cough, what the fuck is with cough this stuff? The assassin said in between coughs. Silicate dust. Completely electrical resistant. You're completely grounded. The shadowy man said before punching Minato's lights out and rendering him unconscious. Soon the lights flickered back on to show not only the result of the entire state of the dining room but also showed who had taken care of Minato. The Dark Knight himself, Batman. The caped crusader soon turned towards the one couple, with Naruto being tightly hugged by Pam, before he had outpulled nullifying power cuffs from his utility belt and placed them on Minato. With that taken care of, he walked towards them. Are you two alright? Batman asked. Yeah, we're fine. Just shaken up is all. Naruto said as he was rubbing and patting Pam's head to calm her down. I'm sorry that I couldn't get here sooner. I had another problem across town earlier and tried to get over here quickly. It's fine, Batman. I don't, and I guess the others, blame you at all. You did what you could. The publisher said as the Dark Knight nodded in response. Soon the police arrived and properly detained the thunder-themed assassin as medics soon followed to help the injured. Pam's apartment complex. After being questioned by both the police and Batman himself on what had occurred, Naruto and Pam were able to leave. Not wanting to spook Pam up more, he drove a bit slower and kept an eye out on the surrounding areas just in case something else popped up. Once reaching the complex, Naruto escorted Pam to her apartment door as they soon faced each other. Naruto, thank you for what you did earlier and saving my life. She stated as her mood was improving from earlier. Despite of what happened during dinner, or lack thereof, I am truly glad I spent it with you. I haven't enjoyed such an evening in such a long time. Same here, Pam. The publisher humbly said, though I did wish it didn't have to deal with that crazy loon trying to kill me. Pam gave her date a small smile to reassure him. Though Naruto was unconvinced, he decided not to pressure her. You know, Naruto, after what happened earlier with the attack and what you told me of your childhood, it seemed that we ended up having a little thing in common. She said, getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow on what she was getting. You see, I've had my fair share of suffering. Though the way you would possibly say it, I don't know how mine could compare to yours. Pam said, trying to collect her thoughts. While you never grew up with parents, I did, but it was never really a happy one. Taking a breath, she continued. My father was a violent man and took out his frustrations on both me and my mother. As a retreat from the abuse, we would go over to our garden and tend to it. It would always cheer me up even though my mother takes the majority of the abuse. She would always try to mask it, but I try to be happy for her. Pam said in slight nostalgia of those pleasant times as they were some of the happiest moments of her childhood. Naruto soon saw Pam's features darken as something was going to turn for the worse. Then one day my mother disappeared and I didn't know where she was at. I asked my neighbors if they have seen her, but they didn't know as well. Later I ended up tending to my garden in hopes of lifting my spirits up when I found her. At this point she was visibly shaking and Naruto hugged her as he soon felt some of his clothes starting to dampen. From remembering the bad memories to what happened earlier must have been too much for her. My father killed her in a drunken rampage one night when I wasn't at home. She said in between sobs. He buried her in our garden and when I found her face staring right back at me I screamed and my neighbors soon found out what happened. Pam, I'm so sorry that I made you remember those bad memories. Naruto said as he tried to calm her down. You didn't have to tell me if it made you feel uncomfortable. But I wanted to, Naruto. Pam said as she was calming down slightly. I just needed to get it off my chest. It's been so long since I talked about this and seeing you risk your life for everyone there brought those memories back up again. I understand, Pam. I understand it must have taken a bit for you to bring that up. He said as he felt her nod in his chest. Naruto. Will you stay with me tonight? She nervously asked, getting Naruto to widen his eyes slightly before they went back down. Sure. Feeling happy on his response, she fished her keys from her purse before opening the door to her apartment. Once inside, Naruto saw the interior and it seemed to fit Pam very well of the feel of nature. He kept on looking around the apartment, seeing the various forest and floral decorations and seeing the scientific journals on the coffee table. He didn't realize of how long he was looking when he felt a pair of arms circling him from behind. Did I keep you waiting? Pam said as the Uzumaki turned around to see Pam cleaned up of the little makeup she had on earlier and in green floral-themed pajamas. Nope, he said as he kept glancing at the apartment. I like it here. Seems very homey, reminds me a bit of my childhood in some aspects. Well, thank you. So would you like me to sleep on the couch? I'm fine there if you want. Naruto said as he gestured the furniture next to him. Nope, you'll be sleeping in the same bed as me tonight. But I thought I was going to be sleeping on the couch. Well, I feel unsafe from tonight and you did say you would stay with me for the night. What better way for my protector to be right next to me, keeping me safe as I sleep? Pam said with a coy smile before frowning slightly. Unless you don't want to. No, I do want to keep you safe tonight. I just didn't know you would have wanted to do it that way. He said as he was starting to get red in the face. He was then led towards the bedroom and saw Pam go underneath her covers fully. Naruto saw the connecting bathroom and went in there to undress wearing just his boxer shorts and white undershirt. Once getting out he went to the bed and slipped under the covers but edging towards the end of the bed to give Pam enough space. Well, good night, Pam. Naruto said as he closed his eyes before he felt the bed shift and Pam drag him close to her. Good night, Naruto, she said to the surprised publisher as his blush soon returned. What the former shinobi doesn't know, due to the darkness of the bedroom, was his companion was blushing like crazy due to the position they are in. Pam was feeling very nervous on what she had done but took courage to do so. With the sound and rhythm of his strong heartbeat was starting to calm her down and getting her to fall asleep quickly. As for Naruto, he couldn't help but breathe in her floral scent that made him feel drowsy and soon succumb to slumber. Both were in a state of blissful sleep, unaware of what will happen from here on out due to the actions earlier that night. Unknown location. A pair of doors opened in a darkened room with two sources of light present, one from the moonlight coming from the windows and the other being from a lamp on a desk. At said desk was a man doing some paperwork with a pot of tea not far from him. Sir. The man at the door said. Yes, what is it? I'm here to let you know that the Thunder God has been captured. This got the man at the desk to hum in response at the latest news. Well, it seems that Minato, our fallen member, has finally gotten himself captured due to his stupidity. The barely lit man said as he took a sip of his tea. Letting his arrogance getting the better of him. It seems that way, sir. He has always been erratic and unstable. Reason why I had to let him go from our services. The man said before bringing his head up towards the man at the door. So tell me, where did this happen? In Gotham City, sir. I see. It seems the Batman has taken care of a nuisance of mine. I might return him a favor at some point. The man said as he was about to go back to his paperwork. I'm afraid it wasn't the Batman, sir. Though he was the one who detained him, it was someone else who defeated Minato. This got the barely lit man to look up in confusion and slight interest. Really? So tell me, Al-Awwal, who had done the deed? The man questioned. The first. Reports say it was the founder and head of Spiral Publishing residing in Gotham City, goes by the name Naruto Uzumaki. Al-Awwal said to his master. Interesting. You may go. By your leave, Roz. The first said as he left and closed the door to the demon head's office. It seems that my daughter's old friend has finally caught my attention. Seems you have surprised and truly gotten my interest now, Naruto. Roz said, drawing out a smile. Let's see what else you have in store. The morning rays started peeking through the curtains of Pamela's bedroom as it slowly crept towards the sleeping woman's face. Groan. Goo away. The botanist said as the brightness of the early sunrise started to stir the redhead. She wanted to move, but she was comfortable in position in her bed but felt that it was off. Soon memories started coming to the forefront of her mind as she remembered that Naruto slept right next to her last night with her head rested against his beating chest. Realizing what occurred, she opened her eyes in hopes of seeing his sleeping face, but it wasn't there. Having the need to get up now to see if he was still in her apartment, she soon called out his name. Naruto. Naruto, are you here? She yelled out in hopes of her voice reaching past her bedroom door as she stepped out of her bed. Hello. Pam called out once again after passing her bedroom door to see no one else there. She wandered around slightly still groggy from getting up just not too long ago before ending up on her couch. Falling down face first onto the pillow before she started to cuss and moan for no apparent reason on thinking she might have screwed up having Naruto stay with her for the night after their first date. Should I come back later? A voice called out from her mid-rant in her pillow. She soon lifted her head towards the entrance of her apartment to see Naruto dressed back from last night. Hi, I thought you left, Pam said as she cleared the dust from her eyes so she can focus more towards the Uzumaki. Well, yeah, I did. But then I came back. With breakfast. Naruto said as he held up a coffee tray with 4 cups of coffee and a bag of food. I figured it could have been the least I could do to make up for not having dinner last night. It's no yon problem. She said in a reassuring smile, making him smile back in return before turning his back towards her, putting breakfast on the kitchen counter. Well, I had gotten a venti cap latte, an Earl Grey tea, something with chai in the title, and a soy milk espresso. As for food, got some blueberry, poppy seed and cinnamon muffins since you told me they were your favorite. So it's pick and choose really. He called out, not noticing Pam frantically got up from her couch before slipping down on the ground in hopes of getting to the mirror nearby to fix herself up from cleaning up her face of any little eye crusts and not making her hair just as frizzy. Well, I'll be having the tea and the soy, Pam said as she walked towards him. Yes, thought you might say that. Naruto replied back before grabbing her desired drinks before waving his hands around, making her groan a little on the display. Oh god, you're a morning person. And here I thought I knew that already. Well, I wasn't always like that. Was so damn cranky whenever getting up from bed, but had to change all that when I was like 19. He thoughtfully said as she nabbed the coffees out of his hands with a slight glare before taking sips out of both. Well, sometimes how I tell my employees, always start your day like it was on purpose. Maybe I should follow that saying, but I don't think it'll work all that well. She said as she pulled back one of the chairs from the countertop before sitting down. Yeah, they sometimes say roughly the same thing back to me. Good to know. She ate bits of one of the muffins before taking sips of her desired drinks. So, just a random thought here, but why didn't you cook breakfast for the two of us? He gave her a look with his head tilted before answering. I was actually planning on doing that. When I got up, I looked through your pantry to make either pancakes or something. Boot seems you forgot to go grocery shopping as of late. Damn, I was hoping for a nice, home-cooked meal in the morning. Even better with him doing it for me. She thought before her mind started to drift to one little scenario of her catching him cooking breakfast with just an apron on. Possibly seeing his toned, naked form with most hiding behind the fabric. No. Bad Pam. Bad. Bad. She berated herself as she shook her head to get the thought out of her head. God. Why did she read Naruto's Ika Ika books if it was going to make her think that way? Now it's gonna be hard to not think of that whenever Naruto is possibly over here from now on. So, the publisher said, getting her to snap out of her thoughts pertaining a certain book series. What are your plans for the day? Thinking a little bit before said plans came up to her. Well, I have a few things to take care of today before I need to go to Louisiana tonight. Why you heading there? I'm going to be seeing an old colleague of mine to exchange notes. He and his wife been working on a bio-restorative formula that would solve any nation's food shortage problems. Really? Naruto looked at the botanist in surprise on hearing that. Man, that is awesome, Pam. Think of the possibilities that could do to the world and maybe save the majority of it. I know, she said with a small smile. It's a very noble goal he and his wife are doing, and from what I've been told they have been working on this for years. Last time I heard from them that they are roughly halfway done, and that was just last year. Wonder though what the progress is once I see them tomorrow. Why can't you just ask them over the phone? Well, as you can imagine, Naruto, the project's outcome will be extraordinary, possibly Nobel Prize winning. So the research has to be very top secret with only a small circle of people knowing. Ah, okay, he said as he finished up one of the muffins. But what about on your end with the exchanging process? Will it help out on your serum? I think so. Both of our goals are pretty similar, from mine being for the environment while theirs is on the food shortages, so I wouldn't think there would be any problems. She said with a shrug. So how long will you be gone? Possibly a few days. She soon gave him a questioning look. Why you ask? Well, I was wondering if I could make up for the ruined date last night and possibly have another one once you get back. I would love to, Naruto. Pam said with a smile with a little blush. Great. They soon finished up their meal and Pam had to finish getting ready for the day from taking a quick shower and getting dressed. Naruto didn't mind waiting since he decided to skim through some random scientific journals lying on her coffee table. He soon heard steps coming his way and turned around to seeing her in an orange button-up shirt underneath a brown business jacket and a black skirt that reached to her knees. Finishing up her attire was her wearing black, 1-inch heels and a pair of black-rimmed glasses with her hair tied back into a ponytail. You know you didn't have to wait on me. You probably have things to do at your publishing company. Oh, I know, but I didn't want to be rude and leave you here as you finished getting ready. Well, thank you. They soon exited her apartment, and in turn her building, to see the nice, sunny day outside. Man, the day seems to be really nice so far. The publisher said, stating the obvious. Yes, it is. She looked behind her to the direction of her first errand for the day. Well, I'm this way. And I'm that way. Naruto pointed towards the opposite direction where his car is parked at. Well, give me a ring later. Pam said before blushing a little on what she just spoke. I mean on the phone. Yeah, definitely will, Pam. He said with a chuckle. If you want, I can take you to the airport tonight. That'll be great. So what time should I stop on by? Flight's around 9 and we'll be landing over there around midnight. So you should pick me up around 7 so I can get through security on time. Sounds like a plan, Pam. Both soon realized they were a bit too close to each other and didn't know what to do for the moment. Taking a chance, Pam decided to be a little bold and give him a quick peck on the cheek, but Naruto turned his head slightly, making her kiss him on the lips. Both didn't move at all on the sudden action, but that didn't say they didn't enjoy it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, she frantically said, waving her hands around a little with a growing blush. And no, it's fine, Pam. I didn't mind actually, Naruto said as he looked away with a faint blush while scratching his whisker marks. They didn't say anything for several more seconds until the Uzumaki broke the small tension. Well, I'll pick you up around 7, Pam. Have a nice day. See you then, Naruto. Both walked to their destinations with Naruto still focusing on the feeling on his lips of the slight, nice tingle, while Pam seemed to have a slight skip to her every other step. Once reaching his car and heading towards his firm, Naruto couldn't help but think, this might be the start of a good day. Took him roughly 20 minutes to reaching work, and once he got inside, he got an odd feeling that something might happen at a sudden moment. Didn't help a little when he got to his office and saw that Jillian wasn't there. Maybe she went to use the restroom, he thought before he opened the door and saw someone in there sitting on his office couch. Finally. Took you long enough. I didn't know if you were not going to show up, the person said, showing their face to Naruto. Oh great. Her. He thought as yet another person had shown up that Kurama warned him about. Riptide, this reality's doppelganger of his mother. She looked very similar to the mother he talked to when he was training under Killer Bee to control Kurama's chakra, and her chakra echo came to chat with him. The only difference between the two were the eyes and hair. While his mother had royal purple in color and the hair going to her lower back, Riptide here had sea green colored ones and the hair down to her chin and the shade was slightly darker. Riptide got up from her seat and Naruto took on her appearance that she wore a loose sweater with the neck of it going up to the base of her head while also wearing loose pants. He looked further down and saw a slight difference on the attire of her shoes were metallic in nature, almost armor-like actually. With how she presented herself, she was pretty much on the alert at a moment's notice for the attack on either the giving or receiving end. Well, sorry, I had a rough night last night and I wanted to sleep in late this morning. Naruto said in a half-truth. What he didn't want to just give her the full excuse on why he was late coming in today from his usual time. So just wondering, but why are you in my office? To talk to you, obviously. You could have set up an appointment with my assistant instead of coming here all of a sudden. Well, I don't like waiting, just so you know. I can tell. Yeah, that might be a similar comparison between the two counterparts. Both of them are pretty impatient and even the way they express it is the same. But in all honesty, I ask again. Why are you here for me? What have I done that has gotten your attention? The only response he got was he quickly bringing her hand upwards as something shot out of the sleeve of her sweater and went towards his head. He ducked to the side as he had to roll out of the way with several other projectiles flew to his position. Needing a slight way to defend himself threw several things in his office towards his mother's doppelganger, which she quickly sliced in half with a water dagger. Looking back to his previous positions quickly, he realized that she really does have water-based abilities, with all he found was little puddles of water. Taking the advantage of his slight distraction, she closed onto his position and sent a few kick towards his stomach, sending him to his desk, sending several things on it off. She brought her arm down with her water dagger, which Naruto brought his arm up to block and keep it from advancing. I'm just here to ask a few questions, Naruto Uzumaki. Well, you're not doing a good job in first impressions, he said with a grunt as he tried to keep her dagger away from his face. He used his unoccupied arm and punched his assailant's side in hopes of distracting her, but he ended up hitting armor underneath. Not letting up, despite his hand's pain, he kept on punching to possibly get her off. Naruto kept struggling as the dagger got closer to his face and needed to maybe use another punch towards her face or else he will die soon. As he was about to send her a punch to her haymaker, his fist was enveloped in some energy of sorts that seemed to spark in his hand, but didn't notice this until his fist came into view, punching Kushina away from him. She stumbled away from him, feeling a burn of sorts on her face, and subconsciously brought her other hand to it to use her water to heal the burn. Naruto went up to her and kicked her away from him, making her end up towards the door. Now, Riptide, why the hell did you attack me and what was all that about? I just wanted to know why you had such descriptive details on me and several others I know about, she said with some pain in her voice, which would go away soon. I did state in my book, any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental, he said in with a huff. You should really read the fine print. I call bullshit. There are some people I closely know that have a lot of the same personality descriptions down to a T, and I don't consider that coincidental. She responded back with a glare. Even with some of the illustrations you did for your novel, I don't have to answer that. Like I said before, that anything I had written down and drew for my work I did by chance and didn't even know about anyone I was writing was actually alive at some point, he told in half-truths. Naruto knew that he might meet some other doppelgangers of people he knew from back home. Reason why he put that little disclaimer in his novel for safety's sakes if said people decided to come find him and ask questions. She glared at him for a few more moments before softening up and went into a relaxed position. I believe you, for now. Don't think that I will let this one go, since something tells me that something else is going on, Kushina said as she opened up the door to his office. She paused before turning back and pulled something out from underneath her sweater. Naruto tensed for a moment for an upcoming attack until he saw what was in her hand. One of his orange edition copies of Ika Ika. While I'm here, mind if you could autograph this, please? She asked before looking away with a little blush. Despite the situation, I actually like this piece of work here. Sighing on what just happened, he went up to her and signed her copy of Jiraiya's work before she thanked him and left. As she did, Naruto saw some places on his office walls glow and disperse into water. The silver-haired male had a guess that it must have been some water magic of sorts, and that bit of magic on his walls could have soundproofed the room. Looking around his office, he remembered the mess the fight caused and he decided to get things cleaned up. Later, Gotham Highway to airport. So are you sure you have everything you need? We can go back now to pick up anything you missed at your apartment, Naruto questioned Pam as he was driving her to the airport. After cleaning up his office, which was pretty quick with a handful of items needing to be replaced, Naruto ordered one of every children's book his company has and sent them to Cat at National City. He guessed that Adam will enjoy having those books as some form of make-up presents for him missing several years of his young life so far. Naruto will get the phone call or at least an email in a few days' time that she got the large package of reading material. Aside from taking care of everything else on today's to-do list, he had to make enough time to get over to Pam's apartment to pick her up for her trip. It was not easy trying to sort everything out on what he could quickly work on while what could be put towards tomorrow's workload. He hoped that this wouldn't be a trend that'll often happen. Once he got to Pam's apartment just in time, Naruto saw Pam at the doorway with a duffel bag and a laptop bag around her shoulder. Helping her putting her luggage in the trunk of his car before making their way to the airport wasn't that much of a deal but couldn't help to be concerned and paranoid for her. Naruto, you don't have to ask me that after the first time you know. I know Pam, I just didn't want you to miss anything important for your trip and would suck if you ended up remembering it at either the airport or once you're over there. Happened to a friend of mine when I used to live in Metropolis that she forgot to bring some important documents for one assignment as soon as she got to work. Literally went nuts and made me go get it for her. He said as remembering one of the few times Lois forgot to get some assignments done on time for Perry. Man, that experience was not pleasant. You know, I would like to hear about you living at Metropolis sometime. I feel left out not knowing much on your past. The botanist said with a cute pout making the Silverette cringe slightly. I can be fine talking about my Metropolis years, Pam. You have my word on that. Of course it'll be brought up once you come back if that's fine with you. Good to know. With that she dropped the matter as they soon pulled up to a stop at the airport drop-off point. He got out of his car and went to the trunk to grab her luggage as she got out seeing the various people entering and exiting the place. Have a good trip, Pam. Naruto said with a small smile. Hope your research over there turns out well with. You know you didn't tell me their names. Oh right. Well their names are Linda and Alec Holland. She responded back. And yes I hope this trip does well to further my research and possibly the same with theirs. They kept staring into each other's eyes and didn't realize how long they were doing this action. Him seeing every detail of her beautiful emerald eyes while she inspected his intense, hazel eyes. I'll miss you, Pam stated as she looked away with a slight blush. Same, Naruto responded as he kept the heat from his face down. Neither one of them knew who did the action first, but she pulled the other into a kiss that was soft and brought back the tingles back to the couple. Unlike their first kiss being an accident and brief, this one felt like something was missing coming back to them after so long with how it felt. It was starting to grow as Naruto wrapped his arms around her lower back as she hung her hands around his neck. Slowly, Naruto felt Pam's tongue asking for entry as he opened up slightly giving her the opportunity. Their tongues slowly danced and both parties started to savor their tastes like it was their last. They slightly breathed through their noses taking in their scents, which made things more pleasant for the two. Sadly, their kiss would have to come to an end as they had to break away to get air into their lungs, leaving a small trail of saliva connecting the two before it broke. They opened their eyes to see each other's massive blushes from not just their slight suffocation, which they didn't mind, to their first intimate kiss they just shared. That was, she tried to say as she sucked in some air and cool herself off. Yeah, he wasn't any better either. They would have gone to back into their kiss but someone was honking from behind making them break their physical contact to realize they need to get going. Well I'll see you later Naruto. Pam said as she tried looking away from him but couldn't with their recent action stuck in her mind. Same here. He responded back as she picked up her things and headed towards the airport to get checked in and go through security. As she walked off, he couldn't help but worry about her now if something might happen while she is away. He hadn't felt like that since last night when Minato was going to kill her. With that, lightning blast. Wait. Why did that disappear in the first place? He thought. While I'm at it, what was that thing that came up with Riptide earlier? His thoughts started to make him more curious than he realized and decided that he needed to see an old furball for some answers. Naruto went into his car and entered but not before looking at Pam, going past the entryway, one last time. With that, he drove off to search for Kurama. Later, Kurama's office. You know Kurama, Naruto said as he was staring at his former tenant, it's not easy trying to find your place of business. It would have been better if you could have given me a card or something to help find you better. After dropping Pamela off at the airport and giving her a nice goodbye, he went to find Kurama. He had one hell of a hard time trying to find the guy since there was no reference for him to follow. It took him an hour at best before he saw Kurama, by sheer dumb luck, entering a building. He had to use his old shinobi skills, minus the chakra, to infiltrate the building and find the Buji turned human. Now here he is with one woman standing not far off from Kurama while the other person was hiding somewhere but can't place where exactly. The one visible woman was a tanned woman with platinum blonde hair in a pixie haircut in a black, women's business suit with a green tie. She did seem normal if it was just that, but the details that stood out were the tattoos sticking out from the shirt's collar along with the woman's eyes being very similar to a certain perverted, pale snake with the yellow slitted eyes. Well, if I did make it easy, then a lot of my competition would find me easily and cause me problems early on. But for this one time I decided to let you find me so we could chat. Replied the hybrid as he was going over paperwork without looking up to the silverette. Yeah, I'll talk about your place of business a little later, but first I want to talk about this. Naruto said as he held out his hand and focused a little as purple and blue sparks came to life in his hand before an sphere of blue and purple fire surrounded his entire hand. Ah, I was wondering when you will realize you had that. Kurama said as he stared at the trick in Naruto's hand. When did you know? Don't play dumb, Kurama. When did you know I had this? The publisher demanded before he shook his hand to fizzle the sphere away. When I last saw you at the gala, Naruto. You were clenching your fist really hard to draw blood, but as soon as it left your skin it evaporated away. I felt something coming from that form, it being alive, yet at the same time it wasn't. He explained to his former landlord. So then what is it, furball? Well, for one, it's not chakra. Yeah, no shit. I noticed that when I tapped into this when I fought Riptide earlier today. Other than that, I absolutely have no idea. This is absolutely all new to me in all my years of existence. I have never seen that sort of thing ever, or else I would tell you right here and now. Really, you're just gonna tell me just like that, rabbit ears? Naruto said to get a jibe out of Kurama. All he got was a slight eye twitch on the little comment while getting the other two occupants in the room to laugh a little. Seriously, you had rabbit ears, Kurama? The platinum blonde woman said while getting Naruto to tell she must have had a heavy Hispanic accent before getting it adjusted. That might explain on him rutting like one every night with us. Came a voice from underneath the desk, getting Naruto to facepalm. Seriously? You are doing that now, here of all places? The silverette muttered. Well, you say that as if it was a bad thing. Oh, just shut up and get her up from that position. Sigh. Fine. Well, Anko, you heard the man. The hybrid said as he pushed his chair back and zipped himself back up. When hearing the name, Naruto had a sinking feeling on who he will soon meet next in the doppelganger list. Yeah, the woman said as she got up from under the desk, confirming his suspicions. If it wasn't for the attire being very similar to the platinum blonde woman, then she would pretty much be a perfect semblance to the Anko he knew back in his home reality. Nice to meet ya, Naruto. Name's Anko, at your service. She said in a chipper tone that the silverette knew all too well. Kurama. Does she? Yes, she does have the blood-licking fetish. Let's move on. The hybrid said in an exasperated tone. So, what should I do now with this power? The silverette asked. Well, since this is pretty much new to either one of us, then the proper way is train. Train. Yup. Research, train, meditate, rinse and repeat. It's what I would do in your position and possibly what other metas have done, I think. So might as well do that. Giving the human fox hybrid a look before accepting that little bit of logic while giving out a defeated sigh of sorts. Okay, so having that out of the way, mind telling me what is up with this place? With the guns and drugs? Ah, yes, that. Mind telling me how you became a fucking crime boss, Kurama? Well, if I told you, then you wouldn't really like it. I'm already not really liking this at the moment. Now tell me what I want to know. Naruto yelled out, not getting either of the other occupants in the room to be fazed by the outburst. Okay, fine. Well, if you must know, it was sometime after we had gotten to this world and we went on our separate ways. I needed a place to crash and needed to unwind some build-up anger on something after what happened to us before coming here. So I ended up following this one thug to his hideout and killed all of his buddies before tossing out all unwanted stuff in there at the time. Turned out when I was cleaning house, it was one of the places for a human trafficking operation. Kurama said, getting Naruto to frown on that bit but nodded for the hybrid to continue. So after I got the product out of the place and they went to do their own thing, I decided to just go through any connected businesses and things eventually led to finding the crime boss behind it all. Laughs, the Gato of this reality was still a piece of shit like the one back home. So once I killed him, I turned the entire business upside down and reformed it to my liking. Now before you ask, I'm staying away from school zones and kids since I don't want to deal with any of that shit. Kurama said to get that out of the way. So what are you just trying to do exactly? Being a kingpin of crime in Gotham by taking out a lot of the competition? Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes if you want to take care of crime, you gotta control it. The hybrid said before seeing Naruto's look. Look, Naruto, I know this isn't a good kind of business given your past experiences with Wave and other missions in the past, but this is a necessary evil of sorts. If I want to help Gotham be a bit better than it previously was, then I need to have this business to take care of this problem. So what's up with these two? How did they get into your employ? Naruto asked, getting Kurama and the two bodyguard girls a questioning look. What? I'm just curious. Kurama soon adopted a thinking pose as he was pulling things from his mind to the forefront for how he got his two snakes to be with him. What? He is around 1,000 years old. Give the guy some slack on having a lot of memories to go through. It was roughly a year or so after I had gained my organization when some of my boys and I raided a shipment of exotic goods from another mob, thinking the merchandise dealt with more weapons, narcotics and museum artifacts as usual. We didn't realize it was at the time the one mob we were raiding was contracted by the Cobra cult to deliver a shipping yard container to another city after it docked at the harbor. Once we got access to the container, we were surprised of seeing these two inside of prototype cryopods. It took a while to access the pods, logs and get a rough layout on what they are. Brainwashed and experimented assassins to follow their contractors' orders and needs. After getting in contact through some of my informants, these assassins were kidnapped from either their homes or orphanages to be trained at a young age before being experimented on to become super assassins, or some stupid name that can't seem original. In a way, Naruto, they were probably put through a similar process as the root program back home. Explained the crime boss. Naruto narrowed his eyes and growled in disgust, thinking back to Sai when he told the Silverette what he was forced to do in the root program and how he dealt with it once Danzo was killed by Sasuke. He glanced at the two women and felt sympathy towards them on what they must have had to live with. Not wanting to deal with any further problems with them in my custody, I removed them from the pods while keeping them in a medical coma so I get the microchips in their heads removed. After waking up, they wanted to try to have a normal life, but things got complicated when cult members tried to get them back and were forced to kill them. Things lead to another and I ended up employing them into my services. And what about? Well, Anko, giving Foxy a blowjob. Anko blandly said, getting the Silverette to hesitantly nod. Yeah, what was that about? Oh, for sage's sake, Naruto, you're 25 years old and you published Jiraiya's porn, for crying out loud. You can say words of the sexual nature all you want now. Kurama said while rubbing his head in slight frustration. I mean, seriously, how innocent are you? Like I plan on telling you that, furball. Naruto muttered before focusing on the purple-haired assassin. So are you dating him, Anko? Yes, I am. Even roped Copy here into joining in our fun. She enthusiastically said, getting the platinum blonde to facepalm on her partner's enthusiastic nature. Anko. You don't have to tell everyone we meet that. It gets old and annoying. Copperhead said in frustration, getting a laugh out of the other snake assassin. So if I want to find you next time, Kurama, how can I contact you? The Silverette asked, drawing away from the snake's little banter. Well, unless your new source of power lets you hone onto others' life energies to make things easier to find me, then you have to do it the old-fashioned way or I contact you. Nodding at this information, he turned around to leave before waving the three goodbye. It easier getting out of the place with the guards not looking out for him while in alert. Naruto planned on possibly coming back here, but from what he could tell that this was a temporary facility for Kurama's operation and will be moved sometime after tonight. Well, seems I'll be pretty much having no free time anymore now. The publisher said as he was heading towards his car. He brought his hand up and focused a little, causing the fiery sphere to surround his hand like before. Now, I wonder what you can really do. Couldn't have asked for a better way to start the day, Naruto said to himself as he stared out of the window of his loft. He was currently wearing gray sweater with a pair of jeans with a cup of hot cocoa in hand. For the past several weeks Gotham wasn't able to get any snow at all, which was unusual for this time of the year, but last night it finally snowed and blanketed the city to make things right for the Christmas holiday. Hey, Christmas. Even after a decade being in this reality, he couldn't really wrap his head around Christmas all that well. Who would want to celebrate the birth of some prophet, son of a god that ended up adopting Kami knows how many pagan customs and whatnot to make Christmas one odd holiday? Well, obviously not a lot of people do, as they mostly get presents for friends, family and loved ones. Not really remembering on what the meaning of the holiday is all about. Being with those close to you and spending time together no matter how good or bad things are. Well, that's what Naruto had gotten out of it in his opinion. There is Hanukkah, Kwanzaa and the winter solstice to consider in this late time of the month and year, but let's not get into that now. Ever since Pam came back from her trip to Louisiana a little over a month ago, she became really happy on how it turned out. The possibility of improving her serum from what she had gotten from the Holland's information would push her current work ahead of schedule by Kami knows how long. So to celebrate, along with Naruto's promise, they went out on a date which turned out a whole lot better than their first one. After dating a few more times, the two considered themselves a couple and were doing what they can to learn everything about the other to keep things stable. Keeping his promise, Naruto had told Pam of his time living at Metropolis and interning at the Daily Planet where he befriended Lois Lane and Cat Grant. It helped fill in certain stories that Pam was feeling left out on, knowing full details on. Pam, in turn, told Naruto everything she knew about her botanist mother, who taught her everything she knew on flora. She also told Naruto about her father and on him ending up killed in a prison riot a year into his sentence. Pam admitted that when she was younger she had wanted to kill her father in revenge for her mother but got over it as her father got what he deserved. This helped bring them closer with trusting each other better as they started learning more about each other's history. Well, as much Naruto could tell in half-truths on his part. During the past several weeks, Naruto had signed on a few new authors into his publishing firm, like a spy thriller-themed writer with the pen name Rick Castle and a fantasy writer that went by the name American McGee. Their first books had hit and left shelves in an instant, making them pretty popular in various circles. Other books came out in the next in line of other successful series the firm was publishing, from the Game of Thrones, Indiana Jones, Daring Do, a friendlier, kid version of Indiana Jones, and Metal Gear series respectively. End result, the company was going to be making bank in the holiday season. In turn, and as per usual, Naruto had closed the business for Christmas Eve and day so everyone can be with their families. If that was just what happened in the past weeks for the former shinobi, then it would have been pretty simple, yet boring. Well, that's what most people would think. Ever since Naruto talked to Kurama about his new power, he had been training every day to figure things out on what he can currently do. He was still physically fit and both his reflexes and agility were still as good when he was younger despite being powerless. For his training regimen for his power, he started out on what Kurama suggested: meditate and search for what he can find. Well, he did find something, and yet nothing at all like it was a void of sorts. On the first day, when he really got into his meditation though, was an interesting one. Flashback. Okay, let's see what I can hopefully do here, Naruto said to himself in his living room. He had cleared a lot of the furniture and the surrounding items to a different part of his loft so that he possibly won't destroy any of his stuff. Naruto was in a meditative pose after seeing what he had found, or somewhat lack thereof, before closing his eyes to find it again and see if he can tap into it, unlike focusing the energy into his hand to make the hexagonal sphere with electricity. That bit was just focusing some anger in the fight with Riptide to just survive and just wanted to survive, so he will focus on that later. For now, baby steps. Once he tapped into that void in himself, he slowly felt lack of the floor underneath him, causing Naruto to open his eyes, seeing himself going through the floor without damaging it. Crap, the Uzumaki thought as he tried to scramble to get back up, but he fell right through, landing onto the loft below. Ow, that's gonna be sore for a while, he said to himself since he landed on his lower back hard. Shizune, is that you? A female voice called out, causing Naruto to pale. He looked around to find a door so he could hide or get the hell out of the person's loft quickly before a misunderstanding occurred. Shizune, the voice called out again in confusion before landing her eyes on the silverette. Naruto turned around and saw a black-haired, pixie-cut woman with bright, green eyes and only a towel wrapped around her to hide her modesty. Possibly since she just got out of the shower. In a moment's notice she screamed, "Pervert! Wait, it's just a misunderstanding," he called out frantically as he didn't want to get in serious trouble here. In his bit of fear he didn't notice his hands glow slightly, but he did see the woman's eyes glow for a few moments, causing her to pause. Wait, why am I in my living room? She questioned herself, causing Naruto to look at her in surprise. She kept looking around the room and kept looking at Naruto, but there was no response at all. What just happened? The former shinobi thought before moving around a little and coming up close to her and waving his hand over her face, but there was no response. The woman scratched her damp head in confusion. Must have been something but can't quite place it. She shrugged before heading back to her bedroom. Wonder where Isis is. Think it's feeding time for her. Not taking a chance to ask what just happened, Naruto quietly went to the loft's entrance and exited as quickly as he can. But what he didn't know was that he didn't give out a sound as he closed the door, even though a green-eyed, black cat stared at him in confusion on what occurred. Flashback end. After that little incident, Naruto decided he would need to be more careful now if he was going to be training on his powers. When he got back to his loft he was thinking through on what he just did and guessed that his void power had several branches of abilities connected to it, like memory manipulation, that made one think he wasn't there and seem invisible for a set period of time. When trying that ability out again one night by going to a bar and causing a fight, he worked on manipulating the memory of one guy and later several that he wasn't there at all. The little kicker that made him either laugh or just be annoyed as hell was his phasing ability, that he was able to go through objects now or even let objects go through him. That must have been the ability that fake Madara had back in his home reality, since it reminded him so much of how he was able to do his stupid whack-a-mole jutsu and other stuff in past fights. Even during other times in the past month, that ability tended to go off at the oddest times, that he would either phase through his chair in the office or his pants phased off of his waist and ended up showing his boxers to the world. The later ended up happening in an elevator with a mother and her troubled son that was causing some annoyance. Naruto's pants went down and the mother assumed her son was to blame before she apologized to the publisher. Naruto eventually learned he had a silencing ability one morning that he couldn't sleep well one night and the sound of his alarm clock got too annoying for his liking and he subconsciously turned the noise off. He didn't realize he slept in and was late for work but checked out his alarm clock once he got back. The Uzumaki thought his alarm was broken but it was working just fine, especially once he turned the noise back on. That he realized he must have made a sound barrier around his alarm clock. Once he had gotten those three abilities under control, he started focusing on that one hexagonal sphere thing again and found out it was a part of a barrier-like attack of sorts. It was hard to figure out its capabilities but over the past weeks he got a hang of it, mostly. Naruto went by a random alleyway on one of his days off and wanted to see if he had any defensive capabilities from his void powers and decided to climb up the fire escape to make guesses on how well he could handle the falls. Suffice to say it hurt like a fucking bitch. Flashback. Fucking hell. Naruto thought as he got up for the upteenth time from the ground as he was failing miserably on getting his defensive capabilities to work. His arms were getting sore and bruises were forming underneath his clothes but he didn't know they were slowly fading away. Think I should call it an afternoon now and head back home. He muttered as he dusted himself off and walked out of the alleyway. Well, he tried to walk out of it when someone stepped in front of the opening of the alleyway. Hand me your wallet and nothing will happen. The mugger said as he aimed a handgun towards the publisher. Naruto saw that the guy seemed shaky as hell with his gun and guessed that this was probably the mugger's first attempt on doing this sort of thing. Hey, a mugger needs to start off sometime. Before Naruto could even grab his wallet, the mugger ended up shooting off a bullet. The bullet got close to Naruto, but it faded away. This seems familiar, he said to himself as he remembered the attack at the Rose Cafe with the lightning bolt about to kill Pam. The attack was close but it just disappeared all of a sudden. Naruto narrowed his eyes and saw a slight glare a little away from him of a hexagonal pattern. The hell? The mugger said out loud. He thought he missed the shot so he fired his gun several times. Each bullet got erased, or deflected before it got close to the silverette. Okay, this is getting annoying now, Naruto said as he walked up to the mugger and punched his lights out. After that, Naruto found a phone booth and called the police as an anonymous tip before he headed back home. Flashback end. After that happened, Naruto eventually guessed that his barrier was similar to Gaara's ultimate defense, in some manner of speaking. It would act accordingly if any harm was coming towards the publisher, but wouldn't really work if the harm was self-inflicting. Sure, he would have that odd healing factor of his now that it would either erase or fade the pain away, but that barrier would only work if he was attacked and focused on it if he wanted to. Naruto remembered that the odd hexagonal barrier had some electricity coming off of it and decided to test it out the next day, and this time he went to a junkyard. The Uzumaki focused the void energy into his hands and for some reason thought of his Rasengan and its variants before he lost his chakra. Deciding to test his little theory, he ran up to a broken refrigerator with his void Rasengan on hand and hit it, resulting with the object having a hole with some sparks coming off of the edges. He then focused again and threw his attack, which resulted just the same, but this time it exploded to show a white sphere with dark edges and purplish blue sparks coming off of it before it faded away. Naruto still had plenty of time to kill that day, so ended up checking out several sizes and strengths of his void Rasengans, that the smallest he could muster was the size of bullets or his old mini Rasenshuriken, while the largest was similar to his old big ball Rasengans. Though with the biggest ones caused some bit of strain on the publisher with having to put in a lot of energy into it, he decided to lay off on those. To finish off the training session, Naruto decided to let his imagination take over. He remembered back when the Thunder God attacked him and the former shinobi was out of throwing weapons that made him wish he could have had more. So Naruto thought of some throwing knives or something of the sort and focused in his hands. Some knives formed into his hand that looked like a sharp, silver-white cross with some black on some parts. He smiled when he felt the knives in his hands and started throwing them like in the good old days that made things interesting. He thought of one more throwing weapon to create, before calling it a day, which resulted in creating cards for some odd reason which had a particular symbol on it. Similar to the knives but towards the bottom looked like a heart was connected to the end, and it repeated on the card's background with one big one being the focus. Soon after creating the cards, they, along with the knives, dispersed into blackish smoke, making him realize that his constructs have limits with supplying power to them. Other times for the rest of the month, he kept on training on these abilities to at least be used to them before he attempted to figure out what else his power had in store for him. You have been staring out of the window for quite a while, Naruto. A voice called out from behind him, knocking him out of his thoughts. Sorry about that, Pam. I've just been reflecting on the holidays, he said to her as he turned around, seeing her on the couch wearing a purple sweater and a pair of black jeans that hugged her form nicely. Really? Why's that? Well, as you know, when I was growing up, I never really had any holidays to celebrate with, he stated, causing her to frown. Yes, I know, and I still feel horrible that happened to you. Sigh. I know, Pam. I know, Naruto said before continuing. I did enjoy some of it when I was in Metropolis when I was dragged along with Lois to spend time with her, Lucy and her general of a father. From what you told me of General Lane, that must have been some odd experiences back then. Pam said with a chuckle. Oh, definitely. He smiled as some memories flashed before his eyes. When I first met him that one Christmas, he thought I was Lois' boyfriend and actually whipped out his handgun on me. Yeah, that was not a pleasant experience with Lois and Lucy literally beating the shit out of their old man for doing that. When hearing that, Pam couldn't help but laugh hard when imagining a high-ranking general being beaten up by his own daughters. Of course, in the next year I was dragged over to Kat's place saying that it was her turn with me for the holidays. Naruto said, causing Pam to quiet down a little when hearing about his old blonde friend. When I got over there it was decent to a certain degree, but good God, her mother was practically a grade A picky bitch. He said as he rubbed his head on those set of memories. She was so nitpicky and correcting on everything. How Kitty Cat was able to handle her for most of her life is beyond his understanding. Hopefully you were able to settle Cat down, I take it? Pam asked as she got up to nab some more hot cocoa from the stove. Pretty much. She wished though she could not have gone to see her family that one year, but she had to go or else she wouldn't hear the end of it. Stuff with family pictures and whatnot was the reason. Though I did make it up to her by bringing her with when I went to visit the Lanes on the next Christmas. That was your last Christmas in Metropolis before your internship ended, right? The botanist asked. Yup. Both Kat and Lois made it more memorable by going a bit above and beyond from what they could muster, and I appreciated it dearly. The publisher said with a sad smile. Pam looked at her boyfriend with a small smile and could tell he misses his two friends a lot. Sure, he did call them every now and then in the past several weeks to see how things are, but it wasn't really the same. Naruto even called the two earlier before she came over to his loft and wished them a Merry Christmas, and hope they will enjoy their gifts from him when they open them tomorrow. Well, enough about that, Pam. What would you like to do today? We got the entire day to ourselves before dinner later. He asked, getting Pam to adopt a thinking pose. Well, despite not liking people cutting down trees for the holidays, I do enjoy seeing the Christmas lights at several places, and Jezebel Plaza is one of them. The redhead said before putting up a shrug. Other than that, I have nothing else in mind. Once hearing that, Naruto thought of what the two could do to kill time before it was time for them to head out to see the lights. He looked over to the side and saw his movie collection on the bookshelf. Maybe we could watch a few Christmas movies to kill some time. Naruto said as he pointed out his collection. You can even pick which ones you want to watch while we get the meals ready. Sounds good to me. She walked up to the collection and stared at several before pulling out 2 VHS tapes from their spots and shown them to the publisher. A Miracle on 34th Street and It's a Wonderful Life. Any particular reason why you chose those two? They were old favorites of mine when I was younger and used to watch them with my mother every Christmas. Pam said, getting Naruto to nod in understanding. Seemed a little sexist on the Wonderful Life film, but what do you expect with that film being pretty outdated along with 34th Street? I hear that. Besides, with what our plans are now going to be this evening, I would rather do those instead of watching It's a Wonderful Life when the TV stations air it tonight. She said with simple logic before she went over to his TV set and popped in the first film as the two went over to the kitchen to start making their meals. Time started passing by as the two enjoyed each other's company cooking their desired meals. They occasionally took glances at the film even though they are mostly listening to it while focusing a lot of their attention on their Christmas meal. For their planned meals, Naruto was having mashed potatoes, steamed vegetables, stuffing, and a small Christmas turkey. As for Pam, she was having chestnut and shallot tatans with mushroom and Madeira sauce along with some of Naruto's mashed potatoes and vegetables. By the time the two films were done and over with, their meals were done and ready to be consumed, since afterwards they will be walking off their meals. They had some light conversations during the whole thing and didn't have much else to talk about. As long as they were together, then nothing would seem dull. The sun was starting to set, meaning that the Christmas lights were going to be turned on very soon. So they grabbed their coats and scarves and headed out to one of the various locations they plan on going to this evening. Once exiting the building, they were walking to their first destination. Did you hear? I heard that the Joker escaped Arkham Asylum not too long ago. A random person said to another as Naruto and Pam headed towards them. Really? You think he'll do something today on Christmas Eve? The other person responded. Doesn't he have any family he would be with even after escaping? Well, to my knowledge, I think he doesn't have any. The first person said as the two people were soon left behind in Naruto's and Pam's trail. Well, that doesn't sound good to hear. Naruto said as he subconsciously held Pam closer to him, which she didn't mind at all. I know. I hope he doesn't cause any problems tonight. Pam muttered as they kept on walking. The two passed on by various stands and Naruto had stopped by a donation Santa to donate some of his money on hand. The man appreciated the gesture before going back to his own thing as he kept on getting donations soon after. Time has passed for the couple as they enjoyed the festivities of some caroling groups every block or so to seeing the various Christmas lights on display in the parks and plazas. They even passed on by the Gotham Entertainment Center where they had various Christmas trees on display for contests on which ones were more decorated and extravagant. Yeah, Naruto had to hold Pam back quite a lot when they went in there because of the murder of many trees for the sake of entertainment. Before long, it was time for them to head back to Naruto's loft with it getting much colder to their liking. Instead of walking back, they hailed for a cab to get them to their destination to turn in for the evening. It took a bit of time for them to get back, and once they were inside of the loft, the two got out of their warm clothing and decided to do their own thing. As Naruto was refreshing himself, he couldn't help but think he should get Pam something really special. Sure, he already got her a few presents, which the publisher can tell she will love, but he felt that he needs to give her more than just those gifts. But what exactly should it be? His mind was pretty preoccupied that he didn't realize on how long he was in the restroom that once he exited he noticed the lighting in his bedroom seemed different. Pam, is something going on? He questioned as he looked around for her and noticed a bit more that the bedroom had a bit more light in it despite it being dimly lit. The bedroom curtains were drawn out to reveal the full moon and some stars shining brightly despite the lights of the city below. Nothing is wrong, Naruto. I just wanted to set things right, Pam said from the closet door blocking his view of her. Setting things right? For what? Naruto drawled out as he soon saw a beautiful sight before him as Pam exited the blocked view from his closet. When did you get that, Pam? Naruto nervously stuttered as he roamed his eyes all over her form. Her hair was undone, making it appear like long waves reaching towards the middle of her back. She wore little makeup which consisted of faint green eyeshadow and green lip gloss that made her face more stunning. But what else she wore was what really stood out. She wore a green Christmas lingerie nightgown with a green Santa hat with white cotton on both pieces of the attire. Wearing this just improved her appearance more that she looked incredibly arousing when showing her flawless skin, her mile-long legs, and her firm breasts and buttocks. Oh this. Well, I got it a few days ago and I was saving it for tomorrow for you to open, but I just couldn't resist any longer, Pam said in a tone that made him hot under the collar. Well, he was in just his boxer shorts and a white t-shirt, so give him a break. So, do you like? She asked as she stood right in front of him, seeing him blushing hard. Not able to give a verbal answer, he nodded yes, which made her smile. Good, the botanist said as she held her hands towards each side of his face and pulled him down for a kiss. Lemon start. Their kiss was gradual at first, with it being sensual before Naruto wrapped his arms around Pam to get her closer for a more intimate kiss. The Uzumaki soon broke away from Pam before he turned his head down and targeted her neck. Every nip he delivered down the botanist's neck sent electric tingles coursing down her spine, and if he could look at her half-lidded, glassy eyes then he would tell she was enjoying the experience. In the past several weeks since they became a couple, they never went far in the physical portion of their relationship, with them just having soft petting in their makeout sessions, but they never gone past that point. It seems they will finally cross that boundary tonight. In his actions of leaving hickeys onto his moaning girlfriend's neck, he was turning her towards the bed and made her walk backwards till they both fell down onto its sheets. He released his hold on her before capturing her lips in a soul-searing kiss, which she fully accepted. He once again broke the kiss, seeing her pleasured look, and Naruto couldn't help but smirk on the view. Sorry if I didn't say this before, Pam, but I really love the gift, the publisher said in a tone that the redhead never heard before from him that seemed to resonate with her, causing the woman to shiver while still enthralled from the actions of her boyfriend-turned-lover. Even though she herself enjoyed being on the receiving end, Pam wasn't going to let Naruto have all the fun, even as she saw Naruto pull his shirt off, making her drool a little of how defined he was of the lean, compacted muscles. Quickly wrapping her legs around his waist, she used her surprise tactic to catch him off guard as she made them switch positions from her hovering over him and Naruto lying on the bed. The Uzumaki saw the predatory glint in her rich, forest green eyes and could tell she is going to have a lot of fun this evening. Pam leaned forward till her mouth was right next to his ear before speaking. You're welcome, Naruto. It took me a while to find the right one and I wanted to make things special for tonight. As she said this, she took a nibble on his earlobe before kissing him once again while running her hands all over his chest without anything blocking her. In the past makeout sessions with the soft petting, she could only feel so much with his clothing on, but now she is feeling much more than that. While she was doing her current action, Naruto was moving his hands all over her form, from her back, her legs, her sides, her ass and her breasts. With his hands, travels seemed to get Pam more excited than before of how sensitive she is starting to feel. The redhead moaned on the contact and seemed to want more. She wanted to get a rise out of her boyfriend, so she let her hand travel towards his boxer shorts and went underneath to feel his length. Though when she got there, she didn't expect the anaconda hiding in there, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. Her hand kept exploring and was feeling heat coming off of his tool in the process. As this was going on, Naruto was moaning into her mouth due to her actions, thus causing him to want more out of her. He moved his hands back to her ass and started massaging and squeezing them in just the right spots, causing her to shudder in response. You know, as much as I would like to have more of this gift, I think it's your turn to receive something from me, he said as he once again switched places with her, causing her Santa hat to fall off, not that they really cared anymore. Naruto soon pulled the top of her lingerie downwards, causing her bountiful breasts to pop out and seemed to be held in place by her sexy piece of clothing, not that it needed to, as there was no form of sag in them at all. Practically a pair of near perfectly sized breasts with nicely sized nipples. He latched onto one of them with his mouth while his hand took a hold of the other one as he worked on both of them. Naruto sucked, twirled and bitten the nipple in his mouth while his hand was pinching and pulling on the other, causing Pam to squirm under him. Naruto. The redhead muttered under her breath as she held his head closer to her bosom. He soon let go, despite her attempt to hold him down, before his mouth and hand switched positions on her breasts. This process kept on going for a while, making Pam to keep on calling his name to keep on doing his current action. This went on for a few more turns on each breast before he had let go of both of them. Glancing up, he could see Pam's confused look while she was trying to calm herself down with haggard breaths. Wanting to tease her more for her gift, he started trailing kisses from the middle of her breasts all the way to her navel as he licked it through the fabric, making her twitch a little while he was rubbing her sides. He soon went past all that as he came up to her legs, causing her to know what he plans on doing next. Naruto had to be a little forceful when opening up her legs to him, but he gave her reassuring kisses to each of her limbs from the calves to her mid-inner thighs. Once he got to his destination, he lifted up the themed lingerie up to see an interesting sight. Really? Mistletoe? He muttered before looking up to see Pam's embarrassed face as she looked away from him. Don't worry, Pam, I want you to feel how I feel whenever I'm with you. So don't worry, I'll be gentle. As he said that, he slowly faced her mistletoe panties as he pulled them to the side, seeing her other lips, before he breathed on it, causing her to shudder a little. He placed a few kisses around it and even on her nub before he kissed the inside of her lips. Naruto wrapped his arms around her thighs as he slowly made out with her nether lips, causing her to moan a little louder than before. Naruto, deeper. Pam called out, making him lick her inner tunnels quicker and hopefully deeper. She soon brought one of her hands to his head in the attempts of making him go deeper than he is capable of. Getting the message better, he unwrapped one of his arms from her thighs and brought his hand to her folds before he inserted a finger inside. As soon as he moved it around, he licked her clit several times, making her shudder more before adding in another finger to bring her more pleasure. Naruto, faster. The redhead called out as he complied once again as he inserted another finger and started pumping a little faster than usual as he soon bit onto her clit a few times before inserting his tongue back into her folds with his pumping fingers. It didn't take much longer as Pam started feeling something build up and her back was starting to arch. She held his head tighter between her legs as she tried calling out his name. Oh God, Naruto, I'm gonna. She tried to warn her lover, but it was too late as she came. A torrent of fluids came rushing out and Naruto felt some on his face before he greedily took what he can into his mouth. Once it was over, he licked her nectar from her skin before he crawled on up, seeing her eyes were rolled up to the top of her skull. Must have been that strong of a reaction. He brought his hand to her face and turned it towards him and kissed her, making her taste her own fluids. Once Pam realized what was going on, she couldn't help but break the kiss to get a better taste out of herself, pretty much sweet yet fruity. It made her feel a little turned on more if that was possible before she met his open mouth, drinking deep of his tongue and lips. They bumped teeth, chuckled slightly, as she attempted to take more of her nectar from his mouth. The redhead's heart swelled at the kiss, if it could even be accurately called that. They licked and sucked greedily, demanding to be in control, refusing to break before the other did. Pam's face reddened to a purple before she forcibly pushed Naruto back with strings of saliva still linking them as she tried to regain her breath. Pam looked away on what was about to come next and Naruto gained a confused look that made him want to ask the obvious question. Is something the matter? The botanist shook her head and wordlessly looked away from him with gaining more of a blush on her cheeks. Have I? Number? She interrupted, making him frown slightly. Can I? Number? Pam cut Naruto off again, even grabbing the bed's blanket to cover her bare breasts. She spared a fleeting glance at her lover, choosing instead to silently scrutinize her fingernails as if they were the source of her intense discomfort. Naruto observed this without a word, allowing Pam the space she seemed to so desperately, suddenly need. A moment passed. And then two. Pam. The publisher said, curiosity getting the better of him, if there's a problem I should know about, we'll just. She interjected, making him grow more curious. Naruto had never seen the woman before him so anxious in the entire he knew her, and it bothered him greatly. It soon got him on what she was trying to say. You're a virgin, aren't you? He responded with a rhetorical question, making her nod. Yes. The redhead confirmed, her voice little more than a whisper. Though Naruto was most definitely shocked by this development, he decided that it wasn't the time for 20 questions. He cupped Pam's face gently in her hands, adjusting it to meet her own. Naruto kissed her on the forehead, then lower on her nose as she continued to avoid Naruto's gaze, still colored with embarrassment. Pam, he said, gaining her attention despite her still looking away from him. I don't care if this is your first time or your upteenth time. If you had previous lovers in the past, then I wouldn't care less about you, and if I'm your first, then I would still consider it great of me being with you. She listened and could hear the sincerity in his voice, that it was making her heart throb for him. I have told you before that I have never been with anyone and that you are the first person I have entered a relationship with. He paused as she gave her full attention to him. Pamela Lillian Isley, you have entered my heart, took root, and blossomed greatly, that my love for you has grown in our time together. I don't know how it came so fast in such an amount of time, but I don't care. If you are in my life, virgin or not, then I will love you always. And if it makes you feel any better, you will forever be my first. As she heard his confession towards her, she couldn't help but shed tears with her sudden fear of being a virgin vanishing away before she leaned up and kissed him like she never kissed before. Once she broke away from the kiss, she regained her conviction like of what she planned on doing earlier this evening. She stared deeply into his hazel eyes and spoke a simple, yet strong phrase to him. Take me. Naruto, straight-faced, looked her square in the eyes before she leaned forward and kissed and suckled her neck, making the botanist mule in pleasure. Please, take me. A modest smirk grew on Naruto's face, imploring Pam to say it again and again as he kept doing his action on her neck and then doing so on her breasts, marking her as his. She eventually caved and screamed, Take me, please. I want you. I want all of you, Naruto. He complied and pulled down his boxer shorts at last, with his member straining against the fabric. Once it was free, he guided it towards her wanting, moist slit and lubricated his pulsating cock before he slowly entered her till he hit a barrier. She moaned a little in discomfort and he paused in response before looking into her eyes. He moved one of his hands into hers and interlaced their fingers while his other hand rested on her hips. After a few moments, she nodded him to continue as he pulled back a little before pushing forward, breaking her barrier. It was slightly painful for her as she tightened her grip with his while her other hand gripped the bed sheets hard while also gritting her teeth on how thick his member was. For him, she was extremely tight, like a vice that could possibly cut him off at a given moment. After a few more moments, Naruto slowly moved, making Pam gasp a little on the growing feeling inside of her. He pulled back and slowly went back, and that slowly made the slight, painful process turn into a slowly pleasurable experience. He started going in and out of her as the two of them were starting to breathe in and out at a quick pace before they captured their lips for another soul-searing kiss. Naruto kept on moving while they were still connected on both ends, and he broke his kiss so that he could stare on her form with her breasts swaying back and forth. He could clearly see the hickeys and bite marks he made on her, which made him feel more aroused and, if possible, harder than he has been not too long ago before entering her. Naruto, harder. Pam slightly demanded, and Naruto soon started to put a bit more force into his thrusts as he was feeling his velvety walls. Both of them were giving out moans and grunts that were filling up the entire bedroom as their pleasure was starting to go higher and higher with each thrust. Faster. Please go faster. She breathed out, to which he complied once again as he was doing what he can to move his hips faster and faster while trying to hit her harder. Deeper. Go deeper. Pam called out, making Naruto pound his cock into his beloved's core, and she began to buck her hips for the first time since he entered her. After several more thrusts, Naruto leaned down and flipped themselves over so that Pam could be on top while Naruto was on the bottom again. Getting the message, she slowly went down on his member with a newer sensation of gravity forcing her down before trying to pick up the pace. Pam looked to Naruto and got the silent message to take her time since they have as much time as needed. She slowly went up and down while holding onto his chest to keep herself steady. Eventually she started bouncing up and down in different paces to see which one suited better for her before gyrating her hips around for more sensations. While this was going on, Naruto was staring up on her moving orbs before bringing his hands up to knead and play with them as her tight, plump rear smacked against his lap. He gripped her erect nipples and she moaned from the silverette male, tweaking and twisting them. Oh god, this is amazing. I think every time I come on down, I feel he is coming closer to my womb, makes me feel tighter. Pam thought to herself as her blush had covered the whole of her face. Her forest green eyes sparkled like true emeralds as Naruto thrust his hilt into her wetness and it rubbed against her velvety walls. Thanks to the combined feeling of her breasts being endlessly groped and Naruto's cock rubbing against her special spot, she wondered how long it would be before they came. The Uzumaki soon let go of her breasts, making her moan a little on the missing feeling before she felt his hands glide down her sides and onto her rear and gripped hard. She soon realized what he was about to do as he pulled Pam down hard, making the tip of his member hit and open up her womb slightly. This new feeling made her eyes widen and a jolt ride up her spine to make her arch her back. He kept going at this for several minutes, making her feel closer to her own orgasm. Not knowing her impending orgasm, Naruto felt his balls growing tighter and moaned as Pam rode his throbbing cannon. The couple worked their hips together in perfect tandem and she moved her hands to his face to kiss him again and stroked his whisker marks. Pam. I feel like I'm about to. Naruto said as he broke the kiss to give her the warning. Holding out as much as he can in hopes of coming roughly the same time with Pam. I feel it too. Please, do it inside of me. Pam whimpered as she grew tighter on his shaft and in turn, it became swollen within her walls and just as she felt herself getting close. Without saying a thing, both of them slammed down onto each other hard as he entered her womb. They tensed as her walls tightened greatly around his member and both spurted multiple times with most of it exploding from her innards with both of the essences mixed together. With her womb being overflowed with cum, both melted into their released pleasure and closed their eyes while moaning to her heart's content. The blend of her juices and his semen oozed from her entrance and virtually covered his entire cock, caused it to slide out when she fully laid onto her lover. Lemon end. As exhaustion got the better of them, the two were slowly succumbing to their sleep with each other in their arms for comfort on their Christmas slumber. But before they did, each muttered one last thing to each other as Morpheus took them to the land of dreams. I love you, Naruto Uzumaki, she said as she wrapped her arms around him and rested her head on his strong, beating chest. And I love you, Pamela Isley, he said to her as he kissed her briefly on the lips. Merry Christmas. Unannounced to them, the Christmas night would be very active as the dynamic duo of Gotham City had to take down the Joker. They'll hear about the incident in the morning. Naruto held in a groan as the light from the window hit his eyes and slowly opened them to glare at the sun peeking through several buildings. Even though he grew accustomed to be a morning person, there were days that he would rather sleep in entirely like in the good old days. The publisher soon felt a draft on several places on his body and guessed that he must have slept on top of his covers again or said covers were thrown off during the middle of the night. It was then he heard a content sigh and felt something trying to burrow its way deeper into his well-muscled chest. Looking down he saw a mop of messy red hair. That's when the memories of last night flooded into the front of his mind like a tidal wave. For a brief moment, the Silverette thought it was all just a dream of fully professing his love to the woman he truly cared for while giving each other their virginities. In response to this, he tightened his hold on Pam, causing her to groan and stir in his arms before lifting her head up and rubbing her eyes. Good morning, Pam, he said to her softly as the botanist looked at him for a moment before smiling. Good morning to you too, Naruto. I'm glad you enjoyed your gift last night, she said as she leaned up and captured his lips for a few moments for a morning kiss. Once he broke the contact he smiled. And I'm glad to receive it. You gave me something that will be hard for me to forget for a long time. This got her to giggle as she shifted herself on him, causing her to groan a bit in discomfort for some reason. Looking down she realized where the discomfort came from before smiling a little. Well, it seemed that you left me very sore down there. I'm probably going to be limping for the next several hours. Thank God it's Christmas Day and I don't have to work. Oh right. It's Christmas morning and he needs to get things going for the day. He soon shifted his form and tried to get out of bed, but Pam held him down into place. And where do you think you're going? Pam said with a slight glare. She wasn't done with her Naru pillow just yet. Ever since the first day she cuddled and slept in the same bed as him that she practically found the perfect pillow. Every other pillow she had at her apartment couldn't please her anymore, and just the way his ribs were placed made things more comfortable for her to sleep on. For the love of Mother Nature, he ruined pillows for her, damn it. Well, I was going to make us a Christmas breakfast to start out the day and see what we will do from there, my dear. He said to her as she slowly let go of him with her little glare still present. It better be good, Pam said with a pout. She wants her comfy pillow back. He chuckled as he moved off of the bed and felt his legs brush something wet. Looking down once he stood up, he saw the mess they made in their first time lovemaking last night. It was a mixture of their juices and saw traces of Pam's blood on it from when he broke her hymen. Seems he will be having the constant experience of changing the sheets quite often now. A little payment for pleasure and he'll be fine with that. So what would you like exactly? Pancakes or waffles? He asked as he grabbed his boxer shorts off of the ground and put them on. He'll be taking a shower after breakfast, of course, so it wouldn't matter to get fully cleaned up before then. I would like pancakes. For some reason it seems appropriate. How so? Well, when I was younger, my mother made pancakes for me every Christmas morning and it made things seem special for me. She even said that even her mother did the exact same thing for her when she was a child. Pam said with nostalgia kicking in as memories of those special mornings coming back to her, causing her to well up some tears. Seeing her shift in mood, he guessed that it was something Pam missed from her childhood and years after. He went around the bed and cupped her face before kissing her lips to raise her spirits up a little. Then I'll just have to make the best damn pancakes I can muster to help make up for what your bastard of a father took away from you. I know it won't be really the same, but it's something, right? He said to her, making her smile before kissing him again. Once he left the room, she wondered what she should do now since she honestly had nothing else going on. On days off from work, Pam would either read up on latest developments posted in scientific journals of any variety or pick up a book she got from the library and go through it within a day or so. Even on any given day, she would be watering her plants at her apartment. Given the fact this isn't her apartment and her boyfriend, lover, has very few plants that she would need to find something to read to keep her mind occupied. Sure, there are possible plans for the day with Naruto, but some habits tend to come up at odd times. This is one of them. Pam soon got up from the bed and decided to stretch a little, especially with her feeling sore from their first time having intercourse, so she can possibly walk properly sooner than later. Feeling a bit drafty, with her in the nude, she found Naruto's t-shirt and slipped it on so she could feel a tad better before resuming her stretching. At one point, her eyes caught something on the bed's nightstand and didn't remember seeing it there last night. Maybe she did but ignored it when getting things ready for last night's activity. Either way, Pam's curiosity took over as she got back onto the bed and crawled towards the item in question. A notebook. She picked up the notepad and saw a faded icon in the background of a sharp cross that had curves on the bottom. Her focus turned towards the writing and started to read its contents as she sat back down with her stretching long forgotten. Meanwhile, in the kitchen. Even though I've made breakfast for Pam several times, I can't help but feel really nervous this time. The Silverette said to himself as he was gathering ingredients from the pantries and the refrigerator. Despite his calm appearance, he was flipping the fuck out with what he had done last night. He felt like a young teenager again with him losing his virginity to a beautiful woman. Well, not just a beautiful woman but someone he had actually fallen in love with. He felt so excited that his emotions were slowly affecting him physically. His mind had so many things going on at the moment, with making this breakfast perfect for Pam being the main priority. He was practically shaking now, making him berate himself that he isn't doing things right now. The publisher needed to take a breather and come back to this with a clear head. Naruto assumed that Pam must have gone back to sleep now and could wake her up when he's done. For now, he hoped there was something that could keep his mind occupied from making breakfast for even just a moment. Knock knock, ding dong ding dong. Huh, convenient. I'll be there in a second. The Silverette said as he placed the last of the ingredients on the kitchen counter before heading to his loft's entrance. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. All right, I'm coming, Naruto yelled out as he opened the door to see a familiar sight. A sight he would rather be 10 or so feet away from right now. Chuckles. Phrasing. The person chuckled. Great. You. The hazel-eyed publisher said as a little headache was coming his way. Oh come on, don't be like that. Yeah, I will. So what do you want, Anko? Naruto said to his former tenant's bodyguard girlfriend. During the past several weeks after Naruto met the Anko of this reality, he kept on seeing her every now and then. At first it was just because she wanted to get her copies of the Gutsy Ninja, Ika Ika and Arashi Raiden books signed, which he was quite used to. Naruto would occasionally see her at random places, making him think that Kurama must have sent her to keep an eye out for him. Well, he was half right. She would show up out of nowhere and hound him for when he will start writing a new book before Copperhead would drag her ass back to work kicking and screaming like a little girl. Yeah, seemed that this Anko seemed a bit more childish from the one he knew. Well, now that he thought about it, he didn't have that much of an interaction with Orochimaru's former student. So he probably didn't know much about that particular Anko all that well, so he let it slide. Anyways, during the various interactions with Anko made him borderline tolerate her because of her dating Kurama. But other than that, he wouldn't want to deal with her that often. So question was, why was she here? Was she here to bug him yet again on a possible book or running an errand for Kurama? Well, I'm here on an errand for my Foxy Woxy, the purple-haired assassin stated. Which would be to wish you the best for the holiday season. The former shinobi raised an eyebrow on hearing that. Was that all Kurama was going to do for him? Wouldn't it better if he called me or came in person to say that? He questioned. Anko just stood there for a few moments before slapping her face and muttered something. She ran off to somewhere and not too long came back with a package wrapped in Christmas-styled paper. Sorry on that, forgot he wanted me to give this to you. She said Naruto was given his gift. Well, it's good to know he cares. He muttered to himself. So is that all, or are you going to hound me yet again on me possibly working on another book? Nope. I'm all fine and dandy, Mr. Uzumaki. In fact, I already know you are planning on writing the next Ika Ika book quite soon. Why are you so sure? He said in suspicion. Just the way she said it made it seem he was planning on doing a new book, yet he wasn't planning on writing smut at all. Well, I was going to drop off the package last night when I saw you and your girlfriend romping it out in your bedroom. She said, all innocently, causing him to drop the package on his foot and widen his eyes in surprise. You were peeping on us. He yelled out loud in both shock and the pain. Damn, whatever is in the box must be bloody heavy. Well, yeah, it seemed so exciting to see you go at it. Kurama told me some stories in passing about how the Ika Ika works came into being, and I thought that you were finally getting inspiration to get onto your work. She said in a giddy tone that was causing his eyes to twitch like it was no tomorrow. So are you gonna be working on it now? Anko asked in a hopeful tone. Her response was him slamming the door to her face. I didn't hear a no. She yelled out in hopes of him hearing her. He soon limped over to the couch and decided to open up what Kurama had sent him. The wrapping was soon ripped off and thrown in a trash bag he had on the side for when he and Pam were gonna open some presents. Once opening the box, he saw a letter on top of the packaging peanuts and decided to check the letter before the actual content of the present. Hello Naruto, it's been a while. I know this isn't a good way to chat with you to wish you happy holidays and all that fun stuff, but things have been busy as of late that need to have my complete focus on. Even though things have been complicated and time consuming, I always try to think of you often and worry on how things are going for you on your end. It's the reason why I have either Anko or Claudia, that's Copperhead's name if you were wondering, watch you from afar and report back to me every so often to at least ease my nerves. With you having no way to fully tap into your old abilities has had me on edge. This in turn has made it hard to concentrate at times, but if anything happens to you then I'm ready to come help you if needed. But when finding out that Thunder God and Riptide had taken interests in you in their own ways, I needed to come warn you in person so you could hopefully be ready for them. Wished that I could have warned you sooner since Minato came in and almost killed both you and your woman. Even on the next day when Kushina stopped on by for her own agenda, which I have no idea her true agenda is exactly, made things a bit worse. So when I learned that for the past several weeks you have been training in your powers like I suggested made me relax a little knowing that you're trying to defend yourself better. But I'm not going to be there all the time to possibly have either myself or one of my agents pull your ass out of the fire even with you having access to these new abilities you have. Knowing you, you'll always try to run into danger for those that you care for and who are truly precious to you. So I decided to get you something to hopefully make up for the years being out of contact with you since we came to this world to at least help protect you as best as it could. Pulled whatever sources and materials I could get to make the contents of the package for you. I know the current appearance isn't much, but you'll do something to change it at some point to suit your tastes. I wish you a pleasant holiday and New Year. Kurama. P.S. Just so you know Naruto, even after all these past years, you have earned my trust ever since you had released me from that blasted seal. I still thank you for that. P.P.S. If you ever tell anyone how sappy I was, just like you told Claudia and Anko me being rabbit ears, then I'll come to your home and cut off what makes you a man. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he read through the letter that old Fuzzbutt had sent him. It sincerely touched him and made him glad that this helped make his morning seem even more better than it already is. It made him feel great knowing he had earned the hybrid's trust and he'll do what he can to keep it that way. It'll probably be hard to do so, but it'll be worth it. Though it would have been better if Kurama had actually told him all that in person, but he'll let it slide since it's the holidays. The Uzumaki's attention was then turned towards the contents of his present as he put his hands inside and soon pulled out several things and laid them out on the floor. It seemed to look a lot like a black and white motorcyclist suit in some ways with the guards on both the legs and arms, but it also had a metal chest plate with a utility belt. To top off the outfit was a helmet that had no sliding parts on the visor, but when he had put it on it had a computer system of sorts inside of it. Seems he'll need to wear it sometime and break it while training so he could get used to wearing it. And Kurama was right, he'll think of something to make the outfit look different, but that'll come at a later time. When looking at the time, he realized that he'll need to get back into cooking the Christmas breakfast. Before he went to the kitchen to do so, he gathered up the suit and put it back into its box to hide it in his hallway closet. -10 or so minutes later. Sorry for the wait, Pam. I hope you're hungry, Naruto said with a smile on his face as he peeked his head into the bedroom. I made your favorite of vegan blueberry, chocolate chip pancakes with scrambled tofu and kale. After reading Kurama's note, Naruto felt he had all the distraction he needed to somewhat clear his head for him to finally decide what to make for Pam's breakfast. For his meal is mostly a non-vegan version of what she is having of scrambled eggs along with blueberry, chocolate chip pancakes. Currently their meals were already at the dining room table waiting to be consumed. That's nice, Naruto, Pam mumbled as her focus was mainly on her reading material. What you got there? He questioned as he walked over to her and saw the passage that was in her hands. Act 1. Infinite in mystery is the gift of the goddess. We seek it thus, and take to the sky. Ripples form on the water's surface. The wandering soul knows no rest. Where did you get that? Naruto said as he was nervous of her reading the notebook. The item in question was something that manifested from his powers a few weeks ago for no reason at all. All he was doing at the time in his company's office was going over documents pertaining to reports and sales when he felt a weight was placed on his piles of papers when he was going to take the next on to work on. Naruto inspected the notebook and it had the same symbol he saw in his, throwing cards, and guessed the book came from him for some reason. Ever since it first appeared, he had little urges to fill its pages with anything. At first it was just him putting down basic information to contact others or even just using it like sticky notes for offhanded reminders. Then things progressed after reading some books he had in both his office and at his loft that he started writing down various, random ideas for books. From there he ended up writing and sketching like he needed to and it worried him until he did the brain dump onto its pages. That was another thing with the notebook. No matter how many pages he filled out, there seemed to be no end of how many pages it contained. The former shinobi was at a loss when trying to figure out how the notebook worked, especially when he was frustrated on the current story he was writing. Like any normal writer when frustrated, he would end up tearing the page on accident and would start over, but when it did, it seemed to mend itself or make a new page to replace the damaged one. With so many pages inside of the notebook, he placed sticky note tabs in each section to help have things organized. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. Found it on your nightstand and curiosity got the better of me. Pam said as she turned the page to keep on reading its contents but found it stopped on the previous page. And I gotta say this is really, really good. Really? You think it's good? Very. At this, Naruto had left out a breathe that he somehow kept in that was building up in his chest. He was actually nervous on her reading what he had for that story so far. It seemed to be his main story idea he had been writing in the book's contents. But a question that seemed to pop up in his head was, how did it show up here? He distinctly remembered leaving it in his office at the firm, but how did it show up here all of a sudden? I can't wait to read more of this loveless story you have here. It's very engaging and poetic. The style of this kind of epic poem could possibly be best-selling once it's finished. Pam said to her boyfriend with a smile before looking into the notebook again and saw something that piqued her interest. Well, that's good to know, honey. This kind of project seemed pretty important and been working on it every now and again. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head with a nervous chuckle. He was waiting for a reply of any sort but didn't hear any as he kept hearing the sound of pages turning. The publisher then looked over to the botanist and saw her really drawn into something with a faint blush on her cheeks. Okay, something seems wrong here. Naruto thought. I know I stopped writing Loveless shortly after starting Act 1, but what is she reading now? He bent down to her level and looked at the pages she was on right now. What the both of them were now reading was something very sexual and raunchy in nature that it would be hard to describe further than that. When did I write this? He yelled out in his head as he tried to figure out how and when he wrote this. This was clearly in his handwriting and it showed very explicit detail on what is going on. But he didn't know what was going on here. You know, Pam said, knocking Naruto out of his thoughts as he looked towards her, red in the face with a certain gleam in her eyes. After reading this, I would like to continue what we left off last night, Naruto. He was about to say something when she pulled his face down and engaged in a heated makeout session. His thoughts soon went away as the two engaged in their new activity for the morning. The afterlife. Giggling could be heard as a man was peering down at the scene before him. He was a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair that was tied back in a ponytail with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. He had red tear mark lines that ran down from his eyes with a noticeable wart on the right side of his nose. He wore a short white kimono shirt with matching pants along with traditional wooden sandals. To finish off his look was the halo hovering over his head to indicate that he has died. For one who doesn't know this man, this was the late sage of MT. Myoboku and self-proclaimed super pervert of the elemental nations, Jiraiya the Gallant. For what he is doing, he was watching his godson every so often as usual when he saw him and his beautiful girlfriend finally do the deed last night, and he couldn't be more proud. Of course, a little bit of a shock was that during their sleep, Naruto summoned and started sleep writing, similar to sleepwalking, in that odd notebook of his and wrote down things that could possibly put his Ika books to shame before putting it to the side to cuddle with Pam. Finally, he has embraced the ways. Sniffle sniffle, I am so proud. Jiraiya said to himself in joy as he pulled out a handkerchief to blow his nose in a comical fashion. If he was paying any attention to his surroundings, sometimes hard to tell with him being in heaven with no danger at all, he would have seen two people come from behind him with malicious intents aimed directly towards his way. Without him realizing what happened next, he was then kicked from the side and tumbled several dozen feet to the side. Hey, who the fuck was Inter-Eep? Jiraiya screeched out, seeing the people hovering over him with auras that could possibly kill him, again. The first person was a woman that had a slender, but feminine build, fair skin, royal purple eyes and waist-length red hair with shoulder-length strands framing her face. She wore a high-collared, sleeveless white blouse underneath a light gray dress with traditional wooden sandals with a halo over her head. The second person was a woman with brown eyes and straight, shoulder-length straw blonde hair that was kept in two loose ponytails underneath her glowing halo. She had a violet diamond mark on her forehead along with a figure that most women would kill for. She was wearing a light gray, kimono-style sleeveless blouse, that was closed quite low revealing her sizable assets underneath the white haori along with a dark gray obi matching her pants. She also wore a pair of open-toed, strappy black sandals with high heels. These two individuals were Kushina Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju, Naruto's mother and godmother respectively, and they looked absolutely pissed. What the hell do you think you were doing? Tsunade said as she glared at her former teammate. I was just checking up on our godson Tsunade. I didn't know they were going to end up like that, I swear. Jiraiya frantically said as he was sweating bullets. A very unlikely story, you old toad. Kushina said with her arms crossed. But I'm telling the truth, you two. You've got to believe me. He said as he scrambled away, but the two women were walking towards him with the malicious intent growing a bit with each step. He tried to get back up before Tsunade stomped her foot onto his back. Now listen here, Jiraiya, and listen good. We had tolerated you for years with your perverted antics, she said as she was digging her heel into his upper back where his ribs met his spine. But when you influence our precious boy with said antics, then that's where we draw the line. The redhead said while cracking her knuckles, and her hair was starting to float in the air and resembled a multitude of fox tails. Now girls. Let's talk this, the toad sage tried to say to them before he felt more pain on his back. Oh, we are talking and you have a lot to answer for. Tsunade said to the man as the two women drew closer to him. No, not the face. Anything but the face. Oh really? Gah, yes, the face. Go back to the face. You know, I wonder what this halo could do. Gah, Saint, stop choking me, you crazy. If we kill him, where does he go? Super heaven. Maybe. Let's find out. Off to the side, a man was rubbing his face while shaking his head to the side, seeing this antic happen like in the good old days. He had bright blue eyes and sunny blonde hair that was very spiky and wild on the top with jaw-length bangs framing his face. He had a decent build while wearing gray sweatpants, a white shirt and wooden sandals. This was Minato Namikaze and he was the Silverette father. Sigh. Seems that this is going to happen all over again. He said to himself before looking to the scene being shown and couldn't help but smile. I'm glad you found someone to love, Naruto. I hope you end up happy with her, my son. He kept looking at this for a few moments before waving his hand in front of it to try and disperse it. Okay, so how do I get rid of this? An hour later. After having their morning romp on the bed, which soon ended up in the shower, the two were soon dressed in a pair of fresh clothing, eating their reheated meals. Having their Christmas morning was going pleasantly well. As they were having their breakfast, they had heard from the news playing on the television of last night's events. The Joker had indeed broken out of Arkham Asylum yesterday and had terrorized Gotham through the airwaves. Prior to those events, he had kidnapped Commissioner Gordon, Detective Bullock of the GCPD, and the news reporter, anchor of Gotham Media, Summer Gleason, to have his own family for the holidays. The crazed clown wanted the dynamic duo of Gotham to stop him before midnight or many lives would be lost. During the search for the Joker, they had to stop a train from going off a destroyed bridge and stop a few bombs located on several places in the city. In the end, the two heroes had found Joker's hideout and saved the day. Well, that's one way to somewhat make the morning not all that great. Pam said as she was washing the dishes alongside Naruto. I know, but I do wonder what I could do to make it better. The publisher said to his botanist girlfriend as he kissed her cheek. She giggled as she playfully pushed him away when he accidentally splashed some soapy water on her. And what would that be? Presents, of course, Naruto said with a smile as they finished up cleaning the rest of the dishes and put them into the dishwasher. Once drying themselves off, they made their way to the plastic Christmas tree Naruto had in the living room. It was small in size with very little ornaments on it, with several presents lying underneath it. Naruto didn't like the idea of people cutting down trees just to decorate them every December and then afterwards just getting rid of them, so he had gotten a plastic one to not follow that trend. Pam liked knowing on his thoughts since she was in the same boat as she grew older. Things were pretty simple on the gift exchange from each receiving books and clothing, but seemed to change a little towards the end. Seems that there are no more gifts, the botanist said as she was on her hands and knees looking for any additional presents for them to open. Not exactly, Naruto said as he pulled an object out of his pants pocket. When Pam backed to see what he meant, she saw a small little box in his hand and her mind just seemed to stop. Is he PR proposing? She yelled out in her head. But we just got together weeks ago and had sex the first time last night. This is going a bit too fast. Naruto saw her reaction when he pulled out the box and couldn't help but laugh a little. It's not what you think, Pam. Geez, you think I plan on proposing after what we did last night? He said as he shook his head. This statement knocked her out of her storm of thoughts and made her seem surprised on the assumption. Pam soon grabbed the box out of his hand and hesitantly opened it to possibly assume it was a pair of earrings or a necklace he had gotten from a jewelry store. What she didn't expect was a key. Seeing her confused look, he soon answered her running thoughts. From what I told you last night, Pam, you planted yourself in my heart and took residence there. I soon started thinking if not just my heart would be good enough to live in, so. He drawled out, making Pam realize what he meant. You want me to live here? She said, eyeing the key in her hand. A copy of the key to Naruto's loft. Well, if you want, you don't actually have to move in with me since you're still under contract at your current residence. I wanted to give you the key so you could come and stay over whenever you want. He said as he was rubbing the back of his head while looking away from her, trying to think of what else to say. That last bit was odd for him to say, but hoped she got the idea. She didn't say anything and tightly hugged him for the present, giving Naruto the message that she likes the gift. He was putting a lot of trust towards her and wanted to go into another step into their relationship. The moment was soon broken as a phone was going off. Both checked their cellular phones and saw that it was Pam's, that she was receiving a call. I'll probably need to take this, she said with a smile as she kept on fingering the key in her hand. She opened up her phone and turned to the side to answer it. Hello, Dr. Isley here. What happened to the Hollands? When hearing this, Naruto turned towards Pam with wanting to hear what is going on. Are you serious? She said in worry, making Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, which she had her free hand go to and took a gentle squeeze with. I understand. I'll head down as soon as I can. Thank you, Pam said as she hung up the phone. Pam, what's wrong? He said in worry, since what her reactions were in that phone call shook her up badly. That was friend of Alec and Linda Holland. He's a lawyer that worked with them and called me that something happened with them a few days ago. She said to him before she explained on what the lawyer friend told her. A family member came on by to the Hollands for the holidays last night when they found their residence destroyed in a fire. When police came onto the scene to inspect the place, they said that the fire happened a few days ago. They found Linda's body but not Alec's, and with what evidence they could salvage showed that a struggle occurred with Alec being taken for his research or worse. The lawyer friend told Pam that she'll need to come to Louisiana to hear the last will and testament of the Hollands since her name was in their request. I'm more than willing to help pay for your trip, Pam, and I won't take no for an answer. The publisher said to her as she complied in his request. He cared for her very much, that he will do whatever he can to help her in these troubling times. Seems that the rest of their day would be a somber one as the two made it over to Pam's apartment to get things packed for the flight. Since things were going on last minute, Naruto called the airport and paid for her ticket over there, with her coming back later in the week. From what additional details Pam told him is that the reading of the will and testament will be taking place sometime after she arrives in Louisiana, and that she will want to pay her respects to the deceased Hollands. She even called her supervisor at Star Labs, one Dr. Jason Woodrue, to let her know on what happened, and he seemed fine with her going to Louisiana and paying her respects. But from what Pam told him after the phone call, that Woodrue seemed odd when she spoke to him but didn't know why. I don't trust that guy, Pam, Naruto brought up as they were on their way to the airport. Something about that supervisor of yours seems off to me. He's my supervisor, Naruto, and he seems off to everyone due to his eccentric personality. She said to him with a shrug. Besides, he's pretty lenient on me with my serum I'm developing. I know from what you told me about him, but just meeting him that one time just made me ticked off about him. The publisher said as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, to which Pam noticed but chose not to say anything as they got closer to the airport. They soon came to a stop at the drop-off point and they got out of the car with the Silverette grabbing her luggage from the trunk. Well, Pam, hope the trip goes well with the funeral and the will reading. The Silverette said as he hugged her and gave her a quick kiss. Same, the botanist said with a sigh. They were good friends of mine and it's really unfortunate on how their lives ended in such a way. I hope they catch whoever had done this and bring them to justice for what they did. I hope so too, but for now I just need to focus on the now and not the later. Still though, I wish this can get resolved, Naruto said as he looked at her downtrodden face. Maybe when you get back we can go to that one restaurant you like very much. Hopefully that could cheer you up a little. Maybe, we'll have to see how things go, dear, Pam replied as she kissed him on the lips. Well, I gotta get going. I'll call you on how things are proceeding over there. Alright, Pam, have a good flight, he said as she nodded and headed off to catch her flight. With it being Christmas Day, that the airport will not that much of a problem with their security checks, so she'll be able to go on through and reach her gate in no time. Sigh, great, now what the hell am I supposed to do for the rest of the day? The publisher said in frustration. I was hoping that I could have spent the whole day with Pam and this turned up. Once in his car and drove off, he kept on muttering to himself. Not that I'm complaining on the Hollands dying with it being really bad, but I wish that couldn't happen at all. Sigh, I just don't know what to do now. A bit into the drive, an idea soon popped into his head as he remembered Kurama's gift to him earlier that day. Maybe I can use this chance to break in that new gift of mine. Later, in a random alley. Currently in his stealth suit, which was a pain in the ass to get into with it being tight and all in some places, Naruto was looking through his helmet into the little instruction manual he found in his utility belt on what the capabilities of the suit were. Given the details of the specs, the group of people who designed the suit for Kurama referred the suit to be psychoanalytic cardiac dampening sneaking equipment. There is supposed to be a built-in medical system that dispenses some stimulation and medical packs, but there is a low amount of the product, so he'll need to use them sparingly if possible. Gotta say, I like the suit so far from what I'm reading, but does it have to ride up the crotch when I was getting over here? Naruto muttered as he had to pull down part of his pants to give his privates some breathing room. I swear Kurama did it on purpose just to spite me on the whole bunny ear bit. Unknown to the Uzumaki and at another location, Kurama stopped working on paperwork and smiled a little for some reason before getting back to his blasted workload to finish things up for the Christmas evening. Well, might as well get things started, he said as he focused an object into his hand and a grappling hook formed. It was pretty standard with nothing special about it. The disguised publisher twirled the hook in a fast action and threw it up in hopes of it latching onto the edge of the rooftop. But it fell down and it hit him hard on the helmet, causing a sound to vibrate in the helmet. Okay. The sound is gonna be annoying. This kept on happening a few more times before the last one finally made its mark. The costumed man tugged on the grappling hook a few times to see if it was secured before scaling the wall. Wish I still had my chakra so I can walk on the walls without this, he said as he kept on walking. Maybe I should have tried to see if I could walk on walls with this power of mine before breaking this suit in. Kept on walking a bit more as his arms were getting a little tired. Should have imagined a grappling gun of sorts, but don't know how the stuff functions and operates, he said with a sigh before making it to the rooftop. After stretching his arms a little, he summoned his notebook and wrote in it. Note to self, look up grappling gun schematics and learn how to walk on walls, again. With that said, he willed the notebook away and looked over the city's landscape. Don't know right now if it's just me, but think the smoke and light pollution is making the sky look red at night. He kept on looking around and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Makes it seem creepy. Looking around, he saw he was moderately high up with various buildings having gaps in between each other. Having the idea to jump between each of them, he decided to go for a run. Not really caring on his destination for the night, he went on a sprint and jumped quite a distance. When he got to the other rooftop, he barely made the landing but had to roll before making the recovery to keep his pace. This went on for a while with him making various movements in hopes of stretching the suit a bit more and for him to be used to it. There were some instances he had to stop running to adjust his crotch area to the point he pulled out his notebook for another reminder to get in jockstrap so it won't ride up his crotch again. Other times he ended up missing his jumps and had to catch the fire escapes so he won't fall onto the pavement below despite him knowing his defensive abilities will activate. Eventually he made it to some of the higher buildings and focused on his hands to have claws of sorts so he could maybe scale said buildings. Taking a few deep breaths, he sprinted towards the edge of the current rooftop before taking a leap of faith in hopes of making it to the wall just in time. As he was about to hit the wall, one thought came to mind. This is gonna hurt. And hurt it did as he slammed against the building's wall hard and started to skid. Throwing his arms hard against the concrete so that his hands can latch against anything. After a few seconds of his claws leaving marks on the wall, he came to a stop. Fuck. Naruto moaned out as his arms and chest were growing in pain from the prior moments before taking his time to climb up the building's exterior. As he was getting higher and higher, his pain was slowly leaving him with odd tingles as usual. Once reaching the top, he gazed upon the city below as it was gaining more snow for the Christmas evening. Gotta admit, it looks really good up here, he said to himself as some nostalgia started to come rushing in. Seeing the current view reminded the Uzumaki when he came back to Konoha from his training trip with Jiraiya. The view was somewhat similar in a way, minus the fact that there is no mountain nearby with carved faces on it. I think I might be done for the evening. Should probably try out one more thing to wrap things up before heading back to the loft. The publisher looked around for a decent target, for a little bit that could pique his interests when he eventually found one, the Gotham City Clock Tower. Built over 150 years ago by Bruce Wayne's great-grandfather, it has been a site for a lot of intrigue and supposed mysteries. Hell, there was even one story that started out back in the 1930s when the late mobster, Frankie Scolacci, had stolen and supposedly hidden the famous cat's eyes emeralds somewhere inside of the clock tower. People had searched every nook and cranny for the pair of emeralds and came out empty-handed. From what he heard from one of his writers was that supposedly any thief that originates from Gotham always attempts to search for the jewels at some point in their careers. Even though he isn't a thief, he used to be a shinobi and technically they have done missions in the past to search and steal valuable information and items of interest. So he might as well do this sort of thing now than later. Walking back to the far end of the rooftop, he gave himself enough space for a running start before he takes his jump towards the clock tower. It's quite a distance away and he doesn't know if he'll cause too much of a commotion if he fails to reach it. Well, here goes nothing, he said as he took off. The masked publisher started to pick up speed as he reached the end of the rooftop and he took a large leap once his foot left the very edge of the building. As he was in the air, he reached for his grappling hook he had to the side. When he remembered he had left it behind several buildings away. Oh shit, oh shit, OSHIIIIIIIIIIIIT. He yelled out loud, which some people heard down below, but didn't know where it originated. Naruto was comedically clawing through the air in hopes of slowing his descent but was failing to do so. I need something. Anything right now, he yelled out as he tried to think of something until his arm shot out and some cloth formed from his suit. It went straight towards the clock tower and wrapped around one of its hanging gargoyles before Naruto swung around the building. Holy shit. This is freaking awesome, Naruto called out before seeing the upcoming wall. Crap. Meanwhile, some distance away. Well, that seems interesting, a woman said while perched on a ledge. A newbie trying out his or her luck for the first time. If one was nearby, they would see that her attire appeared to be a leather suit with some armor sewn into the fabric at various places. The suit showed the woman's figure very nicely in all the right places while heightening other areas with a circular zipper located straight down the middle. She wore high-heeled combat boots, sharp gloves, a leather collar and whip, along with a mask that appeared to look like a cat's head with red goggles to finish off the look. The woman in question is the thief, Catwoman aka Selena Kyle. Reason why she is here was that while other people throughout the city are celebrating Christmas, many residences of the wealthy would be up for grabs for any thief daring to do their job for the evening. So far Selena had been able to break into several places so far and nabbed a good handful of valuables for her own agendas. She was going to call it a night when she caught sight of someone running across the rooftops in some stealth suit of sorts before making a jump to a building nearby and made her way up. What surprised the cat-themed thief was when the person jumped off of the high-rise building and somehow gotten a rope or a grappling line to attach to the Gotham clock tower so far away and swung to its position. Wonder what you're up to, Catwoman said to no one in particular. She then felt movement around her neck as a black cat uncurled itself and yawned as it woke up. Enjoy your little cat nap, Isis, she said as she scratched her cat in the right places making the cat to purr in confirmation. Well, I think you should hang on tight, my dear, the thief told her pet, who gained a curious expression. We are gonna head over to the clock tower before heading home for the night. Something seems to pique my curiosity and I intend to find out more. Inside of the clock tower. Thank Kami above I phased through the wall or else that would have been really painful, Naruto said as he rubbed his helmet in hopes of rubbing his actual head. Wouldn't work but force of habit. The sounds of the many clock parts operating filled the air as Naruto got up from the walkway and looked through the mechanism of the tower. He then looked at his arms where the cloth came from and saw the remnants from one part that was torn. It appeared to look like a scarf that transitioned from black to white with the end looking like part of the symbol he kept seeing from his powers. He looked away from the material as it faded so he can focus on his task at hand. Well, if I want to have a better job breaking this suit in, I better have some fun, and what better chance than from a place that is constantly in motion, he said to no one in particular. Naruto soon climbed up the steel ladder to get to the upper level before jumping onto one of the clockwork gears and climbed onto the next one. The process on getting towards the top of the clock tower from the inside took a little trial and error. Getting knocked over and almost getting hit a few times by the many parts made him slow down or be extra careful on the climb. He did have to think things carefully and see the patterns to get the timings right so he could make the jumps easier for him. As he was progressing, Catwoman was watching him closely to see what he is up to. Once making to the top, where the main bell is at, he took a view of the entire city from where he is standing and enjoyed the view even more. Naruto took it in for a few more moments before turning back to the main contraption below. Well, here goes nothing. With that, Naruto jumped down onto the first gear several feet below him as he rolled shortly after onto the next one. He soon fell off and didn't do a thing, causing Catwoman to catch her breath a little and anticipated on what he was gonna do next. After falling for several dozen feet, he willed his arm to make that scarf from earlier to latch onto one of the pillars off to the side before it retracted to pull him up. Not wanting to lose momentum, Naruto had his scarf let go to send him flying a little into the air as he latched onto one of the gears up above. During the time of Naruto having his go-around of the mechanism, Selena was enjoying the show of the masked individual performing all kinds of tricks all over. Her breath was caught several times when he didn't stick some landings or grab just in time but had recovered quickly to save his own hide by using that cloth of his to latch onto any nearby pillars or gears. She was very drawn into his performance that she kept on leaning forward from her position. Maybe I don't need to look up grappling guns after all, he said, referring to his new scarf he has. The masked publisher kept on swinging a bit until dong. The clock tower chimed its bell, causing the interior to vibrate and its loud noise vibrate the air. Dong. With the sudden happening of the new hour, caused Catwoman to fall off her ledge and had to latch onto something quickly for her own safety. Dong. That wouldn't be the same with her black cat, Isis, as the sudden movement of her master falling down caused her to lose her grip. Dong. Isis. Catwoman yelled out in fear for her cat's safety. Dong. Naruto thought he heard someone call out a name and some screeching sound, making him look down to see a cat falling to its doom. Dong. The Uzumaki willed his scarf to let go so he can plummet down to reach the cat. Dong. Naruto had the scarf shoot out to snag the little creature in hopes of saving its life. Dong. As each brief moment passed, Selena felt her heart stop seeing her beloved Isis plummet to her death and the stranger trying to save her. Dong. The scarf reached its target and retracted quickly, getting Naruto to hold onto it for its safety as they reached towards the bottom. Dong. The thief couldn't bear it any longer as she closed her eyes, not wanting to see the coming deaths of the two. Dong. At the last chime of the clock tower's bell, the feline-themed thief slowly opened her eyes to see the gruesome display below, to only see nothing at all. What? She said in shock. Where are they? She climbed on down from her placement and kept on looking around for any sign of them. All of a sudden, she saw the masked stranger, walked out of the giant, rotating gears on a few levels above the ground level. Simply walked out like they weren't even there. It surprised her that she unconsciously moved behind one of the support pillars to hide herself. Man, I'm glad I had that phasing ability of mine, or else things would have gone bad for us. He said as he slowly opened his arms to show the shaken black cat. There, little one. It's all right. He petted Isis as slow as he can in hopes of calming her down. The bell won't hurt you now. After a minute of petting Isis, she eventually calmed down and kissed him for saving her life. Good to know you finally relaxed now, he said before tilting his head in confusion. I do wonder though, why are you here? You're clearly not a stray because of the collar, and I think I heard someone call out your name. Catwoman wanted to go out there and thank the man for saving her precious cat, but a part of her didn't trust him at the current moment. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as you are safe, then I wouldn't worry about anything else, little one. Seeing the cat's look, he assumed he didn't know the name. Sorry if I don't know your name, little one, but the ringing of the bell might have blocked out your name being called out, so I hope you don't mind. Isis shook her head, making him smile underneath the helmet before he decided to walk off with her still in his arms. I'm gonna take us to the ground floor so that you can be really safe. I recommend you not going into high places for a while, you hear? He said in a childish, strict tone, making the cat nod. He slowly climbed down the few ladders before reaching the ground floor with the entrance of the tower nearby. Once outside, he slowly lowered himself to the ground, getting Isis to crawl out and walk onto the ground. Well, I hope you have a good Christmas, little one, he said as he reached to his utility belt and pulled out some pet treats to feed the black cat. Don't know why that furball had these in here, but right now I'm not complaining. Once she was done eating, the masked man went on his way before Selena came out of her hiding spot and ran towards Isis and kept on kissing and petting her like no tomorrow. During the process, she felt something on the collar and pulled away, seeing a note. When pulling it out, she heard something fall onto the ground. When looking at the source, she saw 2 emeralds. Not just any emeralds, the cat's eyes emeralds. How did they get there? Selena said in shock before remembering of the note in her hand. Once opening it up, she read its contents. Hello, little one's owner. Lovely night, isn't it? You might be wondering on how I knew you were nearby. Well, for one, you calling out your cat's name, but like I told her, I couldn't tell what name was called out. The second was an ability of mine to tell of certain presences nearby. Learning how to properly use it better as of late, but could tell you were in the clock tower for brief moments, so it was rocky at best. Anyways, I don't know if you were tracking down your cat, if she escaped from your clutches or not, but I'm not prying. I hope you have a pleasant Christmas and a happy New Year. Sincerely yours. A simple nobody. P.S. Hope you like the present. Didn't expect finding those tonight, but hope you put them to good use, little one's owner. When inspecting the note more, she saw a peculiar symbol in the background. But that didn't matter. She had gotten her hands on one of the best presents she could ever get. Now she'll be putting these emeralds along with her other valuables she got this evening towards the betterment of animal kind. Selena looked around the area in hopes of finding this nobody, and give her his thanks, but she couldn't find him at all. Wherever you are, nobody. Thank you. What's taking the flight so long? Naruto said as he kept on looking at his watch. It should have been here by now. The publisher was currently at the airport terminal gate waiting for Pam to get back from Louisiana. From what he knew from talking to one of the airport workers, that the flight took off late due to a storm down south, but it wasn't causing any problems at all for the rest of the way. But this wasn't settling Naruto's nerves all that well on his patience of seeing Pam with how urgent her last phone call was. The botanist had gotten something big from the Hollands in their will but didn't want to say what she had gotten over the phone and would rather say it in person. Asides from that, she had told him how things had turned out from the funeral service to meeting the Hollands' friends and family. For the rest of the trip she had visited a few places the Hollands wanted her to see that she never got the chance to before. Naruto was honestly glad that she was trying to enjoy herself despite the loss of two close friends and she was doing her best to keep herself up. I think that's it. The Uzumaki noticed a plane coming down the runway and heading towards the designated gate. It took roughly 10 minutes or so for Pam to get out of the plane and he greeted her with a few kisses which she returned gleefully. So how were things while I was gone? She asked as they were making their way to the parking garage. Things were pretty quiet while you were gone. Work has been steady given the post-holiday time and not much has occurred. And for you? Well, I've been keeping myself preoccupied on my free time. Naruto said they kept on walking to their destination. After that Christmas night with the Gotham Clock Tower, the publisher had been working on his current skill set a bit more but had mostly focused on his physical assets. With some of those incidents with the climbing, the hanging and swinging made him realize that while he is still physically fit and both reflexes and agility were still fine and dandy, his body grew unaccustomed to that extreme sort of exercises for a long time. So he had to start working out again to be reaccustomed to his old strengths so his muscles wouldn't be sore when he did all that again. He got himself a salmon ladder and had it placed in his loft so he could possibly help fix some of those mentioned problems but still needed to get things taken care of with the real deal. In the past several nights, he had to do the same thing he did that Christmas night of climbing up buildings and swing around with that scarf of his. He did try to work on his wall walking with his void powers but it seems that his powers were not capable of doing such a thing, especially with him failing miserably several times when doing it in his loft. Naruto also had tinkered around with that onboard computer he had in his helmet to figure out how all that worked since he outright ignored it the first night he wore it and wished he hadn't. It helped him out a bit when getting some of the timings right when trying to latch onto certain things without his scarf. He didn't want to grow too accustomed to his grappling scarf just in case if he ended up reaching his limits and his powers not functioning properly. The two were driving back to Pam's apartment for a while with her explaining some of the sites she went to like the French Quarter, the old state capital, and the Melrose, Laura, and Rosedown Plantation and Gardens. With how you're describing them makes me want to go to these places myself. He said with a chuckle. You definitely should, Pam said in a happy tone that made Naruto smile. Maybe we could go there together sometime and I'll show you. We'll see, Pam. The publisher replied before asking what was bugging him for a while. So been meaning to ask, but what did the Hollands give you? You were pretty insistent on telling me in person instead of on the phone. She paused for a bit to collect her thoughts as she fished for her laptop bag from the back seat. Naruto slowed down on the action since he didn't want to cause any problems for any of the drivers around them. Once Pam was properly situated back into her seat, she pulled out the item in question. A compact disc. The Hollands told me in a living will. Naruto gained a little confusion on that. Which was a video recording of them telling others of their wills. Oh, I know what a living will is, Pam, just didn't expect one for you to go to. Neither did I, but there were things the two wanted to tell family members and friends dearly that reading from a document wouldn't have much of an impact. Nodding at this, she continued. Anyways, they told me I should have this as it contains all of their research notes and progress. They updated each day and kept it in their safe that survived the fire. So that means that they wanted me to combine their research with theirs to finish up the projects in full. I believe they must have been close to finishing when they were attacked. Pam said to finish his assumed thoughts. But who would want to attack them? Do they even have any competition? None that I know of. Like I mentioned before, they tried to be as secretive as possible. But there could have been a leak and some companies could have seen them as a threat. I agree. If they brought out their finished product, this would bring out a major boon that not only they would win the Nobel Peace Prize but would have more fame and profit in the end. Naruto said as he got them closer to her apartment. In turn would drastically decline stocks of various companies that could possibly be harmed by their research. The botanist said to wrap things up. That's what I thought as well during my time down south, but I don't know what else to do exactly. All I can do now is to use their research and finish up the serum so I can use it in their memory. Well, I think that should be something to celebrate. I did promise to take you to your favorite restaurant when you got back. Oh, I remember, and I intend to cash that in. Pam said with a smirk. Great. For a moment there I thought you forgot. Naruto smiled back. We'll still stop by your place and freshen up before heading over there. The two eventually made it back to her apartment and unloaded her belongings. It didn't take long for them to get themselves cleaned up for their date for the evening. Pam couldn't help but giggle when she saw Naruto have a spare change of clothes with him for the night. He did explain a little that he couldn't wait for the little event as he wanted to make things great for her return back to Gotham. Naruto ended up wearing a dark, suited attire that seemed to highlight his features nicely that could make any woman want his attention. As for Pam, she was wearing a dress she got on her trip, being a black, strapped dress that if light hits it in just the right angles one would see its green color blended into the fabric with very little makeup as always to highlight her features. Is something wrong, Naruto? Pam playfully asked, seeing her boyfriend's look. Though to be fair, she was gaining a similar look with how well he is dressed. I don't know if we should go on our date now. Oh, and why's that? Well, I don't want to have any other man gaze upon your beauty, Pam. You just look too beautiful for any other eyes to see you. This caused her to giggle in response. Oh, you flatterer. They soon went on their way to the restaurant, and Naruto was glad he had made a reservation that Christmas night after taking Pam to the airport. There was only one spot left for this evening and he took it right away. It's a pretty popular place for many of the white-collar individuals of Gotham, and the two had eaten there on a previous date, so they knew what to expect on how crowded it could be. Their expectations ended up correct when they arrived, with the parking area being full with a bit of a line in the front. Thank Kami that the place is bigger on the inside or else it'll be hard to get in. Naruto muttered as he pulled up to the valet. Nice evening, isn't it, sir? The valet greeted them as he opened up the driver's door before opening the passenger one. So far so good, the Silverette said as he handed the man a tip. It's hard for some people these days to get a good wage. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your stay, the man said as he went into the car and drove the vehicle to find suitable parking. The two went inside soon after so they can get checked in at the receptionist's desk. When they reached their destination, Naruto saw some familiar faces and couldn't help but voice his thought. Bruce, Harvey, what are you two doing here? Said men turned around to find the source of the call, showing the couple the billionaire playboy of the Wayne family and Gotham's district attorney. The playboy's short black hair with cobalt blue eyes were highlighted a bit with his black suit he was wearing to help define his features, while the DA's combed black hair with light gray eyes were matching his dark gray suit. Next to the men were two blonde women. One was wearing a black dress that was probably Bruce's date, while the other wore a magenta dress that Naruto soon recognized as Harvey's fiancée, Grace Lamont. Oh hey Naruto, good to see you. The billionaire greeted his publisher friend as he held out his hand for a handshake. Nice seeing you too. Haven't seen you since that gala last month. Naruto responded as he shook his friend's hand. Same here. Been quite busy these past weeks with the company, so I couldn't chat with you that much. All is forgiven, Wayne. Naruto then looked over to the other couple that was with Bruce and his date. Harvey, Grace, how are things going on for you two? We're doing great, Naruto, and I've been meaning to thank you for getting those autographed books from your new writers in your company. Grace said, getting her fiancé to nod. Definitely. Been reading what I can when I'm not working on various cases, and glad that you had published those works. They help keep my mind off of work at times when needed. Then I'm glad to be of help, district attorney. When the conversations are going on, the other two women were seemingly left out of the conversation. I'm sorry. I should have introduced my date for the evening. Bruce said to Naruto. Naruto, this is Natasha. Natasha, this is Naruto Uzumaki of Spiral Publishing. Nice to meet you, Mr. Uzumaki. The woman said with hints of a Russian accent. I gotta say I enjoy reading your company's latest works. Well, thank you, Natasha. The publisher replied. Anyways, Bruce, Harvey, Grace, this is my girlfriend, Dr. Pamela Isley. Pam, this is Bruce Wayne of Wayne Industries. Yes, I know, Naruto. You don't need to tell me, but it is nice to meet you, Mr. Wayne. And here I wanted to properly introduce you, he said with a pout which got the two women to laugh a little. I know, but wanted to tease you a little, the botanist replied back as he patted his cheek. And it's also nice to meet you too, Mr. and soon to be Mrs. Dent. Likewise, thanks, the engaged couple replied respectively. Don't mind me asking, but when did you two get together? The billionaire asked with the knowledge that they are in a relationship now. Since Christmas weekend. Well, congrats then, Bruce said before noticing their current placement. So were you two going to check in? Yes, we were. Well, why don't you two join us? It'll be fun, and I think this place is too crowded as it is. Grace said, supposedly voicing her Bruce's oncoming response. I don't know. Would you be fine with that, Pam? Why not? I think it'll be a pleasant dinner either way. With that said, Bruce had asked the receptionist if it was possible to combine the two parties, which he was happy to oblige. He had ushered them to a table that had finished getting ready for the next set of customers. So Bruce, are there any projects in the works that we could learn about, or are they going to be a surprise? Naruto asked as they were getting situated in their seats. There are a few, but yes, I'm not at liberty to speak of what they are. That's understandable, so I won't pry. I'll just wait for when you properly give out the announcements. But while on the topic of projects, what about you? Are you planning anything else to write? Grace politely asked. The publisher was going to answer, but the redhead had beaten him to the punch. He does have one book in the works. Pam. Naruto whined to her. Spoilers. Oh really? Bruce inquired. And how do you know of this Pamela? Sigh. She found what I had written so far in my notebook. Naruto said as he rubbed his head. It was just something I've been doing in passing, and after reading it, she wanted me to finish it up. Well, given the reputation on how most of your previous works turned out to be, I wouldn't expect your next one to not be a bestseller. We'll see, Bruce. We'll see. The former shinobi stated. I think I'm halfway done now, and it'll be some time till I'm even close to being done. Really? Pam curiously asked. From what I had read so far, that you were practically 2 acts in from the prologue, and you starting the first acts. Are you playwriting this book of yours? Natasha asked. Well, it's more of an epic poem, Natasha. I honestly never thought of having Loveless be transitioned into a play, but now that I think about it, it might seem like it. I don't know now, but I'll see on how it goes in the end. Naruto replied. Then how many acts do you think will there be in total? Questioned the DA. Naruto thought about it for a moment before replying. Well, Harvey, technically I'm currently writing the 3rd act with it written as the 2nd. I plan on having 6 acts in total with the prologue and 5 acts following. Then I guess it'll be an interesting read then. The party were soon greeted by their waiter for the evening, and they soon ordered their respective meals. There were some fun conversations going on various topics as they were going through their appetizers of varying salads, but soon things started to get interesting after they finished those up. Quote. But how would one raise children in a city such as this? Natasha asked. Well, I was born and raised here in Gotham, and I turned out okay. Bruce replied. Despite. Well, you know. Naruto said as he knew talking about that specific night around Bruce is always touchy. The others understood on what Naruto meant, and the playboy nodded on his friend not actually saying it and going into that can of worms. Sometimes I do wonder, is Wayne Manor even in the city limits? Pam questioned. They are around the Palisades. Around the border, I believe. Naruto replied. I'm talking more about of how a city idolizes a masked vigilante. Hearing the Russian woman's correction, Naruto decided to explain a little. Well, from how things have gone in these past years, Gotham City could be proud of an ordinary citizen trying to do what is right. That I can agree with, replied the DA. Gotham needs heroes like you elected officials instead of someone who thinks is above the law. Natasha countered. So with that, who appointed the Batman? Bruce commented. We did apparently, Harvey said. All of us who stood by and watched a variety of scum take over the city. But this is a democracy, Mr. Dent. When the enemy were at the gates, the Romans suspend democracy and appoint one man to help protect the city. The DA said. It wasn't considered just an honor, but it was a public service. From what I remember in my history classes, the last person the Roman Republic appointed was Julius Caesar, and he never gave up his power when things died down. Pam said her 2 cents. True. But here's the thing, you would either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. Harvey said as things started to sink in. From what I can tell, Batman doesn't want to do this all his life. Naruto said, getting the others' attention. I can imagine that years down the road, that if he keeps his mantle of responsibility on for too long, he'll grow very old and bitter towards the world and would never have any bright days to live by. Probably be held up in a cave and act like a hermit for all his life till he goes into the grave. He'll probably want someone to take up his cape and cowl for when the time comes that to finally pass the torch. Maybe to that Robin fellow that works alongside him. Natasha asked. Possibly. Who knows if the traffic light wants to take it up or not. All I'm saying is that if the city grows too dependent of Batman, then what would happen if he just up and left or disappeared, and then what? Naruto said, leaving that question in the air. Things will start toppling down, I guess. Grace answered. Pretty much. Naruto said with a shrug. Batman will end up creating a symbol or an icon that it'll be hard to live without, and that someone will need to keep it alive after the current Dark Knight retires or passes on, so that Gotham could possibly be safer down the road. That seems to be a very interesting assessment, Naruto. Didn't really think about that. Bruce replied as he started filing those details into memory. Same here. Harvey said in agreement. You really thought deeply into this sort of subject, haven't you? Probably. Naruto said with a shrug. But other than that, then you're welcome. Of course it wasn't really just a guess. Naruto had known on how similar it was between Batman and the cages from his home reality. Someone that was truly strong when the shinobi villages of respective areas were formed, that each of them needed a leader, an icon to help keep the peace and stabilize things throughout the other places of the world. At some point, the current cage would need to step down so the next generation could take her place, then the new one would need to be properly trained. The Uzumaki had to obviously know of this back then for his former dream, and even now with current events. With that said, if Robin doesn't want to take up the Bat's mantle, then who? Would it be you, Mr. Dent? Natasha asked. Maybe, if I'm up for it. The DA said with a chuckle. What if Mr. Dent is the caped crusader? The Russian replied as she put her napkin in front of Harvey's face to only show the bottom portion of it. This got a laugh out of the man before he responded back. If I were sneaking out every night, then someone would have caught me in the act. Oh, I definitely would have, Grace said with a giggle as she kissed her fiancé on the lips. You know, Harvey, isn't the DA re-election going to be happening soon? The publisher asked. Yes, in a few months or so. Why, you ask? Harvey curiously asked. Well, I would like to help fund or at least contribute to your campaign when the time comes. Naruto said, getting several people on the table to look at Naruto in surprise. You would really want to do that, Naruto? Bruce asked. I mean, it's just that I have helped fund Harvey's campaigns in the past and things have turned up well so far. I know that, Bruce, but I just want to at least donate a substantial amount when the process begins. I just want to show that I support you, Harvey, and not just voting for you since I started living here in Gotham. Chuckles. Then I'll be glad to accept your generosity, Naruto. Anything I can get will help keep this city on the right track despite the mob and other forms of crime running around. I hope you will, Harvey. I hope you will. With that, their meals soon came and the group had shifted conversations to a lighter tone so things can end pleasantly for them. As time has passed for the group with them satisfied in their meals as they were heading off to their respective destinations. Harvey and Grace left a bit earlier due to them having meetings in the morning and they needed to get back home early. You know, Naruto, you should maybe come with me to this animal rights event going on next week. Bruce suggested. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the one dealing with Gotham's finest being auctioned off for dates with all of the proceeds going towards the animals? That it is. I don't know about that, Bruce. I'm currently in a relationship and I don't know if Pam would be fine with me attending or yet participating in it. Participating in what exactly? Pam asked as she came up from behind the two. Pam. Naruto said with a stutter. Cough. Well, Bruce was asking if I could come with him to this event next week. And what event is that? An animal rights event and the proceeds go towards the animals. Okay, but why would you think I wouldn't be fine with it? Well, it's a celebrity date auction. Oh, she drawled out in acknowledgement. And I was telling Bruce that I wouldn't know if it would be good for me to attend or yet participating in it. And I think you should go. See, Bruce, I told you she wouldn't. Wait, what? Naruto said in surprise and even Bruce shared the same reaction. Well, if it was being used for a good cause, especially with it being the wildlife, then I think it'll be good for you to go. But wouldn't you be mad if I went out with someone on the event? Not at all. Naruto's eyes soon narrowed as he stared at his botanist girlfriend from her response. This got her to be confused on his little action there. What? This is a test, isn't it? A what? A test in our relationship. You are suggesting me to go and to see if I will actually want to attend or participate in the event. Either result would affect our relationship in a positive or negative way. This got Pam and Bruce to adopt confused looks on Naruto's response. Soon the botanist realized what he was implying and decided to voice her thoughts. What? No, Naruto. This isn't a test in our relationship at all. I really do want you to go. You know how I feel about nature and the wildlife is a part of it. So if you going helps on the event, then you should definitely go. But what about you? Well, maybe I could come or not. It pretty much depends if work is going to be crazy with the new year. She said with a shrug. But in all honesty, Naruto, if I can be able to come with or not, you should definitely go and I will not take no for an answer. Sigh. Alright, if you say so. Besides, I think it would be fun to see how much women would end up bidding on you if you actually participated. Oof, course. Bruce couldn't help but chuckle on the interaction and decided it was time for him to head off as Natasha came back from using the restroom. Then I'll be seeing you next week, Naruto. And I hope you have a good New Year's, you too. See you then, Bruce, and a happy New Year to you as well. With that said, Naruto and Pam went on their way to head back to Pam's apartment to head off to bed. From the mixture of Pam's flight and their meal, she was wanting to spend her New Year's just relaxing and celebrating it in their own way. A few days later, Pam's POV. I wish I wasn't here right now. I would rather be at home with Naruto helping me relax. I said to no one in particular with a sigh escaping my lips. For the past few days now, I've been working non-stop on my serum after I got back to work. I thought at first I was going to take a bit of time to figure out how to properly get Holland's serum to mix with my own, which I thought was impossible. But sometime after I clocked in, I was approached by one of my supervisors, Dr. Jason Woodrue, that I needed to get my serum finished very soon or else I will be forced to put it on indefinite hiatus. There was no explanation at all and he left me to do my things, making me wonder if what he said was true and I would be forced to no longer work on the goal of the Hollands and my own. So by that I was forcing myself to stay at Star Labs for the past several days, working day in and day out to get everything wrapped up. During one of my meal breaks, I had called up Naruto and told him the news on what I had to do. He told me it was unfair on what Woodrue was making me do, that reaching my life's goal was in her reach, but if it wasn't done soon then I would kiss it goodbye. I agreed with his statement, but I had no choice at all. Oh Naruto, you are so damn sweet to me, I thought as I gazed upon the various flowers he brought me these past few days to help cheer me up. Of course the gaze would have been better if some of the meal boxes I had cleanly eaten weren't near my precious flowers. With how stressful this wrap-up turned out to be, I had to shove a lot of my things to a corner so they wouldn't be near any of my sensitive equipment. I can't wait for this to be done so I can finally clean up my lab and finally clean myself up properly, I said as I gazed over to the mirror nearby, seeing my disheveled look of frizzled hair that was tied up by a headband and a scrunchie. If one could describe the current condition of my lab, well, it would literally be a mix of rotted nature taking over with a hurricane had passed on by. Many small experiments and attempts on blending the two serums together were unsuccessful, as things seemed to look fine at first as things started to grow, only for them to die moments later. What the hell is wrong with this picture? I have the understanding perfectly as every attempt of getting the serums to blend well turned out for naught. Is there something that I'm not getting in all of this, or was this some sick game from a higher power wanting to screw me over? Oh mother, what should I do? Knock knock. May I come in? A man called out from outside of my lab. It's open. The person who stepped through the doorway was not only my supervisor but also the man that I would really want to kill right now for causing me this annoyance of finishing up my project. Dr. Jason Woodrue was a man in his late 40s, early 50s, with his dark hair combed back with 2 white streaks going off on either side. He was wearing a standard lab coat with some business wear underneath. He also wore an interesting pair of glasses that had several attachments of a magnifying variety to help him see closely if needed. So Dr. Isley, how's the project coming along? It's doing all right, sir. I'm just having trouble trying to get some kinks to properly work. Well, I know you'll be able to do fine finishing this up by tonight, he said, making me to widen my eyes in surprise. Tonight? I have till tonight to finish this. Why, yes you do. You've spent quite a long time working on this project of yours, but I'm afraid your time is just about up, Woodrue said with a smile that made me feel uncomfortable at the moment due to me working overtime with little to no rest. Like I told you before, that if you have not completed your serum by the deadline, then I'm afraid you'll be putting this on indefinite hiatus. But I thought I had another day or two, but not tonight, I said as I was starting to well up tears in frustration and exhaustion. Well, I just wanted to let you know. I'll be stopping on by later this evening to see if you'll be done by then. And with that he left my lab for me to wallow in my misery. Why does this have to happen to me? I cried out as I slumped onto the floor and just wanted to die now so I won't have to deal with this. Alec, Linda, what am I doing wrong? Is there something that I'm not getting at all from your work? The green. Quote. Wait. The green. Quote. The green. I said as the slight thought came and went through my head as slight memories came back to me before I widened my eyes in shock. The green was something the Hollands had said in passing in previous times I had visited them. They mentioned that it was something really important in their research to help make their serum to truly work, but I didn't think it wasn't all that important. Oh good fucking god, why did I forget that? I yelled out in my head as I scrambled from the floor and ran towards my laptop. I went through the disk the Hollands gave me and eventually found the file that was hidden away deeply into other files. Before I knew it, I finally found the information I was looking for. As information started piling through my screen, I couldn't help but smile hard to the point that my cheeks could have ripped from how happy I had gotten. This was it. This was fucking it. I finally found my solution. With new invigoration with little to no exhaustion, I dived into my work as I started plowing through it like a snow plower on a snow day to ruin a child's day off from school, or Naruto giving it to me hard back on Christmas and New Year's. Ellipsis. Yeah, odd analogies there, but fuck it, I don't care right now. It's time to complete this baby. Hours later. Finally, it's done, I said as I held up the vial of green liquid that seemed to sparkle and glow as I held it up to the white lights of my lab. I don't care if I'm seeing things due to my exhaustion. I am finally done. Alex and Linda's work. My work. They are finally done. Knock knock. You can come in. I called out to see Dr. Woodrue walking in. Hello Dr. Isley. How's the project coming along? Oh, it's great, sir. I finally have it done now, I said in a giddy tone as my excited high kept me from noticing an odd look come to Woodrue's face. Really? Well, that's wonderful, he said in a tone that seemed a tad off to me. Well, I think you can finally call it a day, Dr. Isley, and head on home now. But shouldn't I clean up my lab and present my work to you before I go? It's all fine, Pamela. I've caused you enough stress that you can go on your merry way. You can clean up your lab and present your project in the morning. Thank you, sir. I'll see you later then, I said to him as he smiled at me before going on his merry way. As I started gathering my things, I had this odd tingle at the back of my neck that something seems off and that I should be worried. Nah, It's just the exhaustion getting to me. But still, this feeling isn't really going away. I was walking out of the botanical area of Star Labs as I made my way to my car. I saw that it was pretty dark outside with the moon and stars somewhat shining this evening. I can't wait to finally go to bed. Yawn, it'll feel so damn good, especially when I take a nice hot shower in the morning. I said as I fished my keys out of my purse. Once I got into my car, I tried starting it up but it wouldn't go. I kept doing this several times before I realized that my battery must have died. Great, I mumbled. Absolutely great. I soon fished out my cellular phone and started typing Naruto's phone number, and I really hope he was up. Ring 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 ring. Hello. Hey Naruto. Oh hey Pam. How's the project coming along? Great news. I finally have it done. I said in a slightly happy tone. Really? Congrats Pam. I knew you can do it. I know Naruto. So I'm just wondering, but why are you calling me? I can tell that it's not just for the big news there. You got me there, honey. Look, I need a ride to either your place or mine. The battery of my car is probably dead, so I'm pretty much not going anywhere. Okay Pam, I'll be heading your way right now. Give me about 10 to 15 minutes and I'll be there. Just head back inside and wait for me. Alright Naruto, I'll see you then and I can't wait. Me too Pam, I've missed you. Same here. Oh, and Naruto. Yeah. I love you. I love you too. After that, I ended the phone call and made my way back inside of Star Labs. With how cold it is outside, there was no way in hell I was going to wait inside of my car with it being so damn chilling. Once I got inside, I decided to go use the restroom so I can properly wash my face and feel a little warm in the face. While on my way towards my destination, I heard something quite a distance away. I thought it was nothing until I heard some glass breaking and some yelling that got my curiosity getting the better of me. The fuck is it? Where the hell did she put it? Isn't that Woodrew's voice? I muttered to myself as I drew closer before I realized the commotion was in my lab. I soon peeked inside and saw what he was doing. He was rummaging my lab. Where in the bloody hell did that bitch put her work? He said as he soon tossed drawers from their originated place as it broke some nearby equipment and glass chemical containers. I wanted to go in there and question why he was messing up my lab, but I needed to wait for what his intentions are. Gah, the bitch must have taken it with her instead of leaving it here. Now my plans are ruined. He yelled out as he kept throwing chemicals all over the room in frustration. Was he talking about my serum and my notes? That must have been it, but why? I should have taken it from her before she left so I could have presented it to the board tomorrow. He said as he was biting his fingernails. Now I won't be having any of the credit and my shot in the Nobel Peace Prize will go down the drain. He was planning on stealing my work. Even after all that effort of hiring those goons down south to take care of the Hollands and possibly steal their work, but no, they had to fuck it all up. He yelled out as he kicked some objects that were on the ground. No, he was the one. He was the one that caused that. He was the one that killed them. Oh, that was it. You. I yelled out from the doorway, getting his attention. How dare you? How dare you try to steal my life's work, you bastard? Ah, Dr. Isley. So nice for you to return. He said in a sweet voice, but I wasn't buying it. Don't you dare try to sweet talk out of this, you bastard. I yelled out. I heard you confess on what you have done. Oh, and what do you mean? He asked in delusion. You wanted to take my life's work and you took the lives of my closest friends. For what? Just to gain all the glory and profit from the finished work. Ah yes, that. And what do you have to say for yourself? He didn't say anything at all, trying to think of something, but my patience was wearing very thin. Listen here and listen good. I have spent my life's work wanting to protect the environment and for plant life to live on and not die out. My friends wanted to solve the problem on food shortages and would have saved countless lives in the process. And now, here you want to steal our hard work that we have literally cried, sweat and bleed for. When I get through with you, you won't even be able to get a job as a high school chemistry teacher. Do you hear me, you psychotic bastard? With my bit said and done, I waited for his answer. Well, I respect your opinion, he said to me, and quite frankly I'm not all that great with rejection. When Woodrew said that, I felt something heavy go down to my stomach. So I'm afraid you'll have to die. He lunged at me as a fight broke out between us. I fell onto the ground and felt the broken glass cut into my skin, but I couldn't let him get the better of me. I pushed him away as he hit hard against the counter before trying to attempt harm me again. I ducked away as he ended up pushing a stand full of chemicals onto the ground and some splashed against some wall sockets and broken machinery, causing some sparks to light up. I tried to run out of the lab that was starting to catch on fire, but he grabbed my hair and slammed my head hard against one of the counters, cutting my head open slightly. My adrenaline kept me awake as I had to take care of the psychotic supervisor. I soon found a broken flask and I didn't care if it broke through my skin in my hand as I lunged towards him to either immobilize him or even kill him. He tried to move away, but some of the chemicals on the ground made him slip towards me. I took the chance and I stabbed the broken flask into his throat and left a deep gash. Why yo you bye bitch? Woodrow yelled despite his throat slashed open as he attempted to kill me while his life was slowly leaving him. He ended up pushing me against my bookcase full of chemicals to fall upon me. I tried to push the bookcase off of me as I saw Woodrow try to leave, but he once again slipped and fell to the side, slamming his head to hit against the counter, knocking him out and letting him finish bleeding to death. I somewhat felt satisfied that the Hollands were avenged, but that didn't matter now as I tried to get out of my predicament. I tried shifting through, but I felt that one of my legs was broken and the other sprained, so it was going to be really hard to get out of my compacted spot. I tried to breathe but felt something being jabbed into my chest. When I looked down, I saw the vial of my life's work sticking out of my shirt's pocket with a mixture of the serum and my blood coming out. I realized that I ended up being stabbed too deeply and I was probably going to die here with the growing flames consuming my lab, killing all of the plants inside of it. My eyes kept on glancing all around me and something that was precious to me caught my eye. I tried to reach for it, but the struggle kept on having the vial dig deeper into my chest, but I didn't care. I soon got it in my hand and I pulled it towards me to see the picture frame containing the one sweet moment of both of me and Naruto being together when we had just started going out. The pain was too much for me and I started to cry before I uttered a few last words. Naruto, I love. Kaboom. Beep, 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 beep. The sounds of the heart monitor filled the room as Naruto sat in one of the chairs. His hazel eyes were evidently red from crying when he found her in the wreckage of the botanical department of Star Labs. The memories were still fresh in his mind and every time he kept thinking of that moment hours ago he would unshed freshly made tears. He had just gotten off from a long day at work when he had gotten the phone call from Pam that she needed a ride to either of their places due to her car not working. He was so happy to hear that she had finally completed the serum, the life stream of both her and the Hollands, that he had several ideas running through his head on how to properly celebrate the accomplishment. But as Naruto was getting closer to his destination, a growing feeling was rising in the pit of his stomach that something was going to happen. His gut never failed him before, aside from prior moments of him having food poisoning, that he sped his car past the speed limits. When he came onto Star Labs, everything seemed fine and went towards the entrance of the building until the botanical labs exploded in a fiery blaze. He feared of what happened and quickly called 911 and reported what happened before hanging up to find Pam. Naruto had to use his powers to get rid of most of the debris so he can properly search her. Eventually he made it to her lab and found her underneath a bookcase with various cuts and burns along with most of her hair burned off. Once he got outside, with Pam in his arms, he was greeted with the sight of the paramedics showing up and he had brought his girlfriend to them. For the entire ride towards the hospital, he felt like he was having mini heart attacks with seeing Pam's vitals going out of control as they tried to stabilize her. Even with the surgery, which he couldn't track how long it took, all he could think about was Pam and wished she can make it through. His thoughts were interrupted as he heard the door to the hospital room open to see Bruce Wayne there. Naruto, I just got back into town when I heard of what happened and I came as soon as I could. He said as he quietly closed the door. Hey Bruce, sorry that you had to come back to this. Naruto tiredly said to him before looking back at Pam. Bruce looked around the room to see a spare chair and pulled it next to the publisher. How is she? Is she going to pull through? Barely. I was so damn lucky that an ambulance showed up when it did and had to keep her stabilized on the ride over. If they didn't respond quick enough. Naruto, don't think of that. How could I, Bruce? The publisher said to the dark-haired man. If only I could have been there sooner, then none of this would have happened. Then this wouldn't happen to Pam. Nothing was said after that as the sounds of the heart monitor were filling up the room. Bruce then glanced over to Pam's prone form and took in the various details of her appearance. Many wraps were around her body that made her look like a stereotypical mummy with hints of her right leg being in a cast underneath the bed sheets. There were many wires attached to her body with some tubes were inserted into her to help with her breathing. So what's her condition? Bruce asked. From what I was told by the doctor, there are burns of various degrees around her body that will take time to heal. She has scars around her body from the glass along with her right leg being broken. But, I'm more worried about her head. The Uzumaki stated, piquing Wayne's brief curiosity. What do you mean? They said that there was a deep gash on her head with some blunt force trauma from what they had seen through X-rays and CAT scans. Naruto said as he slowly tightened his hands. I'm worried, Bruce. I don't know if Pam will forget about me or her mother or anything she considered her precious in her memories. Bruce placed a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder before speaking. Naruto, she'll be fine. You just need to try and relax. She's in very capable hands. I know, Bruce. I just hope she wakes up all right. Excuse me, Mr. Uzumaki. A voice called out, getting the two people to look towards the doorway to see one of the hospital's nurses. Commissioner Gordon is outside and would like to speak with you. Oh, thank you. Naruto said with slight surprise as he rose from his seat and headed out of the room with Bruce soon following. Naruto was about to get out when he momentarily glanced back to Pam's unconscious form before stepping out. The two men looked around before seeing Commissioner James Gordon by the nurse's station along with Detective Harvey Bullock. James Gordon had a well-fit appearance in his suit and tie attire while wearing a brown trench coat. He had combed auburn hair with the sides of his head showing signs of it going gray while wearing a pair of thick-rimmed glasses with a thick mustache. Harvey Bullock was a pleasantly plump, dark-haired man wearing a yellow shirt and red tie while the rest of his attire was dark gray on the pants, trench coat and his hat. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm sorry to what has happened and you have my condolences. The auburn man said to the publisher. Thank you, Commissioner. Naruto replied back. So is there any reason why you two are here? Yes, there is. My investigators had searched Star Labs to figure out what happened since I didn't want to rule out of accidental gas leaks, unlike some people I know. James said before glancing to the detective who was innocently whistling while munching on a donut. And did you find anything for how this happened? We did. It took a while to search through the wrecked lab that we found several things. Which would be? Bruce asked since he was curious as well. We found a burnt up corpse in the lab and once going through dental records, we were able to identify it as Dr. Jason Woodrue. This surprised the two men and wondered why he was in there. But why was he there? Was Woodrue there to help Pam out? Naruto asked, getting Gordon to shake his head. I'm afraid not. After going through the autopsy report, it showed that the man's throat was gouged out, indicating that Ms. Isley had stabbed him. But why would she do that? There is literally not a mean bone in her body as far as I have known her. Naruto argued in hopes of protecting her. When I found her, she was all cut up and underneath a bookcase. I wasn't finished, Mr. Uzumaki, and I'm not accusing her on cold-blooded murder. The commissioner said to calm the publisher down. As the Silverette did, the bespectacled man continued with his explanation. I had my investigators look through the security tapes at Star Labs to figure out what happened, and it was revealed that the late doctor was the cause of the explosion. Naruto felt several things go through his system as he narrowed his eyes and slowly tightened his fists. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm down a bit more. Mind explaining, please? The hazel-eyed man said, getting Gordon to nod. Once going through the video footage, it was revealed that Woodrue was rummaging through Ms. Isley's lab in the attempt of stealing her work and pass it off as his own. After coming up empty, he ended saying his intentions and confessing that he had hired people down south to steal the work from Alec and Linda Holland, but they ended up killing them. He did what? Naruto growled out in response. Gritting his teeth, he tried to calm down, but it wasn't helping all that well. Yeah, and your botanist girlfriend ended up hearing his confession and started yelling at him. Bullock said after finishing his donut. That was before the asshole tried to kill her. Harvey, that's not helping. Gordon sternly said to his detective. Gritting his teeth badly as his anger was starting to rise to the surface while his hands were tightly gripped enough to break the skin. Blood would have dropped if his powers didn't make it fade away. Bruce had placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder to calm him down. He was going to yell at his friend when he saw Pam's prone form through the room's window. If Woodrue was still alive and kicking, then I would kill him myself for what he has done. The Uzumaki growled out as he was starting to well up in tears. Well, Ms. Isley is being counted for self-defense, and we had called Louisiana State Police of what happened so they can inform the Hollands family and friends while searching for the hired thugs. James informed the two civilians. Sigh, thanks for letting us know, Gordon. I'm glad that despite Woodrue being dead, that he has been brought to justice. The publisher stated, getting the others to nod at that. But one thing that I don't get is, why didn't Woodrue stop the security tapes from running before he raided Pam's lab? Bruce questioned to fill in that little gap. Guess he was too impatient and rummaged the place before doing that. Successful or not, he would have erased the tapes afterwards. Bullock said as the others felt a little satisfied despite the incident from earlier. Anyways, we should get going. I hope you rest easily, Mr. Uzumaki. The commissioner said before he and the detective left. Thanks for holding me back there, Bruce. I would have blown my top if you hadn't. No problem, Wayne said. So what will you do now? I'm staying here for the night. I don't want to leave Pam's side, and I want to be here when she wakes up, hopefully. She will, Naruto. Just give her time, Bruce said as he is starting to walk away. I should thank you, Bruce. The silver-haired male said, getting his friend to turn around. For what exactly? For blackmailing me to go to the gala, Naruto said, getting Bruce to adopt a confused look. Why would you thank me for that? Wouldn't you be mad at me for doing that to you? Oh, I'm still mad at that, so expect a prank going your way. Bruce shuddered when hearing that tidbit. From what he had heard about the Uzumaki, that he had pranked several people badly, that left him become a bit infamous on the actions. One of them was sneaking into one person's office last week and painting the entire place in, "Kill me, orange." The police couldn't pin Naruto to the incident, but they all knew the Silverette was the culprit. Unknown to Bruce, Naruto was thinking of the same event. When the publisher was training to use his skills when Pam was out of town, he wanted to test his current skill set on a few individuals. During a previous date with Pam, one man was harassing his girlfriend in various ways that made Naruto want to punch his clock in, but the man was of high standing in Gotham and Naruto couldn't lift a finger against him. So once Pam was gone, Naruto used his grappling scarf and phasing ability to break into the man's office and finally release some long-awaited pranking. Ah, it felt so damn good to do that. The former shinobi thought with a chuckle before shaking his head. No, I'm talking about that if you hadn't blackmailed me then I wouldn't have met Pam. She was there? Bruce asked in surprise. Yes, she was. The publisher said with a small smile. Anyways, I'll see you later, Bruce. See you later then, Naruto, and hope you have a pleasant sleep over this. I'll try, Bruce. I'll try. With that said and done, Bruce headed off his way while thinking over the recent events. He felt horrible on what happened to his friend's girlfriend and wished he could have prevented that, but it's too late now. Maybe I'll help out by paying off the medical bills. Though I'll have to wait and see how the Star Labs board of directors will do with the recent events before I act on my own accord. The billionaire thought as he headed home for the evening before going out on patrol as the dark night. Back with Naruto, he headed back inside of the hospital room and sat back down next to Pam's bedside. He slipped his hand into hers and gripped it slightly. I don't know if you can hear me or not, Pam, but I finally learned of what happened. I'm so sorry on what happened to you and I wish this didn't happen to you at all. I was so scared when I saw the botanical labs explode and I rushed in to find and see if you okay. At this point, the silver-haired male felt his voice breaking as those memories earlier came back. But when I found you. Oh, Cammy. I didn't think that you would have made it, but I needed to save you. I couldn't imagine my life now without you with how much you mean to me. By now, he was shedding tears and tried wiping them away with his other arm, but it was no use. I love you so much that it would have killed me if you died. So please, do me a favor and live for me. The Pam I know and love doesn't give up this easily. You never gave up on your passion for the environment and you did everything you can to make it better by making that serum of yours. You finally accomplished your goal along with the Hollands, but you can't stop there, Pam. You've got to see this through. Sniffle. So please. Sniffle, please wake up, Pam. I love you, he said as he leaned up and kissed her cheek before leaning his head on his other arm on the bed as a makeshift pillow for the night while slightly crying himself to sleep. If he would have seen her face, he could have seen a tear fall down from one of her eyes that gained a faint, green glow before it died out. Few days later. Well, I hope that this night goes well, Naruto said as he pulled his car up to the building where the animal rights event was taking place before a valet came up to him to park it. Once stepping out of the car, some people recognized him as he wore a dark gray suit and tie. As the publisher was past the entrance of the building, he was remembering what occurred in the past several days. Ever since that night when Pam was admitted to the hospital, Naruto was down in the dumps to a certain degree, but he did what he could to try and raise his spirits. For the past few days, for roughly an hour or so, he would stop on by with a bouquet of flowers to check up on her and inform her unconscious form on the day's events. He had requested the doctors to inform him if any changes happened to her since he was now her emergency contact like the very moment when she wakes up so he can come and see her. Even during the one of the visits, he had seen Grace stop on by to check up on Pam and give her condolences from both her and Harvey. From what Naruto had heard from Star Labs after the incident, the board of directors of the Gotham branch fully discredited Dr. Jason Woodrue on what he has done that night and had wanted to pay Pam's medical bills in full from Woodrue's salary and earnings they had seized from his bank accounts and assets. It did help settle Naruto's nerves a bit more that Woodrue would be paying more for what he has done, especially with what remaining money that was taken was sent off to the friends and family of Alec and Linda Holland for their troubles. But it still didn't fix on what had been done, as it will be a rough time to heal from. The other thing that Naruto has done during the past few days was working more on his loveless story since he wasn't in the mood to train in his abilities at the time. With the recent events and the drive, Naruto was able to finish up the third act while starting on the second to last act of his book. Possibly by the next month, he might be able to finish up writing the epic poem before getting it edited and then published in the following month. Back to the current matter at hand, Naruto made it to the event hall where the dating auction was taking place to see the room somewhat jam-packed with a variety of Gotham's wealthy and celebrities. It was going to be very hard to navigate and make his way through without fully playing one of his favorite games, Know Your Neighbor. Naruto, what are you doing here? A familiar voice called out from behind as the Silverette turned around to see Bruce in one of his nice suits. Oh hey Bruce. Man, it is really packed here, isn't it? Yes it is, but you still didn't answer my question. Why are you here? I thought you would still be looking over Pam, Bruce stated as he crossed his arms with a small smile seeing his friend here. Well, if you remember, Pam wanted me to attend this event since it's helping out the wildlife. Naruto told the billionaire. Besides, if I didn't go to this then Pam would probably kick my ass 6 ways till Sunday. This got Bruce to laugh a little at the statement as he knew that Naruto must have kept his promise with Pam regardless of what happened to her. So are you going to be participating by being auctioned off or going to buy yourself a date? Neither, I'm afraid. I promised Pam I would attend, and even with recent events I think it would be hard for me to attempt to buy a date or even try to go upstage. Even I have limits despite Pam possibly wanting to see me up there and wonder how much someone will bid for me. Hearing this, Bruce nodded at Naruto's excuse. Well then, I think you should still head over to get yourself checked in at least and inform them that you wouldn't want to be bidded on then. I'll do that then. Naruto walked off in search of the check-in station since it was supposed to be inside of the event hall unless he was mistaken and it was supposed to be outside of it. As he made his way through the crowd, he ended up bumping into a woman on an accidental shove from someone else. I'm so sorry about that. He apologized. It's really hard to move around here with all these people. It's no problem at all, the female said as she turned around to see the one apologizing to her. When the two looked at each other, they ended up dismantling each other through their gazes to take in as much detail as they can. The woman had short black hair in a pixie cut with bright and sharp green eyes while wearing a red, strapless dress that hung around her neck as it flowed past her ankles and hugged her form nicely. She wore little to no makeup, with her just having red lipstick along with a pair of earrings that matched the little ornament on her dress just above her breasts. In his honest opinion, she was rather stunning and he tried to keep a blush down. But something about her was nagging at him at the back of his skull that he had seen her before, but where? On the woman's end, she couldn't help but admire his appearance as well and wondered if he was participating in this event so she could maybe buy a date from him. When she saw the blush, she couldn't help but found it cute, with it brightening up his cheeks a little to pop out his whisker marks. They must be birthmarks since there is no way they can be tattoos or scars. She thought to herself. Sorry and don't mind me staring. Didn't know if you were fine with that, Naruto said to her as he scratched the back of his head in his nervous habit. It's quite alright. In fact, I was checking you out as well, so don't feel too bothered by that. Well, if you insist. He laughed a little before composing himself and held out his hand. Naruto Uzumaki. Selena Kyle. She responded as she shook his hand before remembering where she heard that name. Aren't you the owner and founder of Spiral Publishing? Guilty as charged, he said with a smile with his eyes closed that made her think that he was imitating a fox. I gotta say, I really love many of the books you published and even enjoyed the ones you wrote. But pardon me for asking, but why are you here attending this event? Selena questioned the publisher. Well, I'm here because of my girlfriend on her insistence for me to come here for the wildlife. He answered, which got her to feel disappointed on the response. Damn, he's already taken, and such a shame too since he is quite the looker. She thought without even showing it before a question came to mind. But if you're in a relationship, then why are you even here exactly? You plan on cheating on her? This got him to quickly argue on her little accusation. No, nothing of the sort at all. Then why are you here? Selena pressed on for an answer with a slight glare. Sigh, like I said, she insisted on me to go to this event with her. He said with a straight face. But earlier this week, she was in an accident and is now in a coma at Gotham General. I made a promise with her that I would come here because of her love of the environment, both flora and fauna. His response shocked her a little as she didn't know his girlfriend was in such a state. I'm sorry to hear that, Naruto. Forgive me on accusing you in such manner. It's all right, Selena. No harm, no foul, he stated to reassure her. I should have said more of that a bit ago but tried not to go too deep on that subject. It's fine and I understand, the dark-haired woman said before a familiar voice to both people called out. Selena, there you are. I was looking all over for you, the voice said as the person came closer to the two and Naruto saw a familiar sight. Sorry about that, Shizune. It's quite hard to move around here with so many people, Selena said before turning to Naruto. Oh Shizune, I should probably introduce you. Shizune, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this is Shizune, my assistant. Nice to meet you, Mr. Uzumaki, the assistant said to the silverette as she held out her hand while the other was holding onto a folder of sorts. To Naruto, she looked very similar to the Shizune he knew back in his old reality, but the only differences were the lengths and styles of their hair along with their cough assets. While the Shizune in his old world had short, straight hair with being small-chested. The Shizune in front of him had long, wavy hair that was tied back into a high ponytail, with her having D-cup breasts along with her wearing a pair of glasses. For the rest of her attire, she was currently wearing a business suit despite the formal wear everyone else was wearing, making her stand out a bit. Same to you, Shizune, he said as he shook her hand in turn before addressing the green-eyed woman. Since you've known what I do for a living, what about you, Selena? Well, I mostly do fundraising for charities, which are primarily towards wildlife preservation. Selena explained, which got Naruto to smile on the information. Ah, good to know. I have a feeling you mostly go to these events or others of the sort to seek out wealthy philanthropists and spend their money on good causes. Primarily for the betterness towards animal life. Very much so, Selena said with a smile. I have a feeling you have a similar experience in this sort of thing. Remember when I said earlier with my girlfriend being very compassionate with wildlife, both flora and fauna? She nodded at his question before he continued. Well, she is a botanist who was researching and developing a serum for the betterment of plant life and in turn animals. Really? Well, that's interesting. Shizune responded with her friend nodding in agreement. You said, was, if I'm not mistaken. Are you telling me she is done with her serum? Yes, she is, and, well, it's the reason why she ended up in her accident. Naruto confessed in that particular detail, causing the two women to let that sink in and understand what happened, with Shizune asking a bit more on that detail to her friend. I'm sorry to hear and I wish for a speedy recovery for her. Shizune said to the hazel-eyed man. It's fine, Shizune, and I wish the same thing. He said before looking at Selena. You know, with how you two are compassionate with the environment, I have a feeling you two might get along. I think you might be right. Anyways, I think the event is going to start soon and I need to use the restroom for a moment. It's been nice chatting with you, Naruto. Selena said as she walked off. Same to you, he quickly said as she gave him a little nod, with Shizune following suit. As the event started, with Naruto forgetting to check in due to chatting with Selena for too long, many individuals of both genders were called out one by one and were bidded in various amounts that were being put towards animal rights. From what he could tell, a lot of the people being bidded on will end up in the tabloids by the end of the week with who is dating whom. After a dozen or so bids, things started to pick up a bit more. Next, we'll be auctioning off a date with Gotham's most eligible bachelor, Mr. Bruce Wayne. The auctioning host said into his microphone as spotlights were circling the crowd to find the billionaire. Now, if Mr. Wayne would be so kind to step up or make his presence known. At this, most of the crowd was murmuring on where Wayne was currently at. Oh, now, don't be shy, good sir, the women won't bite, I'm sure. Eventually the host was finally able to spot him when one of the spotlights finally found its target. Ah, there he is. Bruce was in the spotlight now and decided to wave to the attendees for the event as he made his way towards the stage. From where Naruto was standing, he could see many women of varying ages and appearances were closing up on the billionaire. Remember, we got a lot of animals to save, so we'll start the bidding at $500. The host said before women started throwing out numbers left and right. 500. 600. We have $600. Do I hear 7? $700. 8. 1,000. Hearing the amounts piling up, the host couldn't help but chuckle. Oh ho. Well, that's $1,000. Going once. Going twee. $10,000. A familiar voice called out as everyone gasped and turned towards the source. With Naruto, he already knew who it was as he quickly found Selena in the spotlight not too far away with a smile on her face. Damn, she really wanted to make a spectacle out of herself and put a lot towards the cause. The publisher thought as he started to laugh to himself. THTH, do I hear any more bids? The auctioning host said with a stutter, but there were no responses. Going once. Going twice. Then sold for $10,000 to Ms. Selena Kyle. Things quieted down as Bruce made his way towards Selena and Naruto decided to meet up with them. It's a pleasure. Bruce said to the black-haired beauty. Well, thank you. Cough. The two turned towards the source to see Shizune coughing into her hand for their attention. Mr. Wayne. My secretary Shizune. Said woman opened up the folder and started writing something inside of it before ripping it out. From what Naruto is seeing, it was a check, probably for bidding for Bruce. How do you do? He said as he was handed the check. Please, it's Bruce and I'm very flattered. Selena folded her hands together as she kept her face straight after receiving the compliment. Please understand that this is purely for the animals, Mr. Wayne. So you're off the hook. As she was walking away, Bruce ended up grabbing her wrist before speaking out. But you're not. I beg your pardon. What he means, Selena, is that you bought him for a date. Naruto said, drawing attention to him. Naruto. You know her? Well, somewhat. I met her a bit before the auction started and we chatted a little. Naruto said before continuing. Wasn't there something you were going to say to Selena, Bruce? When hearing this, the dark-haired man ended up blushing a little, which Naruto couldn't help but find this hilarious and kept his composure. Oh, this is such a very rare sight to see indeed. Well, like Naruto said, you bought yourself a date. So I am honor-bound, and delighted, to receive. And I should warn you, I am not a man who gives up easily. Believe me, Selena, the man speaks the truth. He won't stop at nothing to see things through. Naruto said, backing up his friend's claim. After a few moments to think to herself, the raven-haired woman responded. All right then, how about lunch? Tomorrow perhaps. Sounds good to me, Bruce said before gunfire could be heard from outside. I wonder what's going on, Shizune said. Same here. What do you think, Bruce? Naruto asked before seeing his friend was missing. Bruce. Where'd he go? Maybe he went to the auction host to turn in the check to verify the date payment. Guessed the assistant with a shrug. We should probably get going. Shizune, mind hailing us a cab? Selena asked her friend. Sure thing. Would you guys be fine hailing a cab? Naruto asked, getting the two to stop their actions. Why would you ask that? The raven-haired woman asked with a raised brow. Well, with that gunfire outside, I'm guessing that some firefight is happening nearby, and even when it's over, some roads are going to be blocked off for who knows how long, thus causing the cab driver to charge you more on the fare. After hearing his argument, the two women couldn't help but agree on his reasoning. It seems sound. But what are you suggesting we do instead? Well, maybe I could give you two a lift, he said to Selena. Maybe if you're offering and you seem to be a very nice guy, then I'll possibly take up on your offer. Great. Well, let's head up front and get my car. The small group of three went towards the entrance of the building as he hailed the valet to bring up his car. It wasn't long before his vehicle arrived, since a lot of the festivity is still going on inside. Once they climbed into the car, Naruto decided to ask Selena a question. So ladies, where should I drop you two off? You can drop us off at the Skyline Towers, Shizune said before noticing the look on his face. What? Is it something I said? No, not really. It's just that I actually live there. Really? Well, that is interesting to know, Selena said with interest before Naruto drove them to their destination. Skyline Towers. It took a while to get to their destination due to traffic, but they made it to their residences. On the way over, the three had a pleasant conversation on various topics that they were passionate towards. So you're currently sponsoring a wildlife preservation outside of Gotham. Man, that is quite a project you have there. Yes, it is. With the population of mountain lions present on this city's borders, I would feel comfortable to have them along with many other animals to live there, so both them and us humans be safe from each other, explained the raven-haired beauty. Well, I wish you the best of luck. And if Pam was with us right now, I bet she would say the same thing, he said as they drove into the parking garage for the towers. You're too kind, Naruto, and I wish she was here with us now. I would have been happy to meet her. Me too, Shizune said in agreement as they were walking towards the elevator. Once inside, she pressed the 50 feet floor button, causing Naruto to look at in curiosity. Wait, she is a floor below me, he mildly thought before looking back at Selena as some memories started to seep towards the forefront of his mind. Naruto soon imagined Selena in lesser clothing and her soaking wet. Wait. Isn't she? Oh shit, Naruto yelled in his head as he realized on why Selena looked so damn familiar. I saw her naked last month. Oh fucking Kami, this is going to be awkward now. Well, once again, it's been nice meeting you, Naruto, and thanks for the ride, Selena said to him, not knowing what was going on in his head. Well, thank you, Selena, he said while trying to get rid of the image of her wet and naked out of his head. Oh, and I was wondering if I could make a contribution to the wildlife preserve. And Naruto, you don't have to do that. She tried to decline his offer, but he waved his hand in response. Ma, it's quite alright, Selena. It's the least I can do to help you out, he said as he pulled out his checkbook and pen from his jacket's pocket. Besides, I didn't participate in the auction and Pam would scold me if I didn't at least contribute to the event. Well, if you insist, Selena said as she tried to avert his gaze. Shizune wasn't even better as she was compassionate in her work alongside her friend, Boss, and wasn't expecting any contributions for today. But with Naruto being a very successful publisher, he obviously had more wealth above average society, especially with the rumored and known connections the Silverette has. So then, how does $20,000 sound to you, Ms. Kyle? He said as he wrote the amount onto the check. This caused the two women to feel as time suddenly stopped on what he just said before turning their gaze at him in shock. $2 minus 20,000. Is he serious? Were their respective thoughts before Selena voiced their response. I don't know what to say. You're welcome, by the way, and I hope you'll go far with this to help the environment. Quickly composing herself, she responded with a genuine smile. I very much will, Naruto, and thank you. This will possibly help me finish solidifying the offer on the preserve outside of Gotham. The elevator stopped and opened up as they had reached Selena's and Shizune's designated floor. The two women stepped out and turned around to see Naruto one last time. I hope you have a good night, Naruto, and thank you very much on your donation, Shizune said with a bow before the elevator closed on him. Sigh. Man, this night was really interesting. I hope my contribution to her cause could make a difference. Unknown to either side, Naruto had made a donation to Selena twice in both of their alternate personas. Next day, Selena's and Shizune's loft. It was appearing to be a pleasant day in Gotham as the sun was shining without a cloud in sight despite the cold air hanging around the city. To Selena, it was pretty much a nice day for her to go out for her lunch date, but some thoughts were still plaguing her mind. She was currently a dark purple blouse with a black skirt with a pair of 1-inch black heel shoes while brushing her hair in the mirror despite it being short. Aren't you a little excited for your date? I mean, it's Bruce Wayne. Tall, dark, and disgustingly rich. Shizune said to her friend as she was getting food out for Isis. I'd rather have it be with Batman, admitted the secret cat burglar. Oh Shizune, you should have seen him. He had the eyes of a lion. How would you know he has eyes of a lion? It would be hard to actually see them with that cowl of his. Shizune pointed out her friend's slight mistake. Chuckles, I guess you're right. I probably meant to say his gaze, not eyes. And what about Naruto? What about him? Selena asked as the Uzumaki suddenly came into the conversation. Well, he is very charming and cares much about the environment, probably as much as you do. But you forget Shizune, he's currently taken. And such a shame too. If he was available, then I would try and snatch him up. Then you'll have to beat me first. Selena threatened in a jokingly manner. Or better yet, there's still that nobody, still an odd name, you told me about. Oh yes, him. Ever since that Christmas night at the Gotham Clock Tower, there were times that Selena kept fantasizing about seeing the masked acrobat. With how he moved and reacted to the simplest things when he was performing his tricks. He kept on doing things that made her stop breathing and her heart racing while even saving her precious Isis from certain death. All this made her want to see him even more to possibly have that little thrill again. Not to mention of him practically giving her the cat's eyes emeralds wasn't bad either. But alas, she hasn't been able to find the man ever since, much to her disappointment. Ring 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 ring. They heard the phone go off as Shizune was making her way towards it while cutting Selena off from her thoughts. But honestly Selena, at least Bruce Wayne is a good connection. We might be able to use him. The assistant said before picking up the phone. Hello, Selena and Shizune residence. Knock knock. That's probably him now, Selena said to herself as she made her way to her door. She's probably right. But still though, I wish it would have been better if it was Batman standing behind this door. Once opening up the entrance to her loft, she was just expecting Bruce Wayne, but it was a surprise to see Naruto there as well. Naruto, what are you doing here? Oh, I was coming back from seeing Pam at the hospital when I ran into Bruce when he entered the building. We chatted and I was quite surprised that you two are practically neighbors, said the billionaire. And why would you say that? Selena questioned with the tilt of her head. I know you live here in the towers, Naruto, from what you told us last night, but you never told me which floor. To tell you the truth, I actually live right just above you too. Really? Well, that's quite interesting to know. Also sorry Bruce, it's very nice to see you, Selena said as she went back to her lunch date who waved her off. It's quite alright Selena, Bruce said to her as he handed her a bouquet of flowers. Here, these are for you. Why thank you, she replied as she took a whiff of the flowers. Oh, where are my manners? Please come in you two. The two men entered the loft with Naruto closing the door. You are even more stunning than I imagined, Bruce said to the raven-haired beauty, which got Naruto to raise an eyebrow. That's an odd thing to say out of the blue, he thought before turning his gaze towards the green-eyed woman. Though I do have to admit, she is rather stunning. Before anything else could be said, Shizune came up to them seeming urgent. Selena, it's your lawyer. He says that the preservation deal is off. What? Selena angrily said, getting a shocked reaction from Naruto on Shizune's statement. Are you serious? I don't know, but I intend to find out, the woman said as she handed the flowers to Shizune before going over to the phone and picked it up. Martin, what happened? But that's ridiculous. You need to call him back and tell him I would want to speak with him. But it has to be today. He can't, Martin. He can't sell the land to Multigan since we had an agreement. What's going on, Naruto? You seem to know what's happening, Bruce asked his friend with Shizune not too far from them. Selena was negotiating land for a wildlife preserve. I had thought that the money I gave her last night would have been enough, the former shinobi replied back. It was Naruto, but it seemed that Multigan had muscled their way through and paid extra to topple over what you gave us. I'm so sorry though, the assistant said apologetically. But what do you mean he won't take any of your calls? Selena called out, getting all attention back towards her. You need to go over there. Even if you have to kick the door down, I need that land for the mountain lions, Selena said before slamming the phone down on the receiver. Why does this have to happen now? We were so close, the raven-haired woman muttered as she sat down on the couch while rubbing her head in frustration. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that I won't be good company. Is there anything I could do? Bruce said in concern. Not if you could land me a meeting with the chairman of Multigan International, she replied with a strained laugh in the end. Bruce thought for a moment before walking over to the phone and started punching in a phone number. So what time is good for you? The two women stared at the man in surprise while Naruto couldn't help but chuckle a little on the display. Huh, I'm starting to like him after all, Selena said as Shizune put a hand on her shoulder for comfort. Multigen International. Bruce was able to set up a meeting a few hours later once things died down. Selena, Bruce and Naruto went over to the corporate tower of Multigen International to find the bottom of this. The raven-haired woman told the publisher he didn't have to come, but he told them that this concerns him as well, that it affects the environment very much and Pam wouldn't want this to happen at all. The three were currently inside the office of Mr. Stern, the chairman of Multigen, which was littered with animal heads, feeling a tad impatient as the man was chatting with them. But honestly, Wayne, I wish there was something I could do for you three. But the deal was quite set. The chairman said to them as he played a little bit of what Naruto believed to be part of Beethoven's Ode to Joy on a piano bit on his alcohol counter. Once the little sequence was done, part of the floor opened up to show a display for what Multigen was planning. A vacation entertainment resort. You see, we are committed to build a major resort. Golf course, tennis courts, a spa, a swimming pool, the works. Mr. Stern said, getting Selena and Naruto to feel disgusted. But that's insane. It's in the middle of nowhere and it's worthless except for the wildlife. Not to mention for environmentalists with how many acres of trees are there. Naruto said, adding to back up Selena's claim. The chairman only had a smug smile as he shook his head at them. But you don't see the developmental potential. And as for the animals, we'll take care of them. One way or another. With his piece done, he walked over to the door and ushered them out. Now you excuse me, I'm all out of available time I could spare. Selena just hotly laughed in response to that. Oh, you'll find plenty of time with me, Mr. Stern. Before I'm through, every environmental group and animal rights activists breathing down your neck. They'll be looking down on you and your project so closely that you'll look like a bug in a kid's glass jar. Selena soon left with Naruto in tow, who glared at the man as he left. Hope you have a nice day, Bruce said as he soon followed the two. Once the three were gone, the chairman went back into his office and waited by a wall before it started to rise up from the ground to show a very fit, muscle-bound woman in a red bodysuit with black arm guards, sash and combat boots walking towards him. She had long, black hair that reached the middle of her back with two white streaks. Her green eyes were those of a killer while complementing several scars on her face. The last detail on her person was a tattoo of a red bear paw print with claws on her bare right shoulder. For anyone who doesn't know who this dangerous-looking woman is, well, she is Red Claw, international terrorist and one of the most wanted throughout most of the world. I'm afraid that Selena Kyle is going to be trouble, madam. We've come too far for our plans to be jeopardized by some environmentalist and fanatic. Red Claw said in a thick Russian accent. Have someone keep an eye on Ms. Kyle. I want to know every action she is taking, whether she is going to work or going out for meals. I don't even care if I have to know when she takes a shit. I want her followed. With that said, she walked back into the hidden hallway as the hidden wall closed back up. Meanwhile, outside. I'm afraid I wasn't that much help after all, Selena, Bruce said as they walked out of the building. At least we know what their cover story is, she replied, getting Naruto to nod. But something else is going on and I feel it's something big. They were near the parking lot when Selena gained Bruce's attention. It's getting awfully late for lunch. Can we have a rain check on it, please? She hopefully asked, which got Bruce to smile. Of course, and besides, this was more important to you than just some lunch, mind you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Maybe we could reschedule for tomorrow perhaps, he suggested to her. Sounds wonderful, she said to him before continuing. It'll give me some time to help take care of business this evening. Now that I think about it, I think I have some business to attend to as well tonight, Wayne said in a tone that seemed he had an ulterior motive. Selena didn't pick it up, but Naruto did. Being a shinobi, even being a retired one, for years would get him to pick up subtle things. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Bruce. Same time, she asked. Definitely. Until then, the dark-haired man responded before making his way to his car. He was starting to plan things out for the evening, like squeezing information from a mob boss or two about Red Claw and why he was in Gotham. So Selena, Naruto said as the two neighbors were walking towards his car. Need any help on the things you have going on tonight? No, I think I'll be fine doing it on my own, but thanks for the offer. That's fine. Besides, friends should help each other out when needed, he stated, getting her to look at him questionably. You consider me your friend, Naruto? Yeah, I consider both you and Shizune my friends. I do what I can to help them out to the best of my capabilities. With how things are going on as of late, one would need their friends for support. She felt touched by this and smiled at him. Thank you. It means a lot to hear that. You're welcome. A thought then came to him as he pulled out his wallet, which confused the environmentalist. The publisher then pulled out a pen and wrote something in it before handing it over to Selena. What's this? She asked as she saw his business card. Turn it over and you'll see my cellular and home phone numbers. You might as well start knowing them just in case you want to contact me on anything. She was glad to get this information as it would help her out on a later date. They went into his car and made their way back to the Skyline Towers to do their own agendas, not knowing that they'll meet up again later. Later, Multigan International. Dusk had fallen in Gotham as the cold breeze filled the air with remnants of snow on the various rooftops and streets below. The sound of snow crunching permeated the air before it came to a stop as the person in question stared up towards the higher levels of the corporate building. Well, Isis, time to get to work, Catwoman said to her pet around her neck as she leapt towards one of the ledges. It was quite a distance to reach, but the cat burglar pulled out her leather whip and had it latch against one of the building's hanging designs so she wouldn't fall down. Once having it steady, Selina started to climb up the whip before getting on top of the stonework. From there, she trekked her climb towards the top of the corporate building so she can be able to reach her destination. As she drew closer, she saw a light shining through the office window from above, realizing that the chairman was still in his office. Lucky for her, for when she reached it, Mr. Stern was just leaving for the night. Or so she thought. If Mr. Stern won't admit what's going on, then we'll have to find out for ourselves, Selina said to Isis as she got off of her master. The thief used one of her sharp claws to cut into the glass big enough for a human to slip through it. Once safely on the ground, she looked around to see if anything was amiss as per her training. All clear, her master called out. Meower, Isis called out with a nod, getting Catwoman to fall down to the office floor. I believe Beethoven's Ode to Joy will do the trick, Selina said as she came up to the alcohol counter and played the tune on the piano keys. Like before, the One Resort display rose up from the ground. I better thank Granny Kyle for the piano lessons when I get the chance, she muttered to herself as she kept on playing the song before the counter and the alcohol display started to move to reveal an intricate control panel with a safe on the bottom. Once the safe was fully on display, it opened for some reason as it scared off Isis to hide behind her master. Outstanding, Selina said at her apparent luck that she wouldn't have to safe crack this one as she pulled out her camera to take photos of many documents. Unknown to her, through one of the animal heads had a hidden camera that was recording live in the security feeds. Meanwhile, despite our loss of arms, thanks to Batman's interference, we will be proceeding according to plan, Red Claw said in front of her men in a hidden room of the Multigan corporate building. She was going to continue when the door opened, showing Mr. Stern walking in, feeling embarrassed in possibly interrupting his boss's speech lecture. Anyways, tonight at 2300 hours, a train under military escort will pass through Gotham. The terrorist stated as a map of Gotham was shown on the wall. It will be transporting a strain of viral plague that Interpol had confiscated from our eastern laboratories. I cannot overemphasize the importance of the plague to our cause. She soon walked towards one side of the map and pointed towards a certain area of the train route. We'll hit the train outside of the city at this point and we'll. Madam Claw, one thug called out. Yes, what is it? Don't you see I'm doing a thing here? The Russian called out. You need to see this, he said, getting his boss to come on over to see Catwoman taking photos from the safe in Mr. Stern's office. Who is that? The Multigan chairman asked. A cat at the end of its 9 lives, Red Claw said as she pulled out a gun and slipped in a fresh magazine into it before heading out of the room to greet their guest. Back with Catwoman. Unannounced to her impending doom, Selina kept on taking photo after photo of various documents that would not only destroy Multigan's reputation and career but to also save the land she had wanted for the preserve. Meower, meower, Isis called out to her master, feeling impatient. All right, Isis, I just got the last of them. We'll head back home now, she said before pounding on the office doors, altered the two that they must have been caught. Acting quickly, Selina grabbed Isis and went into the air ducts in hopes of making their escape. It was tight, but it was worth it to possibly get away from security that would possibly want to follow them in here. Of course, the thief would have been fine with it more if it wasn't for a few cobwebs here and there. I think we are in over our heads, Selina said as Isis seemed to give her a dirty look. Oh, don't give me that look. You are in this as much as I do. Isis didn't really respond as she rolled her eyes before a sound came into the air ducts. The two navigated for a bit before they saw a man with an assault rifle. That's not a security guard, Selina thought as the two cats went through another duct to get away from the man. For extra measure, the thief pulled off a pouch on her and dumped its contents on the air ducts, showing metallic tacks shaped like cats. Ha and Shazun said these wouldn't be useful, she said with a smirk before moving forward. They soon reached a dead end as they ended up seeing an elevator shaft. Well, only way out is up, I guess, the thief said as she reached out and grabbed the metallic rope and started climbing up with Isis wrapped around her neck. They eventually made it to the top of the elevator shaft and went through another air duct that led towards the roof of the building. Once climbing out, the environmentalist looked around to find an exit strategy as she heard pounding on the rooftop's door. Deciding to take a chance, she ran towards a random direction. Hang on, Isis, Selena said as her cat responded by tightening her hold before the thief took a leap off of the rooftop. Unknown to her, Red Claw came through the rooftop door with her lackeys and saw where the cat burglar was heading towards and pulled out her miniature grenade launcher and fired. Once barely latching onto a rooftop ledge, she told Isis to get to safety before the roof exploded, causing her to fall. Selena tried to latch onto something, but she was thrown off too far away to grab a hold of anything. She screamed as her life started to flash before her eyes as she plummeted towards her doom before something or someone caught her. I hope I'm not too late, a male voice said to her as she looked towards the helmeted man who saved Isis on Christmas night. It's you, Selena said in surprise. Have we met before? It seems you have, yet I haven't, Naruto said in his nobody attire as he had his grappling scarf swing them around a building with all its stretchiness. It wasn't long before he willed his scarf to let go, getting them to land on a random rooftop. We're safe now, miss. You can let go now. Selena didn't say anything as she kissed his helmet, getting the disguised publisher to widen his eyes. That's for saving my cat, Catwoman said with a smile. I would give you a proper kiss if you took off that helmet. Nope, not gonna happen, Naruto said as he crossed his arms in a comedic gesture before remembering her saying something before. Wait, your cat? He asked before feeling something brush against his leg. Looking down, he saw a familiar black cat. Oh hey little one, long time huh? Nobody said as he picked the feline up and started petting her, causing the cat to purr. That's my cat you're holding, just so you know, the thief said, getting to look towards her. Oh really? Well then I hope you enjoyed the present I left ya. I did actually, and I appreciated the gesture. You're welcome then, he said as he kept petting her before slowly coming to a stop. Wait. How did you get up here? Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. That would be because of me, a male voice called out, causing the two to look behind them to see Batman coming out from the shadows. Hello there. Nice evening we have here, huh Batsy? Nobody said in a cheerful tone, which didn't get a reaction out of the caped crusader. Oh lighten up will ya? Once again, he was pretty silent before responding to the two of them. I heard gunfire nearby and came to investigate. I found your cat when I landed and took her with me. You're welcome by the way. Occupational hazard I'm sure, Catwoman said with a smile. Nice to meet you again Batman. So you two met before? The masked acrobat asked as he got no response from that question. Isis soon got out of his arms and climbed on top of his head and sat down. So little one, do you know how they met? Isis responded by nodding her head. Mind telling me? Her response was no. Please with tuna on top. Once again, no. You're no fun, nobody said with a physical, comedic pout, causing Catwoman to giggle at the display while Batman was not responsive. I'm going to be asking this politely. Why were you two at Multigan International? Batman sternly asked them. Wouldn't you like to know? Nobody replied back, getting the caped crusader to glare at him. While I'm at it, who are you? You don't know. Ellipsis. Well actually I think you wouldn't know. Well I'm nobody, Naruto said as he willed an object into his hand. My card. Nobody tossed the card at the Batman, who dodged it easily, getting Catwoman to see the opportunity to close in and grab the costumed hero. With a judo toss, she was able to throw Batman off the side of the building. Cheese it, the masked man yelled out as he grabbed Catwoman in a fireman's carry and jumped off the building with Isis wrapped around his neck. He willed the grappling scarf to show up and latch onto one of the walls of a random building and swung around. Hey, let me go, she said as she tried to get off. Really? You want me to let you go this high up? Oh, sorry. But did you really have to throw Batman off the rooftop? Well, I saw a chance to leave and I ended up taking action. But throwing him off the building. He had that grappling gun of his. He'll be fine. Gotcha, nobody said as he willed his scarf to let go, getting him to land on a random rooftop a good distance away from Batman. Thanks for the ride by the way, Catwoman said as she got off of the man with Isis following suit. Along with saving both me and my cat on separate occasions. You're welcome and I'll see you around, the disguised Uzumaki said as he ran and jumped off the rooftop before going to God knows where, leaving the thief and her cat behind. Selena's and Shizun's loft. Catwoman landed in a crouch on her patio as she opened the door to see her roommate waiting for her. So how did it go? Shizun asked Selena from the couch as she was reading one of the books published from Spiral Publishing. Well, it had its highs and lows, but I did get pictures of what is going on with that Multigan resort site. Selena responded as she handed her assistant the camera. So what did you see exactly? Apparently there is an abandoned military facility underground. Interesting. With what information I gathered, we are one step closer to saving those mountain lions. Unknown to the two occupants, one of Red Claw's goons was on a rooftop some distance away and saw the scene in the loft with a pair of binoculars and a listening device. But question is Ms. Kyle. Who will save you? Well, this night has been interesting so far and it's still quite young to even call it a night. Naruto said as he was swinging around after dropping Catwoman and Little One off one of the rooftops some time ago. His plan earlier was to head over to Multigan International and snoop around to figure out what dirt he could gather from them to help Selena out on her preservation project. It would have been easier too with his abilities to practically slip right through security and walking through walls, aside from him having to pay attention to security cameras since those don't get fooled at all with his memory manipulation. But of course things had to be held off till later for several reasons obviously. For one, he had to make up for what work he had missed because of Pam's accident that he didn't feel like going to work, which a lot of his employees understood. Sure, Naruto did do a lot of progress on Loveless, but he still needed to fill out a whole lot of paperwork and go to meetings that the publisher had to make up for. Even with all that, he ended up getting off of work pretty late. The last reason was of him going to visit Pam for the second time today. When Naruto got over there, he had told his girlfriend on who Selena was and on how much she cared for the environment. Even though she was unconscious, he hoped she could have heard him explain everything he knew about her, with her maybe wanting to meet the raven-haired woman sometime after waking up. With all that, Naruto had changed into his nobody attire and made his way to Multigan International to get in and do his thing. But things didn't go as planned. That as soon as he got nearby he saw Catwoman jump off of the building and eventually fall to her doom because of an explosion on the rooftop she clung onto. He saved her life, and once landing on some rooftop, he was greeted again by Little One and eventually the Dark Knight of Gotham. Naruto did want to make a good impression, but things didn't go all that well with him thrown off of a building and the Silverette snagging the thief and her cat before bolting it. It's probably going to bite him in the ass with what happened on there, but too late now to complain. So where should I go or do next? He asked himself. I haven't trained in the past few days and wonder if I have any other skills I have yet to know about. I could do that or maybe find some crime being committed and stop it. He was going to say more until he saw a shadow move past him, causing him to stop swinging around and land on a rooftop. Naruto looked around where it originated from and spotted Batman some distance away from him using his cape as a glider. Huh, now he really does look like a bat there. But question is, where is he going to? Naruto pondered to himself before a thought came to mind. Maybe I could follow him and properly apologize for what happened earlier. Don't want the guy on his bad graces now, do I? With his little task set, Naruto ran and jumped off of the building in pursuit of the Bat of Gotham City. GCPD. Wonder why he's here, Naruto thought to himself as he tracked the Bat to the police station without being seen. It was a tad hard trying to keep a good distance away, but not too much so he would lose sight of the costumed hero. He eventually stopped as he landed on the building's rooftop and climbed down to what appeared to be Gordon's office through a window. Naruto got over there quickly and scaled down to be just outside of the commissioner's window when he listened to the current conversation. Thank Kami that the window was opened, or else he would need to phase through just to hear what they were saying. But there's nothing here on the schedules. The first voice said, getting Naruto to know it was Gordon. A last-minute change perhaps. The second was recognized as the Batman. I would have been told otherwise. Quote. What if it was a military train? Something that the government doesn't want us to know about. Batman said, getting Naruto to wonder what they are talking about. Then this wouldn't be the first time, I'm afraid. Gordon said in a peeved tone before Naruto heard the man start dialing into the phone of his office. Blasted feds and their secrets. Oh, I agree with you on that, James, like you wouldn't believe. Naruto thought as he remembered past missions he did in the past for Konoha that he was kept in the dark on various details until he was allowed to learn in the end. Like the time he was sent to the blood prison without being told on why he was sent there until afterwards. That sucked big time. Then I'll see what I can do on my end, Gordon. I'll head over and do everything I can to stop Red Claw. Batman said, getting Naruto to be knocked out of his thoughts. Then good luck then, Batman. The commissioner said, getting Naruto to widen his eyes in surprise as Batman was going to exit out of the window and could end up spotted. Shit, I need to move now, he thought before he phasing himself into the building so that he wouldn't be spotted. Just in time too, with him barely going through the wall just as Batman climbed out of Gordon's window and used his grappling gun to head off to the night. As for Naruto, he found himself in an empty office and decided to phase back outside and follow the hero once again to figure out what the hell is going on. Border of Gotham City. It was pretty quiet and dark in the Gotham outskirts, with the bridge connecting to the city from the mountains finally repaired after what happened on Christmas Eve. Soon lights started to appear in the distance along with a sound growing in volume before a train passed over the completed bridge. The train in question was a militarized transport as it was highly guarded with patrol going through each train car and some in between them. You know, Frank, when I saw those old recruitment commercials and deciding to join, I didn't expect this. One officer said to his friend. Yeah, I know what you mean, Marcus. I didn't expect we would be protecting this plague. But who would want to steal it anyways? Marcus asked as he used his gun to point to where the plague is being kept. The bio-weapon in question was in a box with the biohazard sign on all sides. Unknown to them and the other military personnel, once the transport went past a certain point, the tracks shifted before a track speeder went down the train line showing Red Claw with an assortment of goons. Once the speeder got close to the last car, the group jumped onto the back ladder one at a time with only the driver of the speeder left as he pulled back to head back to their hidden base of operations. Once the terrorist group got on top of the train, one man had pulled out a grenade launcher and aimed at the connecting points between the rest of the train cars and where the plague was supposedly kept. He fired, causing the connection to break and many of the military personnel to go into panic to figure out what happened, not knowing they were no longer connected to the rest of the train. It wasn't long before one goon had cut open a hole on the top of the one car and dropped in a knockout gas container as another goon in a rope went to the side and planted a small bomb to the door so they can access it. As this was going on, Batman saw all this from above and tilted himself downward so he can get in closer from above. Once he got closer, he closed his cape-turned glider so he could aim his feet towards a pair of goons and knock them off the train. He was successful, causing confusion with the other Red Claw henchmen while only having Red Claw herself be mildly surprised before going through the broken door of the train car. Soon a sound filled the air, asides from the moving military transport, causing Batman and the goons to look back to see a motorcycle come out of the forest below. It soon flew into the air just as the clouds parted to get moonlight to appear to reveal who was coming after them. The goons didn't know who the man was, but Batman did. Well, somewhat. From what nobody was riding was a motorcycle of an interesting design, probably custom made, of its black covers with some steampunk-like designs with the handlebars being oddly placed on the grips. I'm so glad I researched motorcycles prior to today, or else I wouldn't be able to make this sweet baby. Naruto thought as he sped closer to the military transport. He felt accomplished to him crafting this beauty with his powers, as it was a pain in the ass to get this right. But hot damn, it was completely worth it, especially now. As he got closer to the train, he jumped from his motorcycle as it fell onto the train tracks and dispersed into wisps of black and white smoke before landing onto the train top with a roll. When he got up, Naruto made a pair of eskrima sticks and did quick successions of smacking the nearby goons' heads around. This was before he started hitting their hands to disarm them of their weapons on hand. Not missing a beat, Batman engaged his own set of thugs as he threw the first punch towards the thug on his left before countering the one coming to him on his right by ducking and giving him an uppercut. This was before he grabbed the man's head and slammed it against another goon as he dashed to the next set of opponents that weren't remaining on the train. The caped crusader made quick successions with each of the goons with elbow strikes towards several areas of the body when quickly switching from opponent to opponent. Even dodging the various hits on his person with minimal ease, since none of them had training on how to properly fight, it seems. Nobody blocked several punches and kicks with his weapons on hand before he ducked from a few opponents and spin kicked a few of them to get them off of the train. He even ducked several times before he headbutted them, quickly grabbing their heads and slamming them down on his knee before he threw them at the other thugs that were engaging against Batman. Hey Goonies. This is gonna hurt, Naruto said with a hidden smile as he threw the sticks at the remaining thugs' heads to knock them off the train. Once things were clear, Naruto turned to see Batman staring at him. I could have handled them. I know, but where was the fun of you hogging them all? Nobody retorted as he saw one thug grab a woman's arm and pulled her up. Huh, seems we missed one. Red Claw, watch out, one of the goons called out to warn his boss. Red Claw, a woman? Batman asked in surprise while nobody was mildly surprised that the leader of this raid was a woman. What, he had to fight against women back in his home reality, so he wasn't sexist or that closed-minded on the idea. Hell, that Conan woman was a founding member of the Akatsuki terrorist organization, for crying out loud. Do you have a problem with that? Red Claw said as she had the plague's container in her hands. Not at all, the Dark Knight said as he got closer to her. I'm an equal opportunity crime fighter. While I'm against hitting a woman, I'll make an exception with you. Naruto stated as he copied Batman's current action. Stay back, she yelled as she pulled out the bio-weapon from its container. In my hand is the ultimate equalizer and it kills indiscriminately. But you'll die too, Batman stated to her as a helicopter quickly came their way as a rope ladder fell down from its door. Along with everyone else within a 10-mile radius, but would you take that chance? She said as she grabbed a hold of the ladder before being lifted up into the air. Come on, I dare you to call my bluff. He couldn't do a thing as her laughs were slowly fading away into the distance. With his plan of catching Red Claw failed, he turned around to see nobody still standing there. I thought you would have left by now. He questioned the helmeted stranger. I would have, but I wanted to apologize about earlier on that rooftop. And you followed me here, just for that? Batman confusingly asked. Well, yeah, I wanted to make a good first impression, but I ended up botching it with my Card. Gimmick. And why did you do that if you wanted to make a good first impression? Would you believe it was a spur of the moment? Naruto said with a shrug while all he got in the end was a glare. What? I'm telling the truth, and Catwoman just followed through with what was on her mind, I guess. Feeling unsatisfied with not getting a response from the man, Naruto decided it was time to leave. As much as I would like to stay and chat more, I've already said my apologies and ready to go home now. I'll see you later, Bats. Nobody said as he ran towards the end of the train car. Nobody wait. Batman called out, but it was too late as the man jumped off of the moving military transport. He was surprised to see what happened next as black and white wisps appeared underneath him to form the same motorcycle as before. He grabbed the handles and sat down before the motorcycle landed on the train tracks and sped off to God knows where. This night has been full of surprises, isn't it? The Batman said to himself before radioing his old friend, Butler, to send over the Batplane to his moving location so he can inform Commissioner Gordon on what happened in person. Next day, Spiral Publishing. Groan. I really hate backup paperwork. Naruto muttered to himself as he filled out paper after paper from the stacks that were on his desk. I understand your pain, Granny, even if it's just a fraction. He said as he started going over another document. Now I just wish I could get drunk to ease the pain. Sir, your 12:30 is here. Jillian said over the intercom speaker, confusing the Silverette. I don't remember making any appointments for today. He thought before pressing the intercom button. You can send the appointment in now, Jillian. Will do. Sigh. Might as well use this as a break from my workload. Naruto said before the door opened to see a rare sight. He interlaced his fingers and narrowed his eyes slightly before addressing the person. Quote ellipsis dot dot. Not that I mind you showing up here, Kurama, but why are you here? What? Can't I come on by and visit my old landlord for a nice chat? The redhead replied with a whine. Right. I expect some ulterior motive behind all of this, since I distinctly remember you saying you're too busy with work to even try and chat with me in person. And I was right, but today is one of my rare days that I can do whatever the hell I want. The hybrid said as he made his way to the available chair in front of the publisher's desk. So yesterday I thought it would be nice to come on by to chat with you. Okay. Naruto drawled out before stretching a bit. So, what do you want to talk about? Well, I heard of what you did last night from one of my sources, and I gotta say I'm pretty impressed on what you did. And how would you know that, Kurama? He asked, since it seems impossible for anyone to know what happened on that train, unless you have someone at the GCPD, don't you? Yup, I do. Kurama said with a fox-like smile. But the real question you should be asking is, where don't I have someone at? So I take it your inside man eavesdropped on Gordon's conversation with Batman, I take it. Naruto asked while rubbing his eyes in slight frustration from both the paperwork and Kurama dropping these little bombs. When he looked back at Kurama, the hybrid had Naruto's notebook on hand and reading some pages out of it. How the fuck did he get his hands on it? I gotta say, Naruto, the redhead said as he turned the page. These sex scenes are really good. You should probably publish this. Hey, give that back, Naruto said as he dived towards the crime lord, only to be intercepted with a boot to the face. Though it didn't stop the Silverette from flailing his arms in hopes of reaching his notebook. After another minute of doing this action, Naruto decided to stop and went back to his seat with the footprint on his face. Sigh. Would you please give that back? Kurama smirked at Naruto and handed back the notebook before replying. Now wasn't that hard? Bite me. Nah, I don't swing that way. You would obviously know that since we last saw each other. As he was putting away the notebook into his desk, Naruto had a question on mind that he wanted to ask. Naruto was going to find his former tenant about this, but seems too good to pass up now. Well, since you heard what happened, you might know who Red Claw is, right? Obviously, Kurama stated before adjusting in his seat. So what would you like to know? Everything. Skyline Towers, night. I regret demanding to learn everything. Fuzzbutt knew about Red Claw. Naruto tiredly said as he got back to the towers after a long day from work. Naruto expected the conversation to last for a little bit of time, but it turned out to last several hours long. Because of that, he was held back on his workload and had to stay in late to get it all done. He did learn why Red Claw was in Gotham, that it dealt with retrieving a bioweapon that Interpol had taken from one of her laboratories back in Eastern Europe. She had been tracking down her plague for months to intercept the transport to do God knows what with it. The terrorist had to nab it outside of Gotham City before it made its way to some heavily guarded facility where it could be studied and then disposed with. Even some unique information that Multigan is working for Red Claw behind the scenes. Naruto was all fine and dandy with learning just that information. But Kurama wanted to fuck with him in the end and started giving him unnecessary information that had lasted way too long. Why would he even tell me how much of a sex life she has, or lack of one, or why he thought that was quite necessary? I need a drink. Never mind, I can't get drunk. I hate him so much right now. He said as he pressed the button in the elevator for his floor, only to realize he pressed the one below his. Maybe I could go see Selena and ask how her date with Bruce went. He said to himself since he honestly didn't get her phone number yesterday. Once making it to her floor, he went up to the door and was about to knock until he heard Shizune screech. Is she in trouble? Naruto thought as he was going to barge in until he heard someone's voice on the other side. I'm not here to hurt you. The voice said to Shizune. Red Claw is after you and Catwoman. Is that Batman? And did he say Red Claw is after Shizune and Catwoman? Doesn't he mean Selena? Catwoman. What are you talking about? Shizune, you need to tell me where Selena has gone to. These people are killers. Catwoman Selena, he yelled out in his head as he was shocked to hear this. She's gone to the Multigun site. Shizune said, getting Naruto to go in alarm on that tidbit. Not wanting to hear any more, he rushed towards the stairwell and ran up to his loft so he can quickly change into his nobody attire before heading out. He needed to save Selena. He can't have another friend's life be at risk like this. While getting dressed into his attire, his cellular phone went off and quickly answered it. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki speaking. Naruto, thank Kami you answered. Shizune, what's wrong? He said as he obviously knew what was wrong but had to keep up an act here. I was attacked in the loft not too long ago. Wait, what? He yelled out but not too loud just in case so Shizune doesn't hear him from above. But he was surprised on that bit of information. Luckily Batman was there to stop the assailant. But the reason why I'm calling is if I could stay in your loft for the rest of the night. Why would you want to come here? Batman suggested I go someplace safe until this thing blows over and your loft is the only place I could think of right now. Sorry but I'm not at my apartment right now since I'm still at work. He lied to her so he can get to the Multigun site quickly without her needing to find him. But you could access my loft. You just need to find my spare key in the potted plant outside. Okay, I'll do that. With that she hung up getting Naruto to finish getting dressed and used his phasing ability to go through the patio door before jumping off to swing his way out of the city. Multigun site. Have to be careful now. There are guards everywhere, Catwoman said to herself as she quietly made her way through the forested area when she got closer to the clearing. Seeing a man patrolling nearby, she snuck up from behind and knocked him out before hiding him in the bushes. She kept doing this to some of the guards near the edge of the forest so she could maneuver better when finding a way inside of the abandoned military complex. Eventually she did find an air duct cover some distance away but without any guards patrolling nearby had let her take her time in opening it. After navigating through the air ducts, she soon made it to the inside of the hangar and saw a lot of commotion going on with the men still doing patrols while loading and unloading certain goods. Well, this seems interesting, Selena muttered as she landed softly onto the rafters above and pulled out her camera to start taking photos. These will probably enhance the photos for the resort brochure. She was too focused in taking many of the photos that she didn't realize someone sneak up from behind until it was too late as one of the guards grabbed her camera causing her to look behind her in shock. Well, what do we have here? One hell of a very naughty pussy cat where she doesn't belong. The man said with a lusted gaze as he and his partner looked up and down her form. Too bad for the two guards. A shadowy figure came from behind and knocked their heads together, rendering them unconscious. Selena soon realized who her savior was and voiced her thoughts. And here I thought you didn't care after what happened last night. Catwoman said to the Dark Knight. Come on, he said as he grabbed her arm and started to run. We need to get out of here. But what about you? I need to take care of something here. They would have continued onward until metallic bars slammed down from above blocking their path before several guards aimed their assault rifles at the two. Hello you two. Welcome to my comfy resort, Red Claw said as she came up from behind her goons. The two masked individuals turned around to run the other way but more of Red Claw's guards were right there blocking their path. I hope you enjoy your very short stay. Moments earlier with Naruto, nobody. I hope I'm not too late in getting here, Naruto said as he approached the site on his motorcycle before slowly coming to a stop some distance away so he won't be heard by any guards. Once stepping off, the vehicle slowly dispersed into black and white wisps as Naruto started walking towards the clearing. He would have walked further until he saw a mountain lion chewing on a corpse of a dead goon. Nice lion, Naruto nervously said as he backed away slightly as the lion only stared at him for a few moments before resuming back into its meal. Okay, seems I'll need to watch where I step now, he said as he fiddled with his helmet a little to get the multi-vision function to activate. With these mountain lions running around, he would need to watch his step more so he won't cause any problems with them. The multi-vision function was quite interesting to find out on his own during training one night as it wasn't shown in the manual that came with the suit. The function allowed him to switch between thermal infrared, night and electromagnetic field visions on the fly instead of fiddling through his helmet manually. If he was able to see the helmet from the outside, he would have been greeted with seeing 3 white dots on his visor, one for each eye placement while the third is located on the forehead. Once he got it activated, he was soon greeted with seeing some highlighted foot imprints on the snowy ground with one that stood out as it had a heel on the end. Catwoman. No, Selina. Must have been here. Don't know how long ago, but at least I got a trail. He said as he followed her footprints while making some adjustments when some mountain lions crossed his path. Eventually he found an air duct with it showing signs it was fiddled around and broken so someone could access it before he decided to enter it. He would have walked through the front door and used his memory manipulation on the guards, but Naruto guessed that there would have been security cameras by the entrance, reason why he is sneaking the same way Selina did. Once navigating through the air ducts, he wound up inside of the complex where he saw the hangar. When he dropped down, Naruto was able to spot a handful of guards walking about in the center of the room and its borders with his elevated position. He ducked down as he followed where Selina's footprints went before realizing another pair walked alongside hers. Naruto looked closely into the shoe imprint next to Selina's to see a bat symbol. He put a bloody bat symbol on the bottom of his boots. Okay. Who does that? Sure, he had heard of the man having his batarangs, his Batmobile, his Batplane, so on and so forth. But does the guy even go far as to have like bat toilet paper, or a bat toothbrush? Does the guy even embroider everything in a bat theme of sorts? Focus, Naruto. You can ask about his extreme bat fetish idea later. For now, need to find them both. Getting out of his thoughts, Naruto followed the trail as he ducked behind several walls so he wouldn't get spotted by any guards. He would only allow a few mess-ups so he could quickly use his memory ability on them, but if he used it too much for a set period of time will start causing him to strain for a while. Eventually making it the stairs, she went down to the lower level before seeing their highlighted imprints go around a corner where a few guards were stationed. Time to start clocking them out for the evening. Naruto thought as he crouched down to out of their line of sight. As he got closer, he soon saw an air duct by their feet. Gonna need to sneak up on them and make them go away for a moment. He thought as he got as close as possible and waited for them to possibly turn around so he could work his magic. Patience was truly a virtue that after a minute both of them turned around, getting him to use his silence ability to quietly sprint towards them and aimed his palms to the back of their heads, getting a faint glow from them. You will not see or hear me for a few minutes, he said, getting the command into their minds that they won't be seeing him for that designated time and it's all he needs. Naruto crouched down and forced open the air duct cover and crawled inside before placing the cover back into place. With that, he followed the duct till he had to climb up and saw gaps towards the bottom to see the highlighted prints. He soon came to an end as he saw the footprints end at a doorway and assumed the two were in the next room. He was right as he kept crawling to see Batman and Selina tied up together in chains while he saw Red Claw at the doorway. You must be surprised to see the accommodations here, courtesy of your US government. The Russian terrorist said with Mr. Stern not too far behind her with the bioweapon container in his hands. They've built this top-secret complex to hide officials in case of a nuclear fallout. But since you've been so interested in our plague, Batman, she said as she pulled out the weapon from its container, we've decided to give it to you. Then what would you use to blackmail Gotham if you would use it on us? Batman questioned. Why risk carrying such deadly contents when a placebo would do? Red Claw said with a sadistic smile as she pulled out some little container. By the time they realize the vial is a fake, we'll be leagues away and they can't do a thing about it. As she said that, she pulled off the top of the little container to show a little air pump and filled it up with some liquid contact before putting a drop of it on the bioweapon, causing it to fizzle, signaling it's starting to activate. Soon, this will fully activate in a matter of minutes, she said as she made her way to the room's door. Mr. Stern, sound the alarms. We are leaving and need to seal up the compound. We wouldn't want the plague to affect the precious wildlife, now would we? Only the vermine is all we want to kill, the chairman said as closed the door to the room. The two struggled in their bindings as it was really hard for them to break free. What I wouldn't give to sink my claws into them. If only I could get some slack, then I could get us out of here, Batman said as he tried every trick he could think of to get themselves out of their bindings. If this was rope I would help out more, but these chains will be impossible for me to cut through. Maybe I could be of some assistance. A voice called out from above, getting the two animal-themed people to look up to only find nobody crouched down on the rafters. Hello, he said as he gave them a two-fingered wave. How did you get in here? Batman surprisingly asked him, and Selina wasn't any better as she thought the same thing. I have my methods, nobody said as he jumped down from his hiding spot before coming up to them. Now let's get you guys out of this. He grabbed a hold of the chain and the two animal-themed people expected to feel a tug towards the helmeted man's direction. To their surprise, they didn't feel a thing as they saw him pull the chain through them. How? Selena asked while Batman was running thoughts in his head on how that was possible. No time, you two. We need to go now. Nobody said just before the alarms for the military facility blared to life. With the sudden alarm going off made all of Red Claw's goons to abandon what they were doing and run as their lives depended on it. It wasn't long for the three masked individuals to make it to the hangar to see everyone running out of the compound. You need to get her out of here. Batman said to nobody. Not without you or not. Selena said to the hero before he shook his head. I'll be right behind you too, but I need to destroy the plague. He said before looking back at the other two. Now please go. You heard the man. Naruto said as he grabbed Selena's hand and they both ran towards the hangar door while Batman ran towards the fuel tanks to take care of the bioweapon. As the two drew closer they saw the door barely closed. We're too late. No we're not. Keep running. Trust me. Naruto called out and she complied with his hand still gripping hers. Before realizing, she ended up outside with her looking back in shock as she walked through the hangar door. She tried to reasonably think of an explanation when they were surrounded by Red Claw's forces with their guns aimed at them. Oh, I don't have time for this. Naruto growled out as he let go of Selena's hand and focused power into both of his hands to form void Rasengans, causing everyone to stare at the display in mixed reactions. Before any of the goons knew it, they were blown away when Naruto tossed the attacks at them. Naruto grabbed Selena's hand and ran far away from the facility before making it to the nearby cliffs. Naruto willed his grappling scarf into existence and used it to easily get him and Selena to the top without much effort. When they made it to the top, they heard a loud noise coming from the facility below to see a fuel tanker crash through the hangar door. That must be Batman. Nobody said, getting Selena to nod before they saw a fiery trail following the tanker as the vehicle went towards the several military helicopter. It crashed into them, causing the tanker and helicopters to explode before everything else in the facility, and clearing soon followed. Nobody and Catwoman saw it in concern as they searched for Batman with their eyes before they heard helicopters behind them. Get down. The helmeted Silverette said as he pulled the environmentalist down to hide them as they saw police helicopters fly above them. This is Gotham Police Commissioner Gordon. We have you all completely surrounded. Give yourselves up. James called out from the helicopter's intercom as the helicopters kept their spotlights on the many goons down below. Seems that this resort is really going down under. Selena said before getting kicked to the side, knocking nobody off the cliff. This is all your fault, you bitch. Red Claw yelled out as she kicked Selena again. For years I have built my criminal network. I have brought down countries to their knees. And now it's all ruined, all because of you interfering. You environmentalist. Whore. The Russian woman yelled out as she kept kicking at Selena. She aimed another kick at Selena, but a hand grabbed a hold on the offending limb. Hey, nobody said as he tightened his grip. It's not nice to hit a defenseless woman, you muscle-bound bitch. Before the terrorist knew it, she was thrown into the air and fell down the cliffside with her possibly having several broken bones at the end of it. You okay? Naruto said in concern as he looked over her for any signs of injuries. I'll be fine. The armor I have in this suit helps. She admitted before shifting a bit to feel a bit of pain. Seeing this, Naruto pulled out a medical pack from his belt and injected a mixture of morphine and painkillers into her to help with the pain. She moaned in relief in this action. Thanks. Seems I needed that. You're welcome. Nobody said before he looked towards the facility to see a shadowy figure. Seems that Batman survived. Hearing his statement, Catwoman looked down below and saw his figure in front of the roaring flames of the military base. We should head back to Gotham now, Naruto stated as he focused his powers to conjure up his motorcycle. My, aren't you full of surprises, nobody? Selena said as she looked at the vehicle in wonder. It's a part of my charm apparently, he said to her as she sat down onto the ride and hugged him from behind as they rode back to Gotham. Gotham City. The two rode on in silence as they made their way back to the Gothic city as they were tired from today's events. Eventually the motorcycle came to a stop several blocks away from the Skyline Towers so that Selena wouldn't suspect nobody on him knowing her place of residence. Thanks for the ride, and for saving my life several times now, Selena said as she got off of the ride. She did miss the contact though as she felt his form nicely from what she could tell from his suit. No thanks are needed, Catwoman. As long as you're safe, I'll be thankful in the end. Why are you so concerned for my safety? She questioned him. Are you someone I know? Maybe. Who knows? He said as he revved up his ride before taking off. After all, I'm just a nobody. Selena Kyle was soon left all by herself before she muttered something towards him without knowing. But you're somebody to me. With that, she walked home not knowing that she will soon be brought into police custody by the Dark Knight for her actions. Moments later, Naruto's loft. Man, what a night, he said to himself as he walked into his apartment through his patio with his attire on. He checked the rooms where Shizune was sleeping and saw her on the couch with a sleeping, little one, on top of her. Well, ain't that cute? Naruto muttered as he used his silence manipulation around himself so he wouldn't wake up the two before making his way to his bedroom to change into his sleepwear. Just as he got out of his nobody attire, his cellular phone went off and he answered without looking at the caller ID. Hello, Naruto Uzumaki speaking. Mr. Uzumaki, this is Dr. Haruno. Something has happened to Ms. Isley. The doctor told Naruto, making his heart stop and drop the phone in worry. Earlier, Gotham General Hospital. Beep, 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 beep. The sounds of the heart monitor filled the room as Pam's chest was slowly rising up and down with the other machine helping with her breathing. The many flowers that was brought into her room to help color and lighten up the dreary feel slowly started to move towards the sleeping redhead as pollen came out of them. The flowers slowly dried up and died as their life essences spread over Pamela's form just as the branch of a sakura tree from just outside of her room broke through a small part of the window to open it up. The same tree limb slowly went towards the botanist as it started to bloom quite early despite it being winter. The branch was soon joined by more as they went underneath the coma patient and lifted her to end up disconnecting the various tubes and wires keeping her alive and monitored. Acting quickly before the hospital staff arrived, the limbs drew the botanist outside in the cold air before the ground opened up to have large branches come out and encircle her. The entanglement of branches shot down back where it came from as some smaller branches covered its tracks by moving the dirt and snow to cover its entrance while the sakura tree closed the window just as the hospital staff came into the room to see it barren. Soon the green shall have its champion. Soon it shall have its poison ivy.